said slowly, that his advice, well meant as it may have been, has sometimes caused great hardship for people. Sims knelt to work under the sill. We talked a good deal, he and I. Well, we were both bachelors, and on occasion I'd dine at the rectory, or he'd dine here, and we'd spend hours on whatever topic was uppermost in our minds. Sometimes we both feared we hadn't given the best advice. That's an occupational hazard. Are you infallible as a policeman? Do you know one who is? The vicar glanced up with a wry smile. That's a tidy answer for the seminary, Rutledge answered. Perhaps in the scheme of a man's life, or a woman's, well-meant advice leaves abiding scars and misery. We try, Sims said, sadness in his voice. We pray for solutions, for guidance, for understanding. It isn't always forthcoming, and so we do great harm sometimes. He moved on to the next windowsill. Enough harm that a man might turn on a priest and kill him? Startled, Sims swung around to face Rutledge. God, I wouldn't want to think about that. But it isn't impossible. He put the paintbrush down. I know. By the same token, you must understand that when a human being commits a sin, he's well aware of it. He doesn't come to us to be told that. He comes for a solution. A clergyman must address the fact that the cost of paying in full may be heavier or more difficult than the sinner expects. Seeing him through becomes our duty. We can't self-righteously wash our hands of him and leave him to it. But what if the payment for a sin is out of all proportion to what the sinner has done? Rutledge asked, thinking of Priscilla Connaught's face. Sims said, That's where forgiveness comes into the picture, when restitution as such is not possible. Hamish growled a comment. Rutledge, who understood better than most what restitution and forgiveness meant, didn't answer. Instead, he changed the subject. Tell me about Herbert Baker. Herbert Baker? Good heavens, what has Baker got to do with Father James? Surprised, Sims stared at him. Oh, you must be referring to the fact that he sent for a priest. I don't know where you heard that story, but it isn't so remarkable. A dying man is likely to worry about his soul in ways that we, with time to make amends still stretching out ahead of us, can't imagine. What would be on your conscience that you've never told any other person? The question was rhetorical, but Rutledge's face answered him. That's what I meant, Sims went on, when I tell you that a dying man is not like other penitents. Baker asked for Father James, and he came as a kindness. I can't tell you what passed between them, but Father James never gave me any cause to think he was worried about what was said to him that night. Hamish, judgmental in his own fashion, said, Aye, but would he? The vicar's no a man long on wisdom. Did Herbert Baker confess to you? Rutledge asked Sims. Sims said uneasily, Yes, I'm not at liberty, but Rutledge interjected. I'm not asking you to tell me what he said. Sims, in his turn, interrupted him. If you're asking me if there were shocking revelations, no. I will say he was mainly afraid that he had loved his wife too dearly, and God would hold that against him. She's dead, has been for a number of years. Apparently they were quite close. And the dead man's will, what about that? I expect it was in order. There's not a lot of money here in Osterley to squabble over. I dare say the house was left to the elder son, but Martin is a very conscientious man. He'll see his sister and his younger brother right. Leaving the vicarage, Rutledge crossed the road and walked up the hill to Holy Trinity. When he tried the north door, he found it was unlocked. Lifting the latch, he went inside, his eyes adjusting to the darkness. Over his head, the king-post roof was dark and lovely, and the sun spilled through a great stained-glass window, leaving puddles of colour on the stone floor. Looking up, he saw that it depicted orders of angels. He could recognize the archangels and angels, seraphim and cherubim in rich shades of yellow and blue and blood red. The orders were a very popular theme in East Anglia. In the centre was the symbol of the Holy Trinity, and at the bottom were 4 figures he couldn't identify, although one looked suspiciously like early portraits of Richard II, and another was self-proclaimed by the scroll spilling across his lap as the Venerable Bede. Hamish, to whom stained glass was iconography close to idolatry, was more interested in the construction of the marvellously carved wooden roof. Rutledge walked down the nave past benches capped with ornate poppy heads, like inhabited fleurs-de-lis, and armrests carved as small animals, from dogs to griffins to ponies. His intention was to take a closer look at the window above the high altar, but as he entered the small choir, he nearly stumbled over a box of charcoal and a knee. The woman he'd spoken to so briefly the night before was sitting on a hassock making drawings of the odd figures on the misericords, those half-seats on which a monk might rest his posterior without actually sitting down in the choir chair assigned to him. She looked up, as startled as he was, and said, "Sorry." Hamish, remembering Lord Sedgwick's comment, said, "The religious woman." "Did I hurt you?" Rutledge asked in concern. "Oh, no, and it's my fault for sprawling across the floor with my kit." He looked down at the drawing she was making of a nun with ragged teeth, dramatic and lifelike in bold strokes of charcoal. "That's quite good." Her expression became defensive. "It's a hobby," she said curtly. To shift the subject, he gestured around him. "This is a remarkably fine church." "Yes, it is. I knew someone who was writing a book about old parish churches. He brought it to my attention." "I shan't distract you. I only intended to look at the glass here." He walked on, examining the window with its fine colours and vividly detailed figures. To his surprise, she said to his back, "You're the policeman from London, I think." "Yes." He didn't turn. "Perhaps you could tell me, is it true they've caught the man who killed Father James?" Rutledge turned slowly. "You knew him? Father James?" "A little. He was interested in work I was doing, and I found him quite knowledgeable about East Anglian church architecture. He was generous with his time, and I valued that." Rutledge walked back to her. Her upturned face was attractive, with intelligent grey eyes and a determined mouth above a very pretty chin. The dress she was wearing, a mossy dark green, was very becoming, but without the drama that was part of Priscilla Connaught's apparel. "We don't know if we have the right man in custody. There's a good deal of work to be done before we can be certain of his movements between the day of the bazaar and the murder, but Inspector Blevins expects to clear that up quickly." She nodded, as if satisfied. Yet something in her voice, or the way in which she had waited until his back was to her, had touched that deep well of intuition that Rutledge had always relied on. There had been some deeper interest than mere curiosity in her question, he thought. Probing, his mind still on Priscilla Connaught, he asked, "Were you here in Osterley when the bazaar was held?" "No, I was in Felbrigg, having dinner with friends." Rutledge shifted to another direction. "Did you see Father James the day he was killed?" "No." "Was there anything about his death that worried you?" He waited, continuing to look down at her. It seemed to make her uneasy. Reluctantly, she tried to explain. "I haven't had much experience with murder investigations. It was probably more my imagination than anything else. But Father James had asked me a question on the last evening I dined with him. It was on my mind for several days, and after he died, I found myself wondering if it might be important. But if you've arrested your man, then of course I was wrong. It doesn't signify now." Rutledge replied carefully. "Who can say? Perhaps it still has some bearing on the case. Have you spoken of this to Inspector Blevins?" She frowned. "No, I thought it best not to say anything. Inspector Blevins seemed convinced that the motive for the murder was theft, not ancient history. "Will you tell me what it was?" "My name's Rutledge. Scotland Yard sent me to Osterley because Father James's bishop expressed grave concern over the time it has taken to clear up this business. It isn't idle curiosity behind my questions, and I won't repeat what you tell me to anyone else until or unless I see the need." The woman picked up her charcoal again and began to put wrinkles into the wimple of the nun, capturing them perfectly. "No, Father James was so kind that Sometimes one wants to help so badly that one starts to imagine that what one knows is important. I've already explained. The matter he was referring to had happened some time ago, years in fact, and really had nothing to do with Osterley or anyone who lives here. It was only the importance that Father James seemed to attach to it that made me remember it at all." "Was it a church matter or a personal one?" "I rather thought it was personal. Most certainly the subject was a painful one for me, and he, Father James, was helpful in dealing with that. In return I tried to answer his question, and failed. A disappointment to him and a regret for me, but it had nothing to do with Osterley, I give you my word." She bent her head over the drawing, and Rutledge, looking down at the nape of her neck and the dark sheen of her hair, decided that this was not the time to press her. "If you change your mind, Mrs. Barnett will see that any message reaches me." "Yes, of course." It was said with grave politeness, but he knew she had no intention of doing any such thing. He waited for a count of 10, but she seemed to be absorbed in her work, as if unaware that he was still there. Hamish scolded, "You canna leave it." But Rutledge was already walking through the nave, listening to the silences of the shadowy church around him. He was thinking that Mrs. Barnett would give him the name and the direction of this woman, and he could put Sergeant Gibson on to searching for her background, with emphasis on what connection she might have to Osterley or East Anglia. He had learned early on in his career at the Yard that people who did not want to talk to the police could not be made to do so. But he wanted very much to know what it was that Father James had asked of a comparative stranger that had left behind it such unease. Chapter 11. The firm of Gifford & Sons, solicitors, was a small country practice that had been in business for some time, judging by the brass nameplate by the door. The letters on it were worn almost to smoothness from years of polishing away the sea damp that etched it like freckles. Rutledge had noticed the location of the firm during his walk the night before. Now, as he crossed from Trinity Lane along the Hunstanton Road, he decided to speak to whichever Gifford was available this morning. The two unusual events in Father James's life shortly before his death had been the bazaar, with its connection to Wolfe, and the summons to the bedside of a dying man. Odd though the circumstances had been, there was no indication that out of that deathbed had come, like a phoenix rising, the shadow that had dogged Father James until it killed him. All the same, it had to be considered. The policeman in Rutledge was too experienced to leave the matter, nor could he ignore Priscilla Connaught, or the woman he had quite literally stumbled over in the church. They, too, had some sort of personal link with the victim. "You canna face London," Hamish reminded him with some force. "It's no experience, it's cowardice. You willna face your own life. Better to delve into another's and not think about yoursel and dying and Scotland." But Rutledge knew he was wrong, that Father James was slowly becoming a puzzle he could not walk away from. Not the priest, but the man. As he came to the corner of the main road and Water Street, Rutledge paused, and then opened the heavy door of Gifford & Sons. He stepped into Victorian elegance that had sufficed for 2 additional reigns, and seemed to be in no haste to change. The elderly clerk at the desk might have served through all of them. He was tall and stooped, with the soft, very white hair seldom seen on any head younger than 80. But the blue eyes that turned Rutledge's way were bright as new paint. "Good morning, sir," the clerk greeted him. "Do you have an appointment with Mr. Gifford?" "No, regrettably," Rutledge answered with equal formality, recognizing the game. "However, I hope that he'll spare me a quarter of an hour. My name is Rutledge, Inspector Rutledge from London." The observant eyes took him in from head to toe. "Ah, I shall inquire, sir." Rutledge wondered how he had fared in the summing up. The clerk disappeared through a door into the private sanctum. Looking about him, Rutledge could see that little had changed here since the first Gifford had begun to practice. The 3 chairs set against the walls of the spacious room were covered in worn leather, and the velvet-shrouded table in one corner was smothered in photographs in gilt frames, mostly of a man growing older, his son following suit, and then 2 younger men standing firmly in front of the camera with a look of nervous self-importance. A photograph of one of those men, dressed in uniform, had heavy black ribbon threaded through the open-work of the ornate frame. "Grandfather, father, and sons," Hamish said, "and one didn't come home for the war." The clerk returned, standing on the threshold. "Mr. Gifford will see you, Inspector." He led the way down a narrow passage, where 2 doors on the left were firmly closed, as if with sad finality. All they lacked was the black crepe of mourning. The clerk paused before a third, opened it, and introduced Rutledge with a Victorian flourish. Rutledge walked into a panelled room bright with racing prints and glass-fronted bookshelves, a fine mahogany desk that was far older than the man seated in the chair behind it, and on the broad window-sills an array of antique European snuff-boxes and Chinese snuff-bottles, each a small, exquisite gem, from enamelled gold to cinnabar, ivory to painted glass, porcelain to jade. In the indirect light of morning they were quite beautiful. A miasma of cigar smoke hung in the air. Gifford rose to greet Rutledge, and Hamish's first comment was, "He's small enough to be a jockey." He was a foot shorter than Rutledge, with the small features that matched his frame, thin and wiry. His hair was a rich, thick brown, as was his beard. "I'm Frederick Gifford," he said, gesturing to a chair. "Do sit down and tell me what I can do for you." "I assume you've come about the will." Surprised, Rutledge said, "As a matter of fact," Gifford nodded. "It seemed unlikely that Inspector Blevins would be interested in its provisions, given the nature of my client's death. I'm told that they've finally caught the killer. It's chilling to think about. Still, I suppose if someone is poor enough, any sum is princely." The words echoed those of Monsignor Holston. Moving the blotter to line up with the pen and inkstand in antique silver gilt, Gifford sighed. "But I must admit that I'm surprised Father James's reputation had reached London. It's a compliment to his memory that Scotland Yard should take an interest in the matter." "He's fishing," Hamish warned. Rutledge, accustomed now to offering a placating sentence or two, answered, "Father James's bishop was concerned enough to speak to the chief constable about the case. The Yard, as a courtesy, sent me to reassure him that all that is possible to do was being done." "It has most certainly borne fruit." As if satisfied that Rutledge's credentials were in order, Gifford went on. "Well, as to the will. There was nothing extraordinary in it. Father James didn't leave a large estate, and what there is goes to his only surviving relative, a sister with a very young family. There's a suitable bequest to Mrs. Wayner for her years of service as a housekeeper, and a small sum for the church fund. Not, I'm sure, as generous as Father James had hoped it might be, in the fullness of time." His eyes watched Rutledge behind the pedantic mask of solicitor. "He couldn't have foreseen an early death," Rutledge agreed. He had chosen the words carefully, for there seemed to be something more, and the solicitor was biding his time. Hamish, at the back of Rutledge's mind, was also advocating caution. "Of course, it's too soon to be absolutely certain we have the right man. Inspector Blevins strikes me as thorough and experienced. He won't be satisfied until he's found the proof he needs. It does no harm to keep the broader picture in mind meanwhile." There was a subtle change in Gifford's manner, as though he had been waiting for a sign that Rutledge, the outsider, was not usurping the local man's position. Villagers looked after their own. "Yes, well, we don't have many murders in Osterley, thank God. But Blevins is a good man. We went to school together, the three of us, Blevins, my late brother, and I. He followed his father into the constabulary, and we went on to take up law. Two sides of the same coin in many ways." Rutledge acknowledged the connection, saying lightly, "Unless you're arguing for the defence." "True enough." Gifford's smile gave his face an unexpected strength. Reaching into a drawer of his desk, he extricated a sheaf of papers. He looked through them and selected one. There was a codicil added to Father James's last will and testament some 3 or 4 days before he was killed. I haven't been able to carry out his instructions, as the piece of property he'd specified has been mislaid. He stared at the sheet before him, as if refreshing his memory, but Rutledge had the feeling he could have quoted the short paragraph from memory. "I leave the framed photograph in the bottom drawer of my desk to Mariana Elizabeth Trent, in the hope that one day she will have the courage to pursue the obligation that I must now entrust to her." "A photograph," Rutledge repeated, as Hamish echoed the words in his head. "And an obligation, yes. It was clearly of paramount importance to him, because he had written it out to be certain I'd got it right." Gifford frowned. "As a rule, a bequest is rather simple. A pair of garnet earrings to a favourite niece, or a collection of books to a cousin, that sort of thing. People generally want to ensure that a particular possession ends up in proper hands." "What did you make of this?" "It isn't my role to question, only to see that everything is regular as far as the law is concerned." "You've already contrasted Father James's bequest with that of a pair of garnet earrings," Rutledge pointed out quietly. "True enough. When we'd finished the codicil, witnessed properly and so forth, he told me that it was a debt he owed and wished to see paid. If I thought of anything, and I'm not admitting that I did, it was that Father James wished to handle the matter discreetly, whatever it was, rather than ask his sister to act for him. Or it may be that it was a kinder way of returning a photograph he valued through a mutual friend. Or unfinished business of some sort," Rutledge said, Priscilla Connaught coming to mind again. Was Mariana Elizabeth Trent another failure on the priest's conscience? "A task he preferred not to ask you, as his solicitor, to perform for him, and using Miss Trent as the intermediary, the gift remains anonymous." Gifford stirred uneasily. "Perhaps Miss Trent knows this person, and could be depended on to break the news gently, or in the right circumstances." "But this photograph has been mislaid, you said?" "As Blevins must have told you, the desk was ransacked. Mrs. Weiner tried to put everything back, poor woman. As far as she remembers, there wasn't a photograph among the contents, at least not a framed one. I myself looked, and there were no photographs at all in any of the drawers. It could very well be that Father James simply hadn't gotten around to putting it in the desk, and Mrs. Weiner can't be sure which of the photographs on display he had in mind, because apparently he never spoke to her about the bequest. Needless to say, I've been reluctant to make an issue of it, nor have I contacted Miss Trent, since it's rather awkward to admit we can't put our hands on it." "She might know which it is." "I'd thought of that, but the will is under probate, and there's still time to find it. Early days." Gifford restored the papers to his drawer. "A single photograph is not often the subject of a codicil, but there's nothing wrong in it. And as long as the request is legal and reasonable, we are required to honor it." Hamish repeated something Rutledge had said earlier. he couldn't have known he would be killed. Which was true. It might have been years before the priest's will was executed. "You ken this photograph might be for a child?" Hamish demanded, following Rutledge's thoughts, "and too young yet to be told who her mother is, or her father." Rutledge answered him silently, "And that will bear looking into." Aloud he added to Gifford, "Will you leave a message for me at the Osterley Hotel if you locate the photograph? I don't suppose it will matter to Blevins' investigation, but at this stage who can say?" "Yes, I'll be happy to do that," Gifford said, jotting down a few lines in a small leather-bound notebook. "Did you know Father James well?" "He was an ordinary man in many respects. He never made anyone uncomfortably aware of his collar. There was never any fuss about it. I've seen him down on the floor reading a book with half a dozen children. But there was a dignity about him as well that I admired. Quite a good tennis player, and possessed of a wry sense of humour. He had the most persuasive voice." Gifford grinned. "With that gift, I'd have been a barrister. Father James and the vicar, Mr. Sims, and I sometimes dine together. Not out of deep friendship so much as for the company. I lost my wife in 15. I've learned," he said ruefully, "that a widower with a good law practice is fair game to make up the numbers at a dinner party, especially when a maiden sister or cousin has been invited." Rutledge laughed. He had been introduced to all the sisters of his friends and half their cousins, until he'd become engaged, and thus considered off for market. A twinge of memory swept him. Jean had been the first to make it clear that he was not a good prospect now, even for the most desperate spinster. Gifford prepared to rise, bringing the interview to a close. But Rutledge sat where he was. "There's another matter. Did you also serve as solicitor to Herbert Baker and his family?" It was Gifford's turn to be surprised. "Herbert Baker? Good God! How did you come to know him?" "I didn't. But he died shortly before Father James's death, and I'd like to know how his will stood." Bewildered, Gifford said, "I don't believe Father James witnessed it, if that's your point." "No, but I understand from Dr. Stevenson that he was in attendance just before Mr. Baker's death. What can you tell me regarding the will's provisions?" Gifford steepled his fingers. "Very straightforward. There wasn't much in the way of money, although Baker owned the house he lived in. It had been his wife's family home. Naturally, he left that to the elder son, Martin, with the proviso that the other son, Dick, and the daughter, Ellen, lived there until they married. Dick just came home from hospital, bad shoulder wound, and Ellen is the youngest, a late child." Rutledge considered how to put his next question, and decided to be blunt. "Were the 3 children Herbert Baker's?" "Good Lord, I should think they were. Ellen looks very much like her mother, and the brothers are the spitting image of Herbert. Same spare frame, and same high forehead, same left-handedness. Why on earth should you suppose they weren't?" "I don't. I merely wondered if there could be any skeletons in the Baker closet." The grin reappeared. "Herbert Baker, if you'd known him, was not the man for skeletons. He was sexton at Holy Trinity until his health broke, and while he'd worked hard all his life, he hadn't the money or the time to squander on wine, women, and song. A devoted father, most certainly, and, as far as I know, an honest man." The grin broadened into a smile. "If you want the truth, he probably led as boring a life as anyone in Osterley." "Then there was nothing that might have rested heavily on his conscience at his death?" "The only thing that ever worried Herbert Baker, as far as I know, was his wife's illness. It was hopeless from the start, but he sent her to London to be treated. Tuberculosis, and too advanced, when Dr. Stevenson caught it, to expect a cure." He shrugged. "She was the kind of woman who never complained, never sent for a doctor except in childbirth, used her own remedies for whatever ailed her, and generally died as she'd lived, as self-effacing as possible. But the sanitarium gave her 2 more years of life, and I don't believe any of the family would have considered it money wasted. Sanitariums are expensive. Where did a poor man find the money? Charity, if you want my honest opinion. It's happened before, actually. Not 3 years ago, there was a woman who needed surgery for her goiter, and a generous contribution from her employer paid the better part of the cost. It was done with circumspection. I handled the paperwork myself, as the donor wished to remain anonymous, and this woman has never learned the truth. He believes she paid the entire fee. Rutledge said, "You've been very helpful. One final question. Were both of the Baker sons in the army?" Martin was sent home, compassionate leave when his father's health began to fail, and Ellen wasn't up to running the household on her own. Dick was wounded, as I think I mentioned. Both men, from all reports, did their duty. But, as Rutledge had learned, having used that phrase more times than he cared to remember, the words were a catch-all when an officer knew too little or too much about a soldier under his command. Did their duty covered a multitude of sins? Had Herbert Baker begged absolution for one of his sons from Father James? Rutledge had left the solicitor's office and was walking back toward the Osterley Hotel when a large motor car with a uniformed driver pulled up beside him. In the rear seat, Lord Sedgwick leaned forward. "I say, have you had your luncheon yet?" Rutledge turned. "Good morning. No, it's still fairly early." It couldn't have been more than 11:30. "Well, come and dine with me, and I'll have Evans here bring you back afterward. My son's returned to Yorkshire, and I'm damned if I can stand my own company for another meal. Mrs. Barnett at the hotel," Sedgwick chuckled, "will turn me out if I appear unannounced a second time within the week. Or have you made a commitment to her?" Rutledge had not. "Then come along and bear me company, if you will. We can talk about something other than the price of sheep and what cabbages are currently fetching." Hamish warned, "It's no a very good idea."
This ends Side 2 of Cassette 4 of Watchers of Time. Please fast forward to the end before loading Cassette 5. Watchers of Time. Cassette 5.
Rutledge hesitated. Then he opened the door, noting the crest on the panel, and climbed into the car. The interior was beautifully done, with velvet cushions and quite fine polished woodwork. Lord Sedgwick leaned back and spoke to Evans. The motor car purred into motion and moved off down Water Street between the carts and people, as Evans handled his gears with smooth perfection. Sedgwick said, "Any progress in your murder investigation?" "Gossip hasn't been slow in spreading," Hamish told Rutledge. "You'll soon be very popular." It was a sour comment. "We think we may have found our man," Rutledge said non-committally, "but Inspector Blevins is making certain that he's done his job thoroughly." "Yes, well, I've posted a sizable reward for information leading to an arrest. I hope I'll have the opportunity to pay it out to someone." Rutledge recalled that Blevins had spoken of a reward. "Did you indeed? Were you a parishioner of Father James's? Did you know him well?" "Good Lord, no. Anglican. The East Sherham Church is on our estate. Still, I keep a friendly eye on my neighbours. Right thing to do. I rather dislike people killing people, and I know that money can jog memories, or tongues. Father James was a conscientious man from all reports, a considerable force for good. Over the years I've applauded that. We can ill afford to lose men of his calibre. Osterley's best and brightest have already been sacrificed to that bloody war. I saw you coming out of the solicitor's office. Frederick Gifford's brother, Raymond, was one of the finest men I've ever met, and he went down in flames over the German lines. Gifford's 2 clerks died at Ypres. Anderson at the Pelican lost his boy at Jutland, and Mrs. Barnett's nephew was artillery. Shells blew up in his face. Sadly, the list goes on. They were turning back out of Water Street onto the main road again. On the hill, the flint walls of Holy Trinity seemed to shine with an inner light. But that's a morbid line of thought. Tell me, what do you do in London, Rutledge? Much the same sort of thing I do here. Ask questions, collate information, consider the evidence and try to draw conclusions from it. Search for motives. Hamish, who'd been silent since Rutledge had entered the motor car, asked, "Hobnobbing with a great willna give you the answers either." Sedgwick grunted. "What you do requires patience." Evans had braked to allow a wagon laden with firewood to make the turn into Trinity Lane. Just a few yards beyond it, there was a woman walking along the verge, head down, face hidden by her hat. Rutledge recognized her, and apparently so did Sedgwick. Priscilla Connaught, in Wellingtons and a long coat. Sedgwick spoke to Evans, and they slowed. He leaned forward to say, "Good morning, Miss Connaught. I see you are on foot. Anything the matter with your motor car? I can have Evans take a look this afternoon." "Good morning, Lord Sedgwick. No, I'm walking for the exercise, but thank you for your concern." Something in her face gave Rutledge the impression she was walking off a dark mood. Her eyes flickered in his direction and then came back to Sedgwick. Sedgwick touched the brim of his hat, and Evans put the car into gear once more. "She's had a very devil of a time with her brakes," the former explained to Rutledge. "I told her she'd wind up in the marshes if someone didn't fix the problem. Evans believes it's in the linkage." Picking up the thread of what Rutledge had been saying earlier, he continued, "I'm not a patient man by nature, never was. Can't sit confined for long, but then I wasn't trained to it. A few of us are." They were passing the school now, on Gull Street, where it became the Sherham Road. After a time, Sedgwick nodded to rolling fields where sheep grazed in the late grass. "I wasn't born to farming. Anyone will tell you my father made his fortune in the city. He bought the house in East Sherham when the last of the Chastain family died. I spent my summers here. To keep me out of harm's way, I was given into the care of an old sheepman who, God forgive him, thought I was entirely spoiled and woefully ignorant. On the other hand, I believed that anything that allowed me to escape from my tutor was daring and rebellious. Before I quite knew what was happening, I'd learned as much about sheep as old Ned could teach me." He lifted a hand deprecatingly. "My father was shocked to discover that I was breeding sheep and had a natural eye for the best rams to improve the flocks. The Chastains hadn't maintained the land or the pasturage, and I was soon badgering him to buy up acreage and extend our holding. He sent me off to Oxford to cure me of such low habits." He chuckled. "That finally made a gentleman of me, but I've always kept my eye on the management of the estate, and it's prospered. Our sheep produce some of the finest wool in the world, or did, before the war turned everything on its head, and all anyone wanted to manufacture was uniforms and blankets." He turned to Rutledge. "I needn't tell a policeman that life goes on. But it does, somehow. It must. There's never any turning back to what once was." He fell silent, looking at the window. Rutledge heard a hidden bitterness in the philosophy, although Sedgwick's tone had been light, but money was not always a guarantee of perfect happiness. The detective in him intrigued, Rutledge cast about for another subject of interest to the man at his side. "You spoke of a son. I think he must have dined last night at the hotel." "Arthur? Yes, he's the elder. He went to the front and came home a broken man. He's still in and out of hospital, wound in his back. Edwin, the younger of the two, had a gift for languages and was given the task of dealing with prisoners, or the French, whoever was most troublesome." Rutledge suppressed a smile. The French were not always the most comfortable of allies, and interrogating prisoners never went smoothly. "Edwin keeps a boat in Osterley," Sedgwick went on. "He and that fool dog of his go hunting in the marshes. Shooting isn't allowed, but the dog's nose stays sharp. Edwin takes him to Scotland for the season." Hamish reminded Rutledge of the man rowing into the quay with a dog in the thwarts. The woman who had offered him a lift had called him Edwin. Edwin Sedgwick? Rutledge rather thought it was. The same man had been in the lounge bar in the hotel outside Norwich. They had reached the outskirts of East Shoreham and turned onto a road where tall old trees marched on either side. Overhead, branches arched high to form a cool and shaded canopy, and the undergrowth along the verges was still thick and full here at the end of summer. Ahead, Rutledge could see the walled grounds of an estate, with ornate gates marking the entrance to the drive. The crest on the heavy gilded wrought iron bore the motto, "I will persevere." 2 handsome pillars on either side were surmounted by a griffin. These apparently had belonged to the original owners. Time had etched them, wind and rain had worn them, but they had been carved to last. A man came out of the lodge to let the car pass through, touching his cap to Sedgwick, who responded with a nod. They wound their way through a finely wooded park, nearly as handsome as that at Hatfield, and turned to the left before sweeping up in front of a lovely old brick manor house. The wings were set back from the main block, and Elizabethan chimney-pots soared into the blue of the sky. The lawn, wide and still reasonably green, ran down to a low brick wall, and beyond that the park continued to a line of trees. In the distance, a small Greek temple sat on the rising ground beyond what appeared to be a landscaped stream at the southern edge of the park. There was a feeling of old money here, and a long lineage. Nothing ostentatious, nothing new. An ideal setting, perhaps, for a newcomer to the aristocracy, eager to present an appearance of having deep roots in the land. Evans pulled up and came around to open the door for Lord Sedgwick and Rutledge. Sedgwick thanked him and led the way across the short walk to the house. A housekeeper stood ready to greet them, alerted perhaps by a bell from the gatehouse. She was a trim woman in her late 50s, with a serene face and an air of competence. She nodded calmly when Sedgwick told her there was an unexpected guest, and said, "Luncheon will be ready in 10 minutes, my lord. Shall I serve it on the terrace?" "Yes, that would be fine." They entered a wide flagstoned hall. A narrow stair of age-blackened oak on the left led up to the first floor. A massive hearth, which must have been a great comfort in the damp of a Norfolk winter, covered the wall to the right. Above Rutledge's head, the high-plastered ceiling was delicately carved with Tudor roses and garlands of fruit. At the foot of the stairs, a Turkey carpet covered the floor, and there were rare Elizabethan chairs on either side of a small Jacobean table. It was quite an attractive room, little changed, Rutledge thought, from the day it was built. They preceded the housekeeper down a passage, and through a doorway that led into a drawing-room where long French windows looked out onto a sunlit terrace. An ornate stone balustrade reached like arms to embrace the broad, shallow stone steps that gave access to the gardens. Urns, shaped like Roman amphora, stood at the bottom, and in the centre of the garden beyond, an aged mossy fountain spilled water into a bowl shaped like a Tudor rose. The effect was very pretty. Rutledge found himself thinking of his godfather, David Trevor, in Scotland, and banished the image before it had formed. Trevor was an architect by profession, with a love of buildings that he'd conveyed to his godson through the years. It was hard to see a place such as this without recalling all that had passed between the two men, or now remembering what had happened in Scotland just over a month ago. Rutledge followed Sedgwick out onto the terrace, where comfortable chairs had been set up to take advantage of the garden views. The housekeeper returned with a tray of glasses and decanters, while Rutledge was admiring the flower beds. They were showing signs of autumn wear, but they had been designed with an eye for every season. The rare Japanese chrysanthemums were glorious. "What will you have?" Sedgwick asked, and when told, held out a very good whisky. As Rutledge turned to accept it, he noticed a remarkable stone rectangle set at an angle in the garden. Larger-than-life apes, 4 squatting in a row, stared at the house, their eyes unblinking and focused, as if sharing some knowledge that was theirs alone. They had been carved in bas-relief, with a vividness that was both unusual and riveting. Exotic as the land they'd come from, they rested on their haunches, unperturbed by this English garden or by the Englishman who had stepped into view. Catching the direction of Rutledge's glance, Sedgwick said, "I don't know why my father kept the damn thing, or, for that matter, why I leave it there, except that the previous owners of the house felt it brought good luck, and he was superstitious about that. I can't think why it should. It's as ugly as anything I've ever seen." "It's Egyptian, isn't it?" "Yes, that's right. 18th dynasty, I'm told. It once stood in the hall just by the stairs, where the Jacobean table is now. God knows how the Chastains came by it. They were magpies, collecting whatever caught their fancy. I couldn't abide looking into those faces every night before I went up to bed, and Arthur swore it gave him nightmares as a child. When my father died, I banished it to the gardens." Rutledge walked down the steps and went to examine the thick slab of stone. It had been cut from a building's wall, he thought. Longer than it was tall, it was well polished, not rough. The figures of the baboons, it seemed, were meant to catch the morning and afternoon sun in a climate where the light was intense. Slanting rays would give them an almost three-dimensional quality. Here, in the much paler light of the English Broads, they possessed an almost preternatural air. Following him, Sedgwick went on, "They're called, so I'm told, the Watchers of Time. Set the task of witnessing what man and the gods may do through all eternity. That's what the catalogue says, at least. We bought the house furnished, lock, stock, and phantoms." He was smiling, but when Rutledge looked up from the stone, he could see that the smile had not reached Sedgwick's eyes. Hamish, who had been silent since they entered the house, was saying, "But they canna speak, the apes. What use are they as witnesses?" Rutledge answered silently, "They don't judge, they merely observe." "Aye," Hamish said, "but a man with a guilty conscience wouldna find it very comfortable, that stare. I wouldna care for it myself." Chapter 12. Lord Sedgwick showed himself to be a genial host. He possessed a wry sense of humour which Rutledge enjoyed, and seldom put his views ahead of those of his guest, even when he must have had far more insight into political matters, moving as he did in such vastly different circles. Rutledge, under no illusions, policemen were not invited to dine with the gentry, indeed they were seldom welcomed at the front door, took care not to overstep his role. All the same, the hour passed very pleasantly. The luncheon itself was excellent, finishing with a plate of cheeses. The loneliness of the man under the polish of a titled and privileged life was apparent. Sedgwick's wife had been dead some years, for he spoke of her with an old regret rather than a recent bereavement. Her portrait as a young American bride now hung in the library, he said at one juncture, replacing a remarkably hideous work of dead rabbits and quail hanging from a nail that Ralph, the first Lord Sedgwick, had fancied. Ralph had gone shooting with the Prince of Wales in his day, and bagged enough to show his aim was excellent, but was careful never to exceed his host's count. Quickest way to see yourself off the royal invitation list. Arthur, Sedgwick's elder son, had had a taste for racing cars before the war, and had even won a motorcycle race of some note early on in his career. Sedgwick had travelled to France to watch him compete, and he spoke with a wistful enthusiasm for the excitement. It rained often as not. I lived in terror that he'd spin out on a curve. Arthur had nerves of steel when he got behind the wheel, and a feeling for the road, and that made him one of the finest drivers I'd ever seen. His wife begged him to give it up, but of course he couldn't. She didn't understand that it was his life, speed and risk. Racing is a dangerous sport, Rutledge responded, and few women are attracted to the prospect of being widowed young. Sedgwick grunted. She was the one who died young, before they'd been married 5 years. Arthur took it hard, of course, but I must admit I was not particularly fond of her. a pretty simpleton." Edwin, the younger son, appeared to worry Sedgwick. "I see much of my father in him. Strange, isn't it, how a man's nature can jump a generation?" It seemed not to be a compliment. But then the grandfather had made a fortune in the city, and was not, perhaps, a rough diamond in his own son's eyes. Sedgwick dwelt on none of this, but a word here and there told Rutledge more than perhaps his host had meant to reveal. It was often a failing of lonely men. "It doesna signify," Hamish pointed out, "if there's naught to hide." Certainly in Sedgwick's case that appeared to be true. As the table was cleared, Sedgwick looked out beyond the terrace at the expanse of formal beds and cropped lawns, and sighed. "I've a mind to marry again, myself, if only to fill this garden with young voices and bring a spark of life to the house. Damn silly thing to do, but I'm not by nature a man who prefers his own company. Have a wife, do you?" "No. The war altered any plans I might have made." "Never too late to start over." He regarded Rutledge for a moment. "It's odd, you know, but you remind me of Arthur. I don't know quite how to put my finger on it. It's there in the way you carry yourself, and something in your voice." "A holdover from the army," Rutledge said. "I suppose it must be. You would like him, a good man, and a deeper thinker than the rest of us. He got that from his mother, not my side. I see it more and more often these days." There was a sudden flash of grief in Sedgwick's face, as if Arthur wasn't the man he'd been before the war, losing that edge that had made him a fast driver and a dashing figure to watch in a race. Wounds changed a man in more ways than the physically apparent damage. Nerve, for one thing, was easily worn down by constant pain. There had been a man named Sealingham on the boat to France at the start of the war, Rutledge remembered. He tried to dredge up an image of the man's face, and finally brought back a tall, dark, broad-shouldered figure with a taste for books in German. "Never too late," he'd said, "to learn about the enemy. Best way to outwit them, in my view. Otherwise you're tilting in the dark." He'd been a racer too, but he never spoke of his family. Fast boats were his preference. Later, Rutledge had heard that Sealingham had lost both legs in a lorry accident near Paris, and was invalided home. He had shot himself a month later. Was Sedgwick afraid that Arthur's wound would lead him to self-destruction, because he too was shut off from what he loved doing? Rutledge changed the subject. They spoke only once more of Father James's death, and that in a roundabout way. "We've had good weather for the most part this autumn," Sedgwick was saying, as he pushed back his chair, favouring his gouty foot a little. "Edwin has been down a time or two, and one morning we went over to Osterley. It was the morning they found the priest's body, actually, although we didn't know it at the time. It had begun to clear, and we had left the car up by Holy Trinity Church, then walked as far as Cley, where Evans met us again. We had a look at the dikes and the big windmill, ate our luncheon by the marshes, and came home ravenous. Couldn't do that today. Bloody foot." Passing through the drawing-room later, Sedgwick paused to show Rutledge a watercolour of Osterley in its prime. "One of the Chastains had it painted. It's said to be by Constable, but there's no provenance." Rutledge also noticed a photograph sitting on the window-sill to his right. A man sitting by the marshes, shotgun in the crook of his arm, and a setter at his feet, looking up adoringly as if eager to run. If Sedgwick saw his straying glance, he made no comment. He didn't have to. Rutledge recognized the face and the dog. Edwin, the younger son, who kept a boat in Osterley's harbour. A short time later he was on his way back to Osterley. The chauffeur had nothing to say, and Rutledge preferred his own thoughts. Hamish, still mulling over the luncheon conversation, was busy in the back of his mind. Coming around again to the subject of Lord Sedgwick himself, Hamish said, "He's no a man I'm comfortable with. He's very like Sergeant Mullins." It was an odd comparison. Mullins had replaced Sergeant McIver, shot in the hip and invalided home. Both sergeants had come up through the ranks, where the heavy attrition of the Battle of the Somme had given men seniority overnight, prepared for it or not. Mullins was a seasoned soldier, careful, gruff, and humourless. He had been a butcher by trade, and could determine at a glance whether a wound was likely to see a man relieved or just patched up at the nearest aid station and returned to the lines. Sentiment seldom played a role. Lord Sedgwick had that same quality of practical reality that had carried Mullins through the war. He took his world in stride and dealt with it without sentiment. And yet Rutledge had sensed something else in this man, a wistful desire to be the local squire, as the Chastains had been before him. But he was tainted by his father's roots, and villagers were often greater snobs than their betters. Money could buy some loyalties, but blue blood brought respect. "That explains," Rutledge answered Hamish's line of thought, "why Sedgwick was eager to put up a reward for Father James's killer. The Chastains would probably have done the same." Still, the Sedgwicks had, in 2 generations, gone from the streets of London to an inheritable title and weekends at Sandringham with the royal entourage. The first Lord Sedgwick, Ralph, whose antecedents had probably been of questionable bloodlines, had had to settle for an American bride for his only son. But his grandsons, with any luck, would find themselves wed to daughters of the old aristocracy, and their sons fully accepted as titled gentlemen with no lingering odour of trade about them. 3 generations, that was what it took to bridge the social gap. The future of the dynasty now rested on Arthur's shoulders and his brothers. Unless Lord Sedgwick was indeed considering a second, and far more advantageously connected, bride to better their chances through a stepmother's connections. It never hurt, in present royal circles, to have a very presentable wife. Coming into Osterley again, Rutledge turned his thoughts to his own role here. He was expected not to tread on Blevins' toes. The inspector had already made that clear, but the more Rutledge learned about the people who lived in Osterley, the better he saw the dead priest, and was finding himself drawn into the theory that the man's life had some bearing on his death. His fingers gently massaged the scar on his chest, stilling the dull ache. Still, Walsh was the ideal solution to the bloody crime on Blevins' doorstep. He wasn't a local man, and from the start the inspector hadn't wanted to discover that his killer was someone he knew. Walsh had a connection with the priest, one that didn't in any way reflect on Father James's memory. The bazaar was a public occasion. Finally, the motive appeared to be simple greed. No seduced wives in St. Anne's congregation, no abused choir-boys, no dark secrets that would destroy the man and the office simultaneously. A very convenient solution indeed, for everyone except Walsh, of course. But Rutledge was learning that Blevins needed his evidence like a loaf of bread, forming it to his own satisfaction, whereas his London counterpart was more likely to gather the scattered parts of the human puzzle and look closely at them for bits of knowledge he could string together. Hamish said, "You'd do better to go back to London, then. You willna convince yon inspector that he's made a mistake, and you'll be branded along with him if it all goes wrong." Rutledge answered, "Nothing less than a signed confession will serve." He had meant it lightly, but realized all at once that he had unwittingly defined the course of his own inquiry. At the door of the hotel, Rutledge thanked the chauffeur and turned to find 3 local people staring with interest at the sight of a policeman alighting from Lord Sedgwick's motor car. The news would be all over Osterley in an hour. Rutledge walked up Water Street to the police station. There was a constable on duty. He shook his head when asked for any news. "The new cart was ordered well before the bazaar. Half down then, and 2 payments to follow. The last one on delivery, which was after the murder. The inspector is happy about that. But there's a scissors sharpener who's come to light. The man swears he was with Walsh the night the priest was killed." "What's the likelihood that he's telling the truth?" "Inspector Blevins has gone to speak to the man himself. The inspector's not in the best of spirits, I can tell you." There was a man sitting on the edge of the quay when Rutledge came back to the hotel. Under his dangling feet, a dozen or so ducks padded about in the muddy trickle of water, catching the bits of stale bread that were being thrown down to them. The man's concentration was intense as he fed them. The slump of his shoulders was familiar. Rutledge had seen him bent over a newspaper at a table in the back corner of the Pelican. A grey cat, curious about all the feathery activity, sat some 10 feet away watching the ducks. It seemed to ignore the man as if he had no reality, but was only a part of the key. Closer, Rutledge could see the strain on the haggard face, etched by the bright sunlight into deep and defensive lines. The dark hair was threaded with grey. It was an odd time of the afternoon to see a man sitting idle. Rutledge passed him by, turning toward the hotel. As he entered the lobby, Mrs. Barnett stuck her head out of the tiny cubicle that served as her office. She smiled and said, "Inspector, there's been a telephone message from London for you. Would you care to return it now?" It was a message from Sergeant Wilkerson, and after nearly 3/4 of an hour of searching for the man, Wilkerson was located and instructed to contact Rutledge again. Wilkerson's rough voice came down the line with such a roar that Rutledge had to hold the receiver away from his ear. The sergeant was of the school that believed that shouting compensated for any small insufficiencies in the telephone system. "Chief Superintendent Bowles asked me to find you, sir. He wants you back in London as soon as may be." "I'm involved with the investigation here," Rutledge began defensively. "Yes, sir, he knows that, but we found a body. Whether she's connected with your murder or not, we can't say. But the Chief Superintendent wants you to have a look." Rutledge felt cold. There was no clear reasoning behind his reaction, but he was afraid to ask the name, afraid he might already know what it was. He'd only just heard it himself. Mariana Elizabeth Trent. Another dead end. Driving hard and fast, Rutledge reached London in the middle of the next morning. Stopping briefly at his flat to shave and change his clothes, he went in search of Sergeant Wilkerson at the yard. They had not worked together very often. Wilkerson was Inspector Joyce's man, and seldom free for other assignments. Joyce, in his mid-50s, was a plodding but thorough policeman with no expectation of advancement and no desire for any. He had said often enough that police work and not paperwork was his pleasure, and the higher one goes, the deeper the tonnage of paper. Wilkerson greeted Rutledge with some surprise. "You must have driven all the night, sir. Would you care for a spot of tea brought up to your office?" I did. Hamish was all that had kept him awake on the road after Colchester, and even Hamish had lost his edge on the outskirts of London. "Yes, send someone for tea and then come upstairs." The tea provided by the yard was black and strong enough to cope with any man's drowsiness, coating the stomach with an unspeakable sludge that held the body upright for hours. A few minutes later, Wilkerson stepped into Rutledge's office and took the chair by the door. He waited until the constable on his heels had delivered Rutledge's tea before beginning his report. The sergeant was as big as his voice, florid of face with thinning sandy hair, and a double chin that overlapped the collar of his uniform, giving the impression he was on the brink of choking to death. A man who had come up through the ranks but bore no malice toward Rutledge, who had come from a very different background. He began his report diffidently. "About this woman, sir. It was the usual thing. One of the boats on the river found her. Can't say whether she went in by accident or design. Bloated, but hadn't been there long enough for the fish to get at her. There were some bruises, but nothing to signify anything more than the tossing she'd taken in the water. The problem was identification." Rutledge, swallowing his tea with a grimace, nodded. Identification of the corpse was the first order of police work. "She had none on her, no letters or papers or the like, and she didn't match any of our missing persons records. We advertised more than a week for information. Then a woman who keeps a boarding house walked into a local station and reported that a lodger had skipped without paying her rent and wanted her found. Right balmy old bitch, I'm told, arrogant and demanding. But the sergeant on duty remembered the description of our lass, and soon enough they had the landlady down at the morgue. She couldn't have identified the body, she only gave it a glance, but she did say the hair was right. We showed her the clothes the deceased was found in, but she wasn't what you'd call certain what the lodger was wearing the last time she'd gone out, or whether she could have been provided a new wardrobe by any gentleman she had taken up with. But the landlady did fling another fit about not getting her money, which made Inspector Joyce suspect she must be fairly sure it was the missing woman. Rutledge asked, before Wilkerson could put a name to the corpse, "Any trouble with her before? The landlady?" "None, except for the occasional lodger who disappears with back rent owing. Then she's demanding the police earn their keep. She gets a class of women who aren't steadily employed, if you take my meaning." "Why did Chief Superintendent Bowles think the dead woman might be connected with the murder in Norfolk?" "Stands to reason, doesn't it? The lass worked as a shill for an Italian bloke who, the landlady claims, died in the war. Then she spent the better part of the summer with a strongman show, called himself Samson. Your man Walsh, it appears. Landlady remembers when he came to collect her because of his size. They had a few words, did the landlady and this Iris Kenneth, on parting, but Mrs. Rollings took her back again when the strong man was tired of her." Iris Kenneth, then, with no connection to Father James. After a visit to the morgue to look at the body and the woman's clothing, Rutledge went with Sergeant Wilkerson to the small boarding-house on a run-down street where Londoners with thin pockets often took rooms. It was just off Eustace Road, where industry had crowded out anyone who could afford to move on. Mrs. Rollings was plump, with tightly curled black hair, a pinched mouth, and an air of long-suffering. When Wilkerson introduced Rutledge to her, she looked him up and down, then said, bristling, "It doesn't do my establishment any good to have a policeman at the door every other day. This is a respectable house." Rutledge smiled. "I'm sure it is." She thawed visibly as the smile touched his eyes. "We've come to ask if you still have Iris Kenneth's belongings." "Lord love you, why should I have kept 'em? Didn't bring in much, I can tell you, not near enough to pay what I was owed, and I needed the room." She looked up and down the street with the same suspicious air with which she'd regarded Rutledge, and then stepped back from the door. "Do come inside, before I have to explain to half the neighbourhood why I'm entertaining the police again." They followed her into a musty entry, where a flight of worn stairs ran up into darkness. The windowless entry itself was nearly as dark, for the glass panes on the door didn't cast light beyond the first step, and the lamp was turned so low that it had long since given up trying to illuminate anything but the small circle of brightness on the grey ceiling and the first landing. Mrs. Rollings opened the door on her left and led them into her sitting-room. It was surprisingly comfortable, if shabby. There were odds and ends of porcelain on the mantelpiece, including a demure shepherdess with a leering satyr at her shoulder. The juxtaposition of the pieces was nearly lewd. Rutledge wondered if it exemplified Mrs. Rollings's sense of humour or the tastes of her guests. Prints on the other two walls were of theatrical productions, one Sarah Bernhardt's Hamlet, and the other a popular act in the music halls some 20 years ago. Mrs. Rollings herself wore rouge that stood out like two fever spots under the powder, and her hair was dyed. The jewelled rings on her plump fingers were cheap paste, one of them large enough to have poison secreted in it. Rutledge's opinion was that it might have once been a prop in an Italian play. She offered them the horsehair settle, and the two men sat gingerly side by side on the stiff upholstery. It smelled of dust and old dog. She herself took a very pretty wing chair, covered with a faded but handsome brocade. On the table at her elbow was a collection of shells and a number of pottery jugs with the names of seaside towns painted on them. Where her guests had worked? Hamish, his covenanter soul offended by anything remotely smacking of the godless theatrical world Mrs. Rollings inhabited, declared, "She's no going to give you an honest answer. It isna in her nature." "We'll see," Rutledge told him. Aloud he asked, "Did you like Miss Kenneth?" "What has liking got to do with it?" She stared at him, genuinely surprised. As long as my guests pay me on time and in full, I like them very well. Was she a clever girl? She was pretty. She thought that would take her far, but not far enough if she ended up in the river. Mrs. Rollings leaned forward. Now, what was this about Iris's belongings? There was an avaricious glint in her eyes. Do you know if she might have owned a pair of old shoes, a man's, with a worn heel and a tear in the sole? Mrs. Rollings's eyebrows rose almost to her hairline. Old shoes? Men's shoes? Yes. We'd like very much to know if she possessed such a pair. Realizing that the concept was totally foreign to his hostess, Rutledge added, Perhaps from some roll or other. Wilkerson, stolid and silent, was looking around the room as if he expected to find something nasty hidden behind the wallpaper. Well, I should think not. She wasn't the kind of girl who played in farce. She didn't have the talent for it. It was more in her line to stand there looking respectable and drawing custom. She was quite lovely in green. You'd have thought her a lady if she didn't open her mouth. Lovely was pronounced as lovely. Wilkerson said, Then you're telling us that no such shoes were found in her belongings? None that I know of, and I was fairly careful in searching through them. Would another guest have searched them before you did? The sergeant continued. Here, there's no stealing in my house. No, surely not, Rutledge soothed. But if you come across old shoes like those I've described, even in an unexpected place, will you send a message to Sergeant Wilkerson here? Is there a reward for what you want to know? She asked sharply. No, but it will be in the public interest. Her expression informed him what she thought of the public interest. Hamish had been right. Rutledge stood up, and Wilkerson lumbered to his feet as well. You've been most helpful, Mrs. Rollings. Thank you for your time. She regarded them warily, uncertain if it was truly old shoes that had brought the police around. There's nothing else you wanted to know about her things? Only if she pinched any of them, Wilkerson answered. That silenced Mrs. Rollings. Anything nice enough to have been stolen had already found its way to the next owner or a shop, dealing in second-hand goods, no questions asked. She saw them out with poor grace and shut the door on their heels. Sergeant Wilkerson laughed. She's a right old bism, but there are any number on the street like her. He gestured in either direction at houses no better kept than hers, their paint peeling and roofs showing stains from years of damp. But they serve a purpose. Many a pretty girl who went out to seek her fame and fortune would be lucky to wind up here and not selling herself in the stews. There's not been a lot of work for this lot, what with the war and all, but they've managed to survive. Somehow they always do. This Iris Kenneth would have had an eye for the main chance. And yet she ended her life in the river. Rutledge compared the street here with Osterley, where prosperity had slipped away, but dignity and resourcefulness had kept up appearances. Well, Sergeant Wilkerson added as he turned to walk back to Rutledge's motor car, it wasn't much to go on, but you never know. The epitaph of police work, Rutledge thought. Yes, he answered, but I'd give much to know if Iris Kenneth was pushed or was desperate enough to throw herself into the water. You think that man Walsh might have wanted to be rid of her? It's possible, if she helped him rob the priest's house. Or she may have been working for someone else with a better reason to kill her than Walsh had. The Iris Kenneths of this world seldom live to old age, although Mrs. Rollings had. It depended, he thought, whether the woman was clever or naive, whether she could protect herself or was destined to be a victim. He started the motor car and stepped up behind the wheel. I'll be going back to Norfolk, he told Wilkerson. Will you pass that message to Chief Superintendent Bowles? And if there's any more information about this Iris Kenneth or her death, I want to know about it. Aye, I'll see to that, the sergeant promised. He sighed. I never fancied drowning myself. I'd look to a quicker way of dying. My first inspector told me that women preferred drowning because it didn't hurt and it didn't mar the face. When I saw my first corpse from the river, I knew he was wrong. We never identified her. No one could have. Rutledge went to his flat and slept for 2 hours, then headed north again. But when he reached Colchester, he pulled into the dark yard of the Rose and Crown and slept until dawn. It was nearly dinner-time when he reached Osterley. The muscles in his chest ached, and his stomach rebelled at the thought of a formal meal at the hotel. After washing up, he walked down to the Pelican. The cool night air, with its tang of the sea and the earthy scent of the marshes, welcomed him like an old friend.
This ends side 1 of cassette 5. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
Chapter 13. The Pelican was busy with the dinner hour, noisy with voices and laughter and the rattle of dishes, and crowded with local people. The bar had a line of patrons leaning on their elbows and talking to or over each other. One, seated on a wooden stool, held a little grey and white dog in his lap. The tables near the windows were occupied by small groups of diners already served or waiting their turn. Among them was the woman he had seen at the church 2 days ago. Was it only 2? Sitting with several men and another woman, just finishing their soup. They were deeply immersed in their conversation, and no one looked up as Rutledge walked past. He took a small table nearer the bar, where he would feel less confined by the press of people. The tiny island of space around him was a welcomed relief. Hamish, sensing his unease, argued warily for a return to the hotel. "For it will not do to make a scene here." "I won't," Rutledge answered shortly. But he could feel himself tensing as more custom came in, one group searching for a table, a smaller one heading for the bar, hailed warmly by friends. As he watched them pass, he noticed in the back corner, occupied with a newspaper, the man he'd seen at the quay feeding the ducks, and another time here alone in the same seat. Crowded as the room was, no one asked to sit with him. The man had the air of a fixture at a Pelican, as permanent as the bench on which he sat and the table braced and nailed to the wall. The strained face was bent over the open paper, and neither Betsy nor the older couple helping her serve took any heed of him. He'd ordered tea, for there was a pot and a cup by his elbow. As if sensing Rutledge's glance, his knuckles seemed to tighten on the page, crimping it. Hamish said derisively, "He's no a very popular man. No doubt you'll find you have much in common." "God save him, then," Rutledge answered silently. Betsy finally stopped at Rutledge's little table, her manner more formal than it had been the first day he had arrived in the village. "Good evening, Inspector. Are you wishing to dine, or could I bring you something from the bar?" "No longer. What would you like, love?" Rutledge smiled. "What would you recommend for dinner?" he asked her. "You're fortunate tonight," she said. "There's a roast of chicken with dumplings and potatoes, and I can tell you there's nothing like it this side of London." Rutledge felt an unexpected surge of sympathy for the woman in a book he'd once read, who had been branded with an A for adulteress. Everyone in Osterley knew more of his business than he knew of theirs. He'd been branded with an O for outsider, no longer the visitor who was benign, no longer the anonymous traveller who could ask questions and expect an honest answer. There was neither coldness nor rudeness in their manner, only a formality that precluded any expectation of breaking through it. How long, he wondered, did it take a man to reach the status of "one of ours" in this village? For a policeman who hadn't been born here, perhaps never. For a passing stranger, there was welcome and courtesy. For an intruder, only suspicion. And yet Father James had come to be one of theirs. He chose the chicken with dumplings and ordered a pint to go with it. although he tried to keep his eyes away from the table by the window and to stop himself from speculating about the relationships of the four people sitting there, Rutledge caught himself glancing that way from time to time. The woman had a quiet vivacity and seemed to be comfortable with both men. It emphasized the formality she had displayed toward him on the few occasions when they'd spoken. A stranger even among strangers. He turned slightly to change his line of sight. Indirectly now he could see the lonely man sitting in the corner. He served only to reflect Rutledge's own isolation. Hamish had struck a chord with his words. As Rutledge watched, the man's hands began to tremble, and he hastily shoved them out of sight under the table, dropping the newspaper as if it had burned him. Shell shock? Rutledge shuddered, Hamish suddenly aware and challenging in his mind. He himself had so narrowly escaped from that horror, and the fierce agony of it still haunted him. To be shell-shocked was to be publicly branded a coward, a man unfit to be mentioned in the same breath as the soldier with a missing limb or shot-away jaw. A shame, a disgrace. Not an honourable wound, but the mark of failure as a man. He himself had been caged with the screaming, shaking, pathetic remnants of humanity in a clinic that kept them shut firmly away from the public eye, until Dr. Fleming had rescued him. He made a point not to look back again. After examining the oddities that decorated the pub and counting the number of diners, Rutledge set himself the task of cataloguing from memory the framed photographs in the priest's house. But none of those he could call to mind seemed important enough to require a codicil to a will. Certainly most of them would go, along with the rest of his possessions, to Father James's surviving sister, who would cherish those of the family and perhaps pass on a few to Father James's friends, as was right. Gifford had already indicated that Mrs. Weymouth knew nothing about any bequest. But if the photograph wasn't in the desk, it must surely be somewhere. There was no reason why Walsh, or anyone else, should wish to steal it. However, there might be, perhaps, some way to jog a memory the housekeeper wasn't aware she had. That would have to wait until tomorrow. Unwillingly aware of the occasional quiet laughter coming from the table by the window where the dark-haired woman sat, Rutledge felt a sense of depression settle around him, and he fought against it without any help from Hamish. Rutledge was more than halfway through his roast chicken when the woman sitting by the window got up from her table and walked toward him. He thought for an instant she was coming to speak to him, and had nearly risen to his feet when he realized that her eyes were fixed on something behind him. He turned. The man in the corner was shaking like a leaf in the wind, his shoulders jerking with it. The woman crossed to him and sat on the bench opposite him. Reaching out, she caught his hands before he could hide them again and began to speak to him. Rutledge, watching, had the feeling it was not the first time she'd done this. Something in her voice, whether the words or simply the sound, had a calming effect, and for a moment Rutledge thought she had actually stemmed the tide of whatever it was that drove the man into such a frenzy of trembling. He was just turning away again when the man surged abruptly to his feet, with such force that he overturned the bench on which he sat. The unexpected clatter of the wood on the floor stopped conversation in its tracks. Every head turned toward the man and the woman, and he stood there, like a hare caught in the headlamps, unable to move. His eyes were shocked, almost beyond seeing. Rutledge rose and strode forward, reaching the man and taking his shoulder in a firm grip. The man flinched away, and the woman said sharply, but in a voice that didn't carry beyond the three of them, "Leave him alone. He's done nothing to you." Rutledge ignored her. He said to the trembling man, whose face had turned away toward the wall, "All right, soldier, let's get some air." It was the timbre of his voice that got through, an officer's voice, steady and assured. For a long moment the tableau was unbroken, the furious woman, the man in the throes of a breakdown, and the outsider who had interfered. And then it altered, dissolving into movement, the woman stepping aside, lips tightly shut and eyes worried, and Rutledge seeming to walk away without looking back, his shoulders as ramrod straight as if he still wore a uniform. An officer expected a soldier to obey. Unquestioned loyalty to rank was the hallmark of training. Rutledge drew on that now. Hamish said, "He won't follow. He's beyond heeding." Rutledge had taken no more than 2 strides when the man moved away from the fallen bench, and with Rutledge just ahead of him, almost a shield, walked through the gauntlet of staring eyes and through the door out into the night. The woman, her face pale with distress, followed. Outside, Rutledge didn't stop until he was well away from the Pelican's door, nearly to the quay. In the darkness of the waterside, he stood staring out to sea, not looking at the man who had stopped some little distance from him. Then he said, as if addressing a comrade, "There's a wind coming up, but it's a beautiful night still." The man just behind him cleared his throat. "Thank you," he said roughly, as if finding it hard to speak. He hesitated. "There were too many people in there." Claustrophobia. Rutledge knew it all too well. "Yes. Suddenly I couldn't breathe. I thought I was dying, but I never do, worse luck." There was almost a lightness in the words that belied their intensity. But Rutledge felt sure the man meant them. He had himself, on more than one occasion, fraught with panic. "In the war, were you?" It was a common enough question, but the man flinched. "For a time," he said, and then he walked away, unsteady but strongly, as if wanting to be alone more than he needed human companionship. The woman, watching the scene, said, "He was in the war. He was a sniper." She flung out the last word, as if daring Rutledge to say anything, daring him to condemn. Rutledge said, "Snipers saved my life any number of times, and the lives of my men. Why should I find that so terrible?" "Everyone else does." Her voice was bitter. He tried to see her face, but it was hidden. The lights from the Pelican barely touched her hair, like a pale halo behind her head. "Why?" "He shot from ambush. It wasn't very gallant. It was assassination, if you will. Not the thing, you know." Her voice altered, twisting the words, as if she was quoting someone. He heard an echo, he thought, of Lord Sedgwick in them, but couldn't be sure. "He killed from ambush, yes, it's true," Rutledge answered her tersely. "Such men took out the machine-gunners when we couldn't. They could move in the night as silently as a snake or fox, waiting for their chance, then making their shot. Some of the other men weren't too pleased about what they did. I suppose it must have seemed unsportsmanlike. But I can tell you they were life when we expected to die." She said, surprised, "You're a policeman. I expected you to condemn what he'd done as tantamount to murder." "Was it murder?" He looked out across the dark, silent marshes, listening for the sea. "I suppose it was," he said tiredly. "Those men were deadly. They seldom missed. The German gunners never had a chance. A good many of our snipers were Scots, with years of stalking behind them. Others had a knack for silence, for stealth. They were brave, very brave, to do what they did. I never judged them." His own father judged Peter Henderson. Alfie Henderson was one of Father James's failures. He never forgave his son, not even on his deathbed, even though Father James begged him to heal the breach between them. I think Alfie would have been happier if Peter had never come home from France. He believed that being a sniper had brought dishonour to the family name. Rutledge swore under his breath. It was often that way. People at home, soldiers' families in particular, seldom understood what war was all about. Their gallant men marched away in crisp uniforms, caps at a jaunty angle, flags flying, and went to France to kill the Hun. How that was done never seemed quite as clear. Young men in the filthy trenches were not likely to write to their mothers or their young wives and tell the truth. War was neither dashing nor colourful nor honourable. It was simply bloody and terrible. Even the government had entered into the conspiracy of silence for as long as it dared. Wearily he tried to explain. The Germans actually trained soldiers as snipers. Did you know that? They had schools to teach their best shots. We quite cleverly used whomever we could find. Hamish was saying something, but Rutledge didn't hear it. The woman in front of him was also speaking. He caught the last of that. Wasn't given his job back after the war. No one else in Osterley will hire him. He's nearly destitute and won't accept help. Father James believed, but now that he's dead, Mrs. Barnett and the vicar try to see that Peter is fed. But he doesn't want pity. Her voice cracked, and she added, It's never the evil people, is it, who suffer? It's always the lonely ones who are already afraid. She turned on her heel, going back into the Pelican to rejoin her party. Not hungry any more, Rutledge stood there for a time in the darkness of the October night, and then walked back to the hotel. He would settle his bill in the morning. When he came into the lobby, Rutledge was greeted by Mrs. Barnett. She gestured toward the small parlour. "You have a visitor, Inspector." "A visitor?" he repeated, his mind still on the darkness he'd just left, on Peter Henderson and Father James. "Miss Connaught." He brought his attention back to the present. "Ah, thank you, Mrs. Barnett." With a nod he walked past the stairs into the small parlour. As he opened the door, Priscilla Connaught got to her feet and faced him, as if facing the hangman. "I saw you with Lord Sedgwick the other morning, and then I was told you had gone back to London. Is it finished, then, the reward paid, and the case of Father James's death finally closed?" She looked as if she hadn't slept, dark rings under her eyes and a nervous tick at the corner of her mouth. The handsome dark blue suit she wore seemed nearly black, emphasizing her pallor. Rutledge recalled what she had told him, that with Father James dead she herself had no reason to live. He wondered what she did each day when not absorbed in her anger. Did she read, write letters to friends, or sit and stare out at the marshes, waiting for something that would never come? Peace, perhaps? He answered with some care. "I went to London on other business. As far as I know, the probe into Matthew Walsh's movements hasn't been completed. There has been no mention of passing out a reward, not in my hearing." "Oh!" She seemed shaken, as if she had been so very certain that she hadn't thought beyond the need to find out if she was right. Rutledge, studying her face, thought, "She's in worse straits than Peter Henderson." Father James was an obsession she couldn't live without, like a drug, only far more deadly. Hamish said, "Aye, but there's naught to be done. You cannot stop the investigation." Rutledge gestured to the chair she had risen from, but she shook her head, and then, as if her legs wouldn't support her any longer, she sank back into the seat. "Do you know Lord Sedgwick well, Miss Connaught?" "Lord Sedgwick? Hardly at all. I have met his son Edwin, but that must be close to 16 or 17 years ago now." She sounded distracted, as if only half her mind was on what she was saying. "Here in Osterley," Rutledge persisted, keeping to a neutral topic. "No. Edwin sometimes stayed with a family I knew in London. He was little more than a boy at the time, and I didn't like him very much." "Why not?" "He was very easily bored and more than a little selfish. He'd lost his mother, and everyone rather spoiled him. But I've heard that he turned out rather well. He was on someone's staff at the peace conference last spring." "And Arthur?" "I know him by sight, of course, but we've never met. Like his father, he was married to an American woman. I did meet her once. At a vicarage tea I'd been persuaded to attend. One of those sweet girls with little to say for herself, and unbelievably pretty. They spent most of the year in Yorkshire and seldom came to Osterley. Later I heard that she died." She was beginning to breathe more regularly now, finding it easier to carry on a polite conversation. The intensity that had held her on the edge of breakdown was draining away, and in its place was a precarious control again. "Lord Sedgwick was concerned about the brakes on your motor car. He rather enjoys playing lord of the manor, and I've good reason to thank him for that. His chauffeur rescued me once when I'd lost my way and run out of petrol." As if realizing that she was steadier, she asked again, "Are you sure? Have you told me the whole truth about Walsh?" Her eyes begged him for an honest answer. "Yes." he said gently. "I have no reason to lie to you." And yet he thought he had. She'd been distraught enough to do something foolish before she'd reasoned out the consequences. "Aye," Hamish said. "It wouldna do to have her blood on your hands." She stood up again. "I must be on my way." "Whatever rumours you hear," Rutledge told her, "come to me and I'll tell you the truth. I give you my word." Priscilla Connaught took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I'm not sure I can believe you. I don't know. I can't somehow think straight. It might be a good idea to speak to Dr. Stevenson, someone you trust." She laughed, a hollow and mirthless sound. "There's not much a medical doctor can do for a shattered life." "I wish you would tell me what Father James—" Priscilla Connaught shook her head with finality. "It had nothing to do with his death, only with his life, and that's finished, over and done with." She looked around, saw her purse on the table, and as she picked it up, spoke again. "I've lain awake at night, wondering who could have murdered him. If there was someone else he'd treated as cruelly as he'd treated me, I think I'd be happier believing that than in the story of a thief." Then she turned toward Rutledge again. "Thank you for your concern, Inspector," she said with great poise, as if they'd spent an evening in pleasant conversation and she was leaving the party. "You've been quite kind." And with that, she wished him a good night and walked past him out the door. Another of Father James's failures, he thought, watching the door close behind her. Like Peter Henderson's father. How many were there? Mrs. Barnett was still in the office when Rutledge came back to the lobby and paused by the desk. "Yes, Inspector," she said, looking up. "I'm told that Mr. Sims, Frederick Gifford, and Father James dine together from time to time. Did they come here?" "Yes, about twice a month, generally. Occasionally it would be just Father James and the vicar. I've always looked forward to having them come. They were no trouble at all, and I'd enjoy chatting with them when I brought their tea to the lounge." The memory of that caught her for a moment. "It's not easy running this hotel on my own. I have so little time for anything else. It was almost like having friends drop by, because they would tell me about a book I might enjoy reading, or where someone they knew had been travelling, or even a bit of news from London that I hadn't heard. My husband knew all of them quite well, you see, and in a small way it brought him back to me for just a little while. Something to look forward to. It was a gratification Rutledge did not have. And he had, after a fashion, come to terms with the fact that how he lived today, on the edge of breakdown and exhaustion, would be a pattern he could expect in his tomorrows. It was not self-pity, whatever Hamish drummed into his head, but acceptance, the price of living with himself. Mrs. Barnett hesitated on the point of wishing him a good night. Instead, he asked, "Would you give me the name of the young woman who is also staying here?" Something altered in her face. "I'm sorry, Inspector. She's a guest here, and you must ask her yourself." Hamish said, "It's no unusual for a hotel to guard the privacy of a woman travelling alone." Rutledge, inexplicably angry, as if accused of a breach of manners, said curtly, "It's a matter of police business, Mrs. Barnett, not personal interest." The words were hardly out of his mouth before he regretted them. But it was too late to recall them. Mrs. Barnett stared at him as if she didn't believe him. Then she replied stiffly, "Her name is Trent, Inspector." He didn't hear what else she was saying, something about Somerset. "Is her first name Mariana?" "She's registered as May Trent." But May was often a diminutive for Mary. The Queen, Mary, was called May by her family. Had Gifford known Mariana Trent was staying in Osterley? He'd chosen not to tell Rutledge that. Or was he trying to make sure that Rutledge didn't go in search of the woman? "You didna ask," Hamish informed him. The next morning Rutledge found Inspector Blevins already in his office at the station. A letter lay open on the blotter in front of him. He looked up as a constable ushered Rutledge into the room and nodded. "I hope your morning has been fairer than mine," Rutledge said. "The scissor sharpener?" "Yes, a man named Bolton. He swears Walsh was with him the night the priest was murdered. It won't be easy to pry the truth out of him, if there is any truth to be had. I've another bit of bad news. The London police believe they found the body of Iris Kenneth in the Thames. The woman who kept the lodgings where Iris Kenneth lived was satisfied enough to sell her belongings for whatever they might bring." Blevins was staring at him. "When was she found?" "A week ago. 2 days before you picked up Walsh." "Damn!" Blevins leaned back in his chair. "It's like dealing with a will-o'-the-wisp. You no sooner think you have your hands on the truth when it evaporates like morning fog." "Do you think Walsh might have killed her to shut her up?" "God knows. There's no real evidence to support murder. She may have killed herself, or someone else may have put her into the water. I did ask Mrs. Rollings about an old pair of men's shoes. She couldn't believe that Iris Kenneth had ever owned anything of the kind." Blevins reached for the letter he tossed aside. "Read this." It was a statement from the cart-maker. One Matthew Walsh had contracted with him for a new cart on 31st August 1919 and had paid on account until the agreed-upon sum had been reached. The last payment, 4 days after Father James's death, was in small notes and coins. The problem was, the other 3 payments had been as well. "It's a conspiracy, that's what it is," Blevins went on sourly. "Standing by each other, the cart-maker, the scissors-sharpener, Walsh. I don't know what to believe." "It's odd, isn't it, for a scissors-sharpener to be friendly with a strong man who frequents bazaars and small fairs? They aren't of the same class. One is an itinerant peddler, the other a showman of sorts." "Yes, I'd thought about that. But there's a connection, in fact. The 2 men were in the same unit in the war. War changes things." "It did. You learned to trust a man, not because of what he had been in civilian life, but for what kind of soldier he made. Whether your life was in safe hands when you went over the top, or whether he was likely to get you killed. Which could matter enough for this man Bolton to lie for him," Hamish was saying. "Or Bolton might have been standing watch the night of the murder." "It might well have been Bolton's shoe print out by the lilac bushes," Rutledge said aloud. "I'd considered that. I don't think I could prove it, not without the shoe he was wearing at the time. But there's a possibility all the same. Witnesses saw Bolton any number of times that day, but no one saw Walsh. Bolton claims he came in just after dusk. Could be the truth." "What does Walsh say?" "What do you expect? He was happy to claim it was true and demanded to be released at once." Inspector Blevins's lips twisted in a bitter smile. "As for helping us with our inquiries, I've pried more information from a razor clam." Rutledge asked, "If Walsh isn't your man, for whatever reason, where will you look next?" Blevins said grimly, "I bloody well don't know. I'd already looked at the good people of Osterley before Walsh turned up as a likely suspect. And there was nothing I could find that made any sense. Nothing that pointed to someone wanting to murder Father James. Theft was the most likely reason for what happened, and Walsh was the most likely thief. But it's early days yet. I've yet to hear from the War Office. We're still tracking Walsh's movements, and I'm going to crack Bolton's alibi if I can. Early days," he said again, as if to convince himself. "Do you know a Priscilla Connaught?" "Yes. She lives alone out by the marshes, and seldom mixes with anyone in Osterley, as far as I know." "She's a member of St. Anne's." "So are 50 other people. 60. Blevins leaned forward, his elbows on the blotter. "My money is still on Walsh, until I'm satisfied that there's no earthly chance he's guilty." He looked at Rutledge, pain in his face. "I've told you before, I want the killer to be a stranger. I don't want it to be anyone I know. I don't want to think that any member of St. Anne's parish Any friend of mine, any neighbour, any enemy, for that matter, could murder a priest. And yet, Hamish said, he was killed. Rutledge said, "It would be easier to watch a stranger hang." Blevins shook his head. "I'll watch the murderer hang. It won't matter to me if I know his face or not. It isn't the hanging that I can't live with. It's the thought that someone I have seen every day in Osterley is capable of such a crime." He regarded Rutledge for a moment. "You're not a Catholic. You may not see this the way I do." "I don't see that being a Catholic has anything to do with it." He refused to be drawn beyond that. The inspector looked away, his eyes moving on to the high, soot-streaked ceiling as if searching for answers there. "Murder isn't finished by killing. That's what I've learned in this business. It's just the beginning. A death opens doors that are better left shut. I'm a very good policeman. I do my duty and I mind my town like a bitch watching her pups. I see that people live in safety and in peace, if not in harmony. And the harmony is gone now." Against his will, Rutledge said, "What do you know about Peter Henderson?" Blevins' eyes came back to him. "Peter? I don't think he's capable of killing anyone ever again." There was a pause. "But his shoes are old and worn. And Father James did his best to heal the breach with Peter's father. When he couldn't, he tried to make Peter swallow his pride and go to the old man and beg forgiveness, if only to be accepted back into the family at the end. They, Father James and Peter, quarrelled about that, publicly, down on the quay. You could probably make a good case for Peter Henderson, but I don't want to. The poor devil's suffered enough." Rutledge retrieved his motor car from the hotel and drove to Old Point Road, his destination the rectory. Mrs. Weiner, surprised to see him, opened the door wide and said, "Come in, sir. Has there been any news?" "No, I'm afraid not. I wanted to ask you—" From the kitchen came an old voice saying, "Who is it, Ruth? Is it Tommy?" "It's the policeman from London, dear." She turned back to Rutledge, apologetic. "It's Mrs. Beeling. She's come for a cup of tea and a gossip, in the kitchen." "I won't keep you," Rutledge began, but the housekeeper shook her head. "No, come along back if you don't mind. She's not well, and I don't like leaving her alone too long." He followed Mrs. Weiner down the passage to the kitchen. The woman at the table was swathed in shawls, as if she felt cold. Her gnarled fingers closed around a cup of tea, and her clouded eyes turned toward the door. "That's not Tommy," she stated, regarding Rutledge with obvious suspicion. "Tommy Beeling is her grandson," Mrs. Weiner said in explanation to Rutledge. "No, Martha, it's the policeman from London, Inspector Rutledge." The old eyes sharpened. "Oh, aye?" Mrs. Beeling nodded her head almost regally, as if welcoming Rutledge to her own house. "The one come to find out who killed our priest?" Feeling as if he weren't there, Rutledge bade her a good morning and then turned back to Mrs. Weiner. She was saying, "Tommy, that's her grandson, drops her off here for a little visit on his way to market. Martha used to speak to Father James for 10 minutes or so, and then we'd have our tea here in the kitchen." She gestured toward the kettle on the stove. "The water's still hot, sir, if you'd care to have a cup. I could bring it to you in the parlour." "Thank you, no. I do need to ask you a question, and then I'll be on my way, if Mrs. Beeling doesn't mind." Martha Beeling didn't. In point of fact, she was delighted to be a witness. Rutledge asked, "The photographs that Father James kept about the house, do you recognize the people in all of them?" "As to recognizing," Mrs. Weiner said doubtfully, "no, I can't say that. But I knew who most of them were. His parents, of course, his sister and her husband, the brother and sister that died, Monsignor Alston, friends from the seminary. He'd point them out sometimes when I was dusting and say to me, 'Ruth, I've just had a letter from John there, and he's taking up a church in Gloucestershire.' Or he'd heard that one or another had gone to Rome or to Ireland. It was like family, you know, the way they kept up with each other. Was there a photograph of anyone whose name he never gave you? Someone he never identified for you? I wasn't one to pry, sir. He told me what he wished to tell me. I never asked. She bristled a little, as if he had questioned her integrity. If you're meaning that photograph that Mr. Gifford was looking for, I don't know which it could be. Hamish said, You must tread with care. Yon lawyer will na wish for you to make too much of the bequest. And not in front of the inquisitive Mrs. Beeling. Rutledge patiently explained. I'm looking for information, you see, about Father James, about the people he knew and trusted and cared about. Not only the seminary and his family, but individuals as well. A soldier he'd befriended at the front. A woman he'd known long before he became a priest. Nothing suspicious or doubtful, only a personal memory that he'd kept to himself. You're welcome to see for yourself. The truth is, after Mr. Gifford left, I thought about it a good bit, and there's nothing out of the ordinary. He tried another possibility. Do you know a Miss Trent? The lady at the hotel? Oh, yes, sir. She's called on Father James a time or two. The man she was to marry, he was killed in the war, and she's finishing the book he'd begun, as a memorial, so to speak. It's all about what's to be found in old churches, misericords, brasses, pew ends, baptismal panels, that sort of thing. Before he went off to France, her young man had written all the book except the chapter on Norfolk. As you'd expect, Father James knew the history of any number of the churches up here in the north, and was helping her. Suddenly enlightened, Rutledge remembered that Lord Sedgwick had referred to May Trent as having a religious bent. He could understand why such a mistake had been made if she spent so much of her time visiting churches. Mrs. Beeling spoke up. You're speaking of that pretty lady who was here to tea once when I came. Very kind she was, asking after my Tommy. To Rutledge, she said, Tommy nearly lost a leg in the war. He still limps something fierce. The bone's not knitting right. And that carried her to a new train of thought. You was the policeman in the motor car t'other day with Lord Sedgwick. Tommy was taking me to the doctor, and he said he saw the inspector with his lordship, but I took it to mean Inspector Blevins, and that made no sense at all. Why not? Rutledge asked. His lordship's far above taking up Inspector Blevins. Proud man like his father, and he was as mean as they come. My grandmother was parlour-maid to the Chastains, that lived in the hall before the first Lord Sedgwick took it over. When she married the coachman, they was given a grace and favour cottage in the village for life. No such thing when I married my Ted. Head gardener, Ted was, and the old lord, Ralph, this un's father, he knew the gatehouse cottage was coming open, and he never said a word. But this un's wife, she tried to make up for it, and was kind enough to give me a brooch to wear on my wedding day. The old woman fumbled in her shawls, and held out a lovely little enamelled brooch, a hunting scene of hounds and horsemen over a fence after the fox. That's an American hunt, that is, not one of ours. See the fence? Wood railings. You can tell by the fence. She had remembered exactly what she'd been told about the little brooch, and it was a prized possession, one she wore when calling on friends. Rutledge admired it, and she beamed with pleasure. Then, as class-conscious in her own way as any member of the aristocracy, she added spitefully, They both married Americans, you know. The present lord and his son Arthur. Couldn't find no titled English lady that would have them, smelling as they did of London trade. It wasn't old money, you see. She glanced at Mrs. Wayner's pursed lips. Well, I should say the present lord found himself a well-born bride over there, and she was very kind. Died of her appendix, she did. Mr. Arthur's was a love match, they tell me. He went one summer to visit his cousins on his mother's side, and fell in love with one of them. She ended triumphantly. And I met that one too, a pretty little thing, shy as a violet. But Ralph's wife, Charlotte I think her name was long dead when he was given the title. Just as well. They say she was no better than she ought to be. A Londoner, she was." Mrs. Weiner threw an apologetic glance at Rutledge and said, "Now then, Martha, let me warm up your tea." She rinsed the pot and turned to lift the kettle, pouring the steaming water over fresh leaves. But Mrs. Beeling was delighted with a new audience. "Arthur's wife is the one that drowned, on that ship that went down. She ran off from Arthur, they say, though no one knows quite why, except that he was away in France, racing whenever he could, and she must have been lonely, out in the middle of nowhere like she was." "Here in East Sherham?" Rutledge asked, encouraging her. "Lord love you, not here. They lived over to Yorkshire, where Arthur had bought a house after the marriage. He never got along with his brother Edwin. I wondered if Edwin didn't care for his sister-in-law more than he should. The story was, he'd head to Yorkshire on that motorcycle of his as soon as Arthur set out for France. Both were motorcycle mad one time or another. Noisy, smelly machines to my mind. Edwin still has one. I've seen it." Mrs. Weiner brought the fresh pot of tea and added more small cakes to a plate. "Now help yourself, Martha, and I'll just see the inspector out."
This ends side 2 of cassette 5 of Watchers of Time. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 6. Watchers of Time. Cassette 6.
Mrs. Beeling was still enjoying herself. "I don't quite know why he took you up in his car," she added, returning to more recent events, perplexed. "Unless it was to hand over the reward money he put up for that Father James's murderer." "As far as I know, there's been no reward given to anyone," Rutledge said. She nodded sagely. "I'm in two minds about yon strong man. I was at the bazaar, and he never exchanged more than a word with Father James, and him decorated like a clown." "But he was in this house this afternoon," Mrs. Weiner said earnestly. "I found the strong man wandering about inside this house." She cast a resigned glance in Rutledge's direction. "That's what alerted Inspector Blevins to look for him." "Yes, and a dozen other people were in here as well. I saw Lord Sedgwick's son come to have a lie down when his back was paining him. I asked him if I might bring him a glass of water, and he said thank you, but no. There was also the doctor's wife to put a plaster on Mrs. Cullen's cut finger, and—" "The Sedgwicks were at the bazaar?" Rutledge asked, although he knew they were, but Mrs. Beeling seemed to have perfect recall. "Osterley doesn't have a lord, you see," Mrs. Beeling explained graciously, "though there's always been good blood here, the Cullens and the Giffords and so on, but there's no title. Still, the family does try to make an appearance on special days, and that's as it should be." She nodded. The Sedgwicks were not old money, but they were still money. "As for Arthur, he's in terrible pain, they say, but he can get about. He'd come down for the fete and stayed on for that Herbert Baker's funeral." "He was at Herbert Baker's funeral?" The garrulous old woman had given Rutledge more information in a quarter of an hour than anyone else had done in several days of asking questions. "Of course he was. Herbert Baker had been his father's coachman, and then driven Arthur's wife about in the motor car until her death." Rutledge turned to Mrs. Weiner and said, "If you don't mind, I'll take you up on the offer of a cup of tea." She wasn't pleased to serve him in the kitchen, and, as it turned out, he wasted the next quarter of an hour. Whatever her sources were for the gossip she had freely dispensed, Rutledge discovered that Mrs. Beeling had nothing more of interest to tell him, except that she most certainly had her own opinion on why Herbert Baker had seen two priests shortly before he died. "When you're old, things begin to prey on your mind," she told him affably, as if from personal knowledge. You wake up in the night, dwelling on what was done or left undone. And it seems far worse in the darkness than it ever was in the light, until you take to brooding on it more often than's good for you. You take to worrying that it's too late to make amends. I know myself, sometimes it weighs heavily on me, the things I've said and done. There's nights when my bones are aching and I can't sleep, and I'd even bow down to those heathen idols that his lordship has in his garden if I thought it might clear my mind. The watchers of time. Rutledge said, "But what had Herbert Baker done that made him send for the vicar and the priest?" "Who's to say? But I heard he's the one who let Arthur's wife step out of the motor car in King's Lynn, and then went off to get himself drunk while she was speaking with the shopkeepers about a birthday party. Only she never visited the shops. She went instead to the station and took the next train to London and disappeared, until the ship went down and they discovered the poor lady had been aboard." It made sense. Hamish, listening to the nuances behind the words, agreed. Guilt might have tormented Herbert Baker, who had the gift of loyalty. Not a sin of commission, but instead failure to do one's duty for a single hour. His drinking couldn't have set in motion any of the events that had followed. All the same, he might have bitterly blamed himself for them. If I had been there, if I hadn't been drinking, if I had minded my duty, was that what lay on a dying man's conscience, driving him to try to buy himself absolution in two faiths? Chapter 14. Rutledge, driving back to the hotel, told himself that Herbert Baker was proving to be a dead end, but the bequeathed photograph was still elusive. He braked to a slow pace behind a wain piled high with hay. Rutledge was beginning to wonder if the killer hadn't taken it with him. Did that explain the ransacking of the desk? But what would Walsh, or his accomplice for that matter, want with a photograph? How would they have known it even existed? And what earthly value did it have? And if it did have value, why had Father James made a sudden decision to leave it to May Trent? Why, when he could have given it to her on the same day he'd brought that carefully crafted paragraph into the solicitor's office and asked to add a codicil to his will? The wain reached the turning for Gull Street and the Shoreham Road, and began to swing wide to plot around the sharp corner. Abruptly, without any warning, Rutledge found himself locked in an angry exchange with Hamish. It had nothing to do with the discussion in the rectory kitchen. Not directly. It was instead an accusing and angry personal indictment. "I canna ken why you're so keen on proving yon inspector wrong. Are ye sae certain the strong man is innocent? When you walk away frae this town, you leave behind raw wounds that willna heal as swiftly as yon hole in your chest. It's a cruel thing to stir up secrets to no purpose. You were sae set on Herbert Baker's confession as the key to this death, and now the old woman has explained why it wasna any such thing. There are too many questions about Walsh. If he killed the priest, it had nothing to do with the bazaar money. I'd wager a month's pay on that. And I can't go over Blevins' head and ask the War Office for information about where Walsh served. But that will have to be dealt with one way or another before we can discuss guilt or innocence. I cannot see how a photograph is important. It may not be. That's a part of police work, too, to eliminate the variables. And when the photograph also turns into a wild-goose chase, you'll go back to London?" Rutledge said nothing. The wain lumbered into the turn, top-heavy and awkward. Two young boys along the road shouted at the driver and began to run after him, as if trying to overtake the wain, their laughter spilling out like silver threads. The team of great Norfolk horses pulling the wain ignored the rowdy pair, heads down and shoulders into their harness. Rutledge watched them, concentrating on shutting out the voice in his head. But Hamish was not to be put off. "You willna see it, but you're running from your cell. You couldna find peace in your sister's house, you couldna find peace in your flat, and then you couldna find peace at the yard. And you willna leave Norfolk because there's nowhere else to go. You're afraid, because in hospital you discovered a fierce will to live. Rutledge answered grimly, I've been shot before. Aye, that's as may be. Piddling wounds that didn't require more than bandaging at the aid station or a dram of whisky. This was very different. It left its mark. Why are ye so afraid of living? Rutledge realized that the motor car had not moved, and the wain was nearly out of sight down the Sherham road. He drove on past the intersection and pulled into a tiny lane that ran between two houses. There he put the gears in neutral, set the brake, and leaned back to rub his hands over his face, as if to erase the emotion there. It was something he had tried to shut out from Hamish, but the Scot, used to burrowing deep into his secrets, had ferreted it out. In truth, it had little to do with Scotland. On the night of his second surgery, he had heard the doctors telling Francis that the odds were against him. He might not survive going under the knife. Too close, to be sure, one of them had said, and he had listened to Francis's voice in his drugged state halfway between consciousness and sleep. "He won't leave me alone," she said fiercely. "He won't." And then someone had leaned over his bed, hovering in what appeared to be a mist, but was only the anaesthetic taking hold. At the time, it had given the white hair and the kind face an insubstantial air, as if half-dreamed. "There's nothing to fear, son, whatever happens. But if you want to live, he'll listen, be sure of it." The South Country voice, speaking softly in Rutledge's ear, was confident, serene. After that, the darkness had come down, and there had been no pain, only peace. It was not until many hours later that Rutledge had come back, in worse pain, to wakefulness. It had startled him to find himself alive, and he had been terrified that he'd begged to live when he had no right at all. Much later, Francis had brought the corpulent little clergyman in to meet him. The doctors, Rutledge learned, had sent for the man to offer comfort to her if her brother died. In the light of day, Mr. Crossan was neither insubstantial nor half-dreamed, but a practical and straightforward rector who regarded the patient with sharp blue eyes and said, "Well then, Mr. Rutledge, I'm glad to see you know your own mind." It was far from the solace that Mr. Crossan had intended. Instead, it had shaken Rutledge as deeply as the lines of sleeplessness on Francis's face, and it confused him as well. All his energies for so very long had been concentrated on dying, and to live was something he couldn't be, prepared for. "Oh, aye? Was that it, then?" Hamish asked derisively. "Most men would have been glad to live to see an end to the case. You went to hospital and buried your head in sand. You went back to work to bury your head in sand. And you stay here in Norfolk to bury it again." "What do you want from me?" Rutledge said tiredly. Listening to gulls call from the direction of the harbour, he tried to defend his answer, but their wild laughter distracted him. "You know that Blevins needs to sort out this murder." "Oh, aye, a training programme for the local constabulary, is it?" Rutledge nearly lost his temper, but Hamish got there before him. "You're the man with a fine understanding of people, they say. Can you no understand yoursel? Do you think I wanted ye to die? No, like yon Connaught woman, I havena any wish for you to die. No until I'm ready. In France, God wouldna have you, and he doesna want you now, but I do." Had he wanted to live? Rutledge asked himself as he put the motor car into gear once more and took off the brake. There was no honest answer to that. There hadn't been for 3 weeks, and Hamish fell ominously silent as they passed a turning for Water Street and slowed for Trinity Lane. Rutledge made the turn into Trinity Lane and pulled the motor car into the web of shadows cast by a tree just by the churchyard wall. Switching off the motor, he sat back against his seat for a moment before stepping out into the light breeze that tempered the sun's warmth. From the churchyard, where he walked deep in thought, he could just catch the glimmer of the sea, struck by the sun and bright enough to hurt the eyes. Seagulls were wheeling above the tower like white rooks, their hoarse cries almost human. He found he was listening to them instead, not wanting to think, not wanting to feel. And then a woman called to him from the north porch of the church. "There you are, Inspector," she said, as if she had waited there for half an hour or more for him to arrive. "I thought you'd forgotten." He turned toward the church, where May Trent was crossing the grassy churchyard toward him. "You had said something this morning about wanting to speak with me." Rutledge had said nothing of the sort, but as she moved away from the north porch, a man followed her out of the church. It was Edwin Sedgwick. Her face was toward Rutledge, and there was a pleading smile on it. It made her look young and vulnerable. "Yes, I have to apologize for being late," Rutledge said immediately, removing his hat and standing there by the first row of gravestones, penitent. Edwin Sedgwick moved gracefully in Miss Trent's wake, and she turned slightly to introduce the two men. They shook hands. Sedgwick was saying, "I'd heard that you're assisting Inspector Bevins. Any luck with the investigation into Walsh's background? I had to drive my brother to London yesterday. I haven't heard the latest news." "We've come up with a few pieces of information that seem to point in his direction," Rutledge responded. "You knew Father James, I think?" "We weren't congregants at St. Anne's, but of course everyone came to the bazaar. My father was offering a prize in the children's games. Looking back on it, it seems to me that Walsh was affable enough, minding his own business, and something of a success with the ladies. Hard to believe he was the sort to come back later and murder anyone, much less Father James." The sun was in his face, the cold grey eyes warmed by concern. "Was there anyone else there that day who might have had words with the priest, or showed any signs of unusual interest in the rectory?" "On the contrary, as far as I could tell, it was an orderly crowd, and the amusement seemed to keep them entertained. The afternoon appeared to be very busy, and I think Father James was pleased." He frowned as he tried to remember. "There was one skinned knee, as I recall, when some boys ran out to play among the graves. My father quickly put a stop to that, and Mrs. Weiner bound up the wound. My brother was in some pain because of his back, and shortly after that he asked my father to drive him home. I left with them." He turned to May Trent. "The famous bidding war began just after that." She laughed. "Oh, yes. Mrs. Gardner and Mrs. Cullen saw a picture at the White Elephant booth at exactly the same time. Father James finally had to ask them to draw lots. I thought it was clever of him." Sedgwick looked at his watch. "I must be going. Evans is waiting for me at the hotel, Inspector." He smiled at Miss Trent. "I'll speak to you another time." "Yes, indeed." She watched him stride briskly down the walk and turn toward Osterley as he went through the gates. Then she quietly apologized to Rutledge. "I'm so sorry. I was nearly desperate, and you came along just when I needed rescue." "What happened?" "He came looking for me in the church and asked me to have dinner with him in King's Lynn. I told him I had other plans for this evening, and he was just about to ask me about tomorrow night when I saw you out here. He's an attractive man and probably not used to rejection, but I'd rather not establish a precedent by accepting his invitations. It was such a relief to see you. Do you mind very much?" "Not at all. But surely you could have managed if I hadn't come along." With a lift of her chin, she said, "Yes, of course. But you see, Peter Henderson wasn't feeling well, and he was resting in one of the pews down by the altar screen where it was cool, wrapped in a blanket that the vicar keeps there for him. I didn't want Edwin Sedgwick to jump to conclusions." Her face turned a becoming shade of pink. Rutledge smiled, and it lighted his eyes. "I understand. Is there anything I can do for Henderson?" "If you could drop me at Dr. Stevenson's surgery, I'd be grateful. A headache powder would probably help him. He doesn't eat regularly, I'm afraid, in spite of our efforts to see that he does, and I suspect that's the root of the problem. I'll take you and then bring you back. No, please. Peter sometimes uses the church as sanctuary when it's cold or wet. He knows I go there often. It doesn't seem to bother him. But if you came in... Whatever seems best, he told her. They walked together toward the motor car, and she said, apropos of nothing, "You don't believe Matthew Walsh killed Father James, do you? I wonder why." He studied her face. "Why should you think that? A woman's intuition, I suppose, and the way you go on asking questions, as if you seem to be waiting for something. A mistake, a false step, I don't know. I have this rather uncomfortable feeling that one day, quite soon, you'll pounce." It was a very different attitude from Hamish's, and it made Rutledge feel ashamed. How did one touch the spirit to test its scars? The reasons a man did things, the unconscious pressures behind ordinary decisions. As he opened the door for her and went to crank the engine, Rutledge realized that he'd missed his chance to ask her about the photograph. Outside Dr. Stevenson's surgery, Rutledge stopped long enough for Miss Trent to thank him again, and then disappear through the waiting-room door. He pulled out again in the wake of a milk wagon, and was halfway down Water Street when he saw Blevins walking in the same direction. Blevins turned at the sound of a motor and recognized Rutledge at the wheel. He called out curtly, "You're a hard man to find when wanted." "I've been to speak to Mrs. Weiner again." A greengrocer's cart came up behind the motor car, the horse snorting uneasily at the smell and noise of the vehicle. Blevins said, "Don't clog traffic. I'll meet you on the quay." Rutledge nodded. He left the motor car in the hotel yard and walked out to the quay. Inspector Blevins was already standing there, staring down at the water. Sun streaked it as the tide trickled in. It was moving the narrow stream sluggishly now, but would do so with more method later. Blevins's shoulders were stiff, angry. Rutledge said, coming up to the other man, "What's happened?" The inspector turned, looking around to see if they could be overheard. "I hear you've been hobnobbing with the gentry." There was cold fury behind the words. "Lord Sedgwick? He invited me to lunch. I was interested in knowing why." "Did you find out?" "No. At least, I'm not sure," Rutledge answered truthfully. "What's that supposed to mean?" Rutledge held on to his temper. "Look, I don't know these people the way you do. I couldn't. I haven't lived here all my life. I have to depend on instinct to hear what lies behind their words. You never warned me off, Sedgwick, or anyone else." "Sedgwick put up the reward for Father James's killer. Did he tell you?" "Yes, he did. What difference does that make? Does it remove him from suspicion?" Blevins turned back to look at the marshes. His profile was set, hard. "I had asked the chief constable to speak to the yard about keeping you on here, and a chief superintendent by the name of Bowles agreed to it. Now I'm not sure I did the right thing." Suddenly, Rutledge could see through Blevins's fury. He resented the fact that the man from London with his polished airs had been treated with noticeable favouritism by the local gentry when he himself never had. "Sedgwick won't make any friends for you, I can tell you that," Blevins went on. "And if you have ambitions in London, it won't do you any good. He's not old money." "I never believed he was," Rutledge answered coldly. "And as for any favours he might do me, I choose my own friends and pick my own enemies." He let the words lie there, a challenge. Blevins looked at him again. "There was a rumour. The chief constable had heard that you came back from the war a broken man. Half the policeman you were, if that." Unspoken was the rest of what Blevins wanted to say. "You might be in need of patronage." But the words hung in the very air between the two men, accusatory and damning. Hamish was saying something, but Rutledge was intent on fighting his own battle. "I came back from the war broken by the waste of it," he told Blevins, his voice harsh. It was a bloody waste of lives, and we brought home nothing, to show for 4 years of dying in trenches not fit for swine. I asked no favours from anyone, and I received none. I did my job as well as I knew how, just as every other man back from the front tried to do his. No one gave me back my past, and no one will hand me my future. Whatever your grievance is with me now, it has nothing to do with the war, and nothing to do with my skills as a policeman." Blevins stared at him, then looked away, surprise in his eyes. Behind the thin face and the polite manner was a will stronger than he'd believed. "All right, I apologize." He took a deep breath. "I'm at my wit's end, that's what it is. Look, I have to put together, and damn soon, a sound enough case against Walsh that I can take to trial. Otherwise I have to let him go. We can't hold him forever on suspicion, and right now that's all I've got." Blevins took 2 quick steps away, and then turned back to Rutledge. "It's like chasing wraiths. Nothing can be nailed down." "Have you told him about Iris Kenneth's death?" "No. I find I can't stand the sight of the man. He's taken to sitting there smirking, like a damned gargoyle. One of my constables swears he'll choke Walsh into confessing." A twisted smile crossed his face. "Damn fool is half Walsh's weight." "Let me be the one to break the news." Blevins considered the offer. "All right. Come and talk to him, then. Nothing else is working. This is worth trying." They walked in silence back to the police station. There, Blevins gave the key to Rutledge and gestured in the direction of the small cell. When Rutledge unlocked the door, Walsh was sitting on the bed, a smile pinned to his face. That changed when he saw that it was not Blevins or one of his constables. A shadow of concern took its place. "What are you doing, standing there in the doorway like the trumpet of God?" Bravado in a deep voice. Hamish said, "He thinks you've come to take him to Norwich or London." It was a sharp observation. Rutledge said, "There's been an interesting development in your case." Walsh shoved himself to his feet, a big man with hands twice the size of Rutledge's. "And what might that be?" "Iris Kenneth." Surprise swept over Walsh's face. "What's she got to do with anything?" "We thought she might have been the person you left on watch under the lilacs. That clump of bushes is out of sight of the neighbours' windows. A clever place to stand and watch, in my opinion." "She never stood there, because I wasn't there. And if she told you she was, it's out of malice. She's a bitch. She's got it in for me because I didn't keep her on, that's what it is. I could wring her neck." Rutledge waited to a count of 10, watching the man's face. It was a thinking face, but not a cunning one. The strong man wasn't just muscle and brawn. He was capable of working out the ramifications of his position and dealing with the reality it represented. But he didn't appear to have that extra measure of slyness that sometimes cropped up in people of his ilk. As if in agreement, Hamish observed, "He's no one to lurk about in the shadows. He's been larger than most men all his life." And it was true. Walsh had probably never feared anyone or anything. Unlike a small man, whose wits were all that stood between him and the bullying, Walsh had never needed to bluster or bargain. His arrogance grew out of his certainty about himself in the scheme of things. Rutledge let his silence draw attention to itself. When something changed in Walsh's manner, less belligerent and more wary, he finally said, "Iris Kenneth is dead." "Did you kill her, too?" The shock was real. Walsh sucked in his breath, and there was a sudden tightness around his mouth, an incredulity that left him shaken with a realization that he might have fallen into a trap. "You're lying to me," he said, the deep bass voice rolling around the walls of the small cell like thunder overhead. "Why should I lie? I can take you to London tonight and show you her corpse, if it hasn't already been turned into a pauper's grave." "She's not dead. Iris had a way about her, a lively way, but she kept her wits about her, and she never— I don't believe you." With a shrug, Rutledge turned to leave. I don't really care whether you believe me or not. I'm not lying to you. She's dead. How? By what means? Walsh asked quickly, taking a step forward as if to stop Rutledge from leaving. Drowning, Rutledge said coldly. Not a pleasant way to go, surely. And he walked out of the cell, shutting the door behind him. Walsh was there as he turned the key in the lock. His fists pounded furiously against the door. Damn you! Come back here! But Rutledge walked away down the passage to Blevins' office, to the drumbeat of Walsh's fists battering on the door. As Rutledge walked into the office and dropped the key on the desk, Blevins said, What's that in aid of? He inclined his head toward the savage pounding. I don't see you've gained much of anything. Rutledge sat down in the chair across the cluttered desk from Blevins. I don't know who killed Iris Kenneth, he said, but I'd give you heavy odds that it wasn't Walsh. He could feel the weariness building up in him, the strain across his shoulders that came from depression and stress. Not that it matters. We're far from proving she was on the scene the night of the priest's murder. He had the opportunity, surely. We didn't pick him up until after the woman went into the river, from what you've told me of the timing. He had a reason to want her silenced. He could have taken a train to London, finished her off, and taken the next one back to Norfolk. And left his cart and his equipment with the scissors sharpener. That's possible. We should look into the trains. A man the size of Walsh would stand out. Other passengers might remember seeing him. It's best to be thorough, Rutledge agreed. Then he added, choosing his words, Something was said earlier about having to release Walsh if you didn't have incontrovertible proof. Perhaps, as a precaution, we might be well advised to look at other suspects. Warily, Blevins asked, Starting where? I was about to ask you that. I've told you, no one in Osterley had a reason to murder Father James. We won't know that with any certainty until Walsh is found guilty. Disconcerted, Blevins studied the Londoner. Do you really believe I'm wrong about Walsh? Rutledge answered indirectly. If you're forced to let Walsh walk out of here, will you still be convinced he was guilty? Blevins looked away, a long sigh expressing his frustration and uncertainty. His fingers toyed with the edge of the blotter, worrying a small tear in the corner. He was reluctant to give up any part of his authority, and equally reluctant to exercise it. This was his village, his people. To be seen rigorously investigating the private lives of those he lived with on a daily basis would bring their wrath down on his head. To let Rutledge usurp his position was an admission that he was not prepared to do it himself, for whatever reasons. Finally he told Rutledge, I don't want to know what you're doing, not at first. But when you think you've got something I should hear, then I want to hear it, however unpleasant it might be. Do you understand me? Rutledge agreed with grace, knowing that Blevins had crossed a line that would come back to haunt him. Hamish, in the back of Rutledge's mind, added silently, If the killer is no the strong man, you've made an enemy. And that was equally true. Down the passage the pounding had stopped, and Rutledge found the silence disturbed him. Blevins waited until Rutledge had reached the door to the street before asking, Where will you begin? After a moment, Rutledge answered, Where death begins, with the doctor who examined the body. As Rutledge stepped out into the lazy sunshine of the October morning, he heard Hamish clearly, as if the voice had just walked out of the police station at his heels, no more than 2 steps behind his left shoulder. There's no turning back, Hamish warned. If you're wrong, he willna let you live it down. But Rutledge answered, unaware that he'd spoken aloud. So be it. Chapter 15. Rutledge waited nearly 20 minutes in Dr. Stevenson's surgery before the nurse, Connie, summoned him and led the way to the small private office in the rear. Stevenson, looking at Rutledge over the tops of his glasses, said, "I'd heard you went back to London." He collected the sheets of paper he'd been reading and set them in a folder. "Blevins is a capable man. I can't quite see the need of someone from London looking over his shoulder. Most of the town feels satisfied that Walsh killed Father James, and if there's been any evidence to the contrary, I haven't heard about it. When a man travels the country as frequently as Matthew Walsh did, his movements aren't always easy to follow, and the timing on a given date can be critical," Rutledge answered without rancour, waiting to be offered the chair on his side of the desk. Stevenson nodded toward it, and Rutledge sat down. "Then what brings you here today?" "Walk lightly," Hamish warned. "I wasn't present when the body was found. I'd like to hear what you saw and noted at the scene." "I wrote everything down for Blevins. The next morning, in fact." "That's the official report. Well-considered medical opinion designed to stand up in court. What I'd like is your personal opinion. Whatever you felt and saw and thought, whether you could support it with fact or not." Stevenson leaned back in his chair. "I can't think why. It was a clear-cut case of violent death, no question about that." Rutledge rejoined mildly, "Still, you might provide a small piece of the puzzle that's been overlooked." Stevenson, a man used to judging people and tracking down the site of illness from small signs, considered Rutledge more sharply, his mind working swiftly behind the shield of his glasses. "You aren't suggesting that someone in Osterley—" Rutledge cut across what he was about to say. "For instance, Monsignor Holston tells me he was disturbed by the presence of something malignant and evil in that room. Mrs. Weiner, on the other hand, believes that the murder was motivated by revenge, but neither of them would write such impressions in an official report. Nor would you." Hamish was saying something, but Rutledge listened to the silence instead. Stevenson scratched his jaw, a rasping sound in the quiet of the room. "I can't say that I had an initial reaction, unless it was disbelief. The constable who came to fetch me told me that Father James was dead. I was short with him, saying that it was my business, not his, to make that determination. After we got to the rectory, I remember thinking that this vigorous, intelligent man seemed smaller in death than he was in life. But we were standing over Father James, rather than looking him in the eye as we usually did, which probably explained why he seemed diminished. There were half a dozen people in the room, and I could hear a woman sobbing somewhere down the passage, Mrs. Weiner, that was. After that, I was too busy to do more than note the circumstances." He stopped, looking back at the scene imprinted on his memory. Rutledge said, "Go on." "He was lying by the window, facing it, and partly on his left side, his left hand outflung and open, and I remember thinking that he couldn't have seen the attack coming. But Blevins was pointing out the destruction in the study, chairs overturned, papers and books scattered about, and suggesting that Father James had walked in on this confusion and then gone to the window to call for help. That's an old house, but the sashes work smoothly. I tested them myself. Still, even if Father James had been successful in attracting attention, it would have been too late. The bastard had found the opportunity he was looking for and struck hard. Nevertheless, the victim was facing the windows, and Blevins knows his business better than I do. Mine was to examine the body," Hamish said. "It wasn't proper, surely, to influence the doctor's view." "It's done often enough, setting the scene, as it were," Rutledge silently responded. "Human nature to pay heed to it." Stevenson took a deep breath and studied the ceiling. "There had been an emergency on one of the farms around 5 that same morning. I was tired, and Blevins was taking it hard. He was one of Father James's flock, as you probably know. I saw no reason to doubt what he was telling me. How did Blevins look to you?" "He was extremely angry, but his face was pale, his hands shaking. I thought it likely that he'd just vomited from the shock. He said 2 or 3 times, 'I can't understand killing a priest for a few pounds. I didn't think we held life as cheaply here as in London. or words to that effect. Tell me about the room. It had been ransacked. You must know that. I could hardly set a foot down without tramping on papers or books and the like. I looked for evidence of a struggle, but didn't find any. I said something to Blevins about that, as I remember. I'd always had the feeling that Father James could look after himself. I'd see him on the road on that bicycle of his at any hour of the day or night, and in any weather. I was surprised he hadn't made any effort to defend himself. Of course, that was before Blevins brought in Walsh. Aye, Hamish reminded Rutledge. It's a question you raised yourself. Stevenson looked at the pen on his blotter. I couldn't find any scratches on the hands, nothing under the nails, no marks on the face. Rigour was present, and I was fairly sure he'd been dead for more than 12 hours. His eyes came back to Rutledge's face, as if the medical details were more comfortable than speculation. The back of his skull was crushed, and that large crucifix lay on the floor near the body. I could see hair and blood on it quite clearly. I knelt on my handkerchief, and someone held a lamp for me so that I might examine the wound better. There had been at least 3 blows. I could identify the shape of the square base at 3 different points. I would say that the first blow stunned him, the second one killed him, and the third would most certainly have made it impossible to survive. Each blow was delivered with considerable force, judging from the compression of the skull. Which confirms, Rutledge said, that the priest was standing, his back to the killer? That's true. I was told later that there were no fingerprints on the crucifix, where it must have been gripped for leverage. Either it was wiped clean, or the killer wore gloves. Women wear gloves, Rutledge said thoughtfully, thinking of Priscilla Connaught, who was tall for a woman. I won't tell you that it couldn't have been a woman, Stevenson answered, but I find it hard to believe a woman would have struck more than twice. He shrugged. Still, it would depend on her state of mind. This was a bloody wound, and in my experience, few women are willing to splatter themselves with bone and blood and brain tissue, no matter how angry or brave they are. It's not medical opinion, of course, but as a rule women avoid that sort of unpleasantness. I pronounced him dead, and called it what it was, murder. Rutledge mused. I come back to the question, what would I do if I walked in on a thief? I've never faced an intruder in my house, Inspector. I'd feel violated, walking in on such wanton destruction. I know that. And damned angry as well. If I recognized the person, I'd tell him to stop making an ass of himself and get the hell out of my house if he wanted to escape charges. I'd be in no mood to be charitable, and probably get myself killed for it. I'd be more wary of a stranger, not knowing what he was capable of, but I'd still go after him. But then I'm not trained as a priest. It would make a difference. Hamish said. He was in the war, Father James. Would he turn the other cheek? As if he had heard Hamish's comment as clearly as Rutledge did, Stevenson straightened the folder on his desk to march with the right margin of the blotter, and added, with an odd tension in his face, If there was no thief, if it wasn't Walsh, then Father James was confronted by an enemy. Rutledge said nothing.
This ends side 1 of cassette 6. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
Stevenson moved uneasily in his chair. No, disregard that, if you will. Blevins is a good policeman. He wouldn't have got it wrong. Again, Rutledge let the comment stand. Instead, he asked, Did you know much about Father James's past? That's the trouble with you people from London. You don't live here. You don't understand the people here. You look for complexity, and these are not complex people. Rutledge started to speak, but Stevenson said, No, let me finish. Some 20 years ago, we had discussions to see if anything could be done to bring back the port. Experts from London preferred to keep the marshes as a sanctuary for birds. We said, what about the needs of the families who had to scratch a living here? But nobody listened. This was a good place for marshes, and marshes we would keep, he said with growing heat. Well, I'm the man who sees the cost of the struggle to make a living out here. I knew that Romney Marsh had been drained to make it fit for sheep grazing, and we could do the same here, along with dredging the port, making it safe for small boats, and a holiday place for people who haven't the resources to travel to the southern beaches. The experts would have none of it. You're the expert here. You want to find something to blame Father James for, something to excuse the time and money the Yard has spent in sending you here. Well, it won't wash. I knew the man. You didn't. He's avoiding the question, ye ken, Hamish pointed out. Rutledge said without rancour, I'm not suggesting that Blevins is wrong, or that Father James was guilty of some unspeakable crime. But none of us is perfect, and people will kill for reasons that you and I couldn't comprehend. One of the worst murders I've ever seen had to do with a simple boundary dispute where a hedge ran over the line. Hardly a case for violence, but it ended in one man taking the shears to the other. Dr. Stevenson looked at him for a long moment. Then, as if against his will, growing out of some inner need he couldn't silence, he said, In all my personal and professional encounters with Father James, I never felt any doubt about his integrity or his honour. A but hung in the air between them like a shout that couldn't be ignored. Rutledge waited, silent, and, as if goaded by that, the doctor said, Damn you, I don't know why I'm telling you this, but there was something years ago that puzzled me, and I suppose that's why I couldn't put it out of my mind. It had to do with the sinking of Titanic. Once, when I walked in on him, this was several months afterward, there was a great pile of articles spread out across Father James's desk, 100 or more cuttings, with notes in ink in the margins, and even photographs of passengers and recovered bodies. He saw me looking down at them, and before I could say a word, he gathered up the lot and swept it out of sight into a drawer as if it were somehow obscene material. I made some remark about the disaster and his interest, and he said, No, that's nothing to do with me. It was odd to hear a priest lie, and about something so ordinary. Dr. Stevenson frowned. He never spoke of it again, and nor did I. But the lie never set well with me. In some fashion, it altered my view of the man. He studied Rutledge's face. Rutledge said, Perhaps he knew someone who had sailed on her. I wondered about that, but people in Osterley seldom travel beyond Norwich or King's Lynn. They most certainly don't have the money for passage on a ship like that. I myself know of only one person who sailed on Titanic, and she didn't live here at all. I can't believe that Father James had more than a passing acquaintance with her. Who was she? Stevenson answered testily. Lord Sedgwick's daughter-in-law, his son Arthur's wife, an American. It was hushed up at the time. She'd left her husband and sailed for New York without her buyer leave. Sedgwick and young Arthur had searched everywhere. They'd no idea where she went or why. She simply vanished, until the ship went down and someone found her maiden name in the passenger list. Terrible shock to the family. Was her body retrieved? I believe it was. The family held a private service on the estate. Look, I should never have spoken of this. For all I know, Father James had dreamed of running away to sea as a boy. Titanic was a marvel. She caught the fancy of the entire country. He was probably embarrassed to admit to sharing that excitement. Stevenson took out his watch. I've 3 more patients to see before I can go home for my dinner. Is there anything else you want to know? He made it sound as if Rutledge had been prying, vulgar curiosity driving him. Rutledge rose and thanked him for his time. He reached the door and was just putting his hand on the knob when the doctor said swiftly for a second time, Look, forget what I just told you. There was a harsh expression on Stevenson's face, a fierce desire to recall his words, and a strong dislike of the man who'd heard them. As Rutledge walked down Water Street, he found himself wondering if indeed Father James had lied to the doctor. It was a small lie of no great importance, unless it was nested in a pattern of lies. This was perhaps what lay at the centre of the doctor's unease. In the hotel lobby, Monsignor Holston rose from one of the chairs there and said, "I've come for lunch. Will you join me?" It was an unexpected invitation. Rutledge said, "Yes. Let me wash up first, if you don't mind." "Of course." Rutledge took the stairs 2 at a time, wondering what had brought the priest here from Norwich. "He canna stay away for a man who doesna wish to stay here," Hamish commented dryly. Busy with that question, Rutledge reached the head of the stairs, turned toward his room, and in a narrow passage nearly collided with his fellow guest, coming the other way. "I beg your pardon," he said, catching her arm to steady her. "I was in too much of a hurry." Startled by his sudden appearance, May Trent said hesitantly, "It was my fault as well. I had just knocked at your door. Today in the churchyard I should have apologized for last evening. You were trying to help, and I turned on you like a termagant. It was rude and ungrateful of me." There was a rueful smile in her eyes. "Not at all," he said lightly. "You had no reason to believe my methods would work." "I had no cause not to believe in them, but I have a way of collecting lost sheep and then defending them from imaginary wolves. When I returned to my table, my friends had a few pithy comments to make. You may consider me chastised and properly chastened." Rutledge laughed, and received a deeper smile in return. He noticed a flicker of a dimple in one cheek, and on the spur of the moment said, "I have a friend who has come to take lunch with me. He's a priest, and should know more than most about the old churches in this part of Norfolk. If Mrs. Barnett can accommodate us, would you care to join us?" Hamish grumbled that it was unwise. For an instant, Rutledge could see that she was tempted, but she shook her head. "That's kind of you. My friends are leaving for London tonight, and asked me to come with them as far as King's Lynn. I've promised." She started past him, to the top of the stairs, but he put out a hand to stop her. "Miss Trent, I need to ask. It's a matter of police business. Are you aware that Father James has left a bequest to you in his will?" "Bequest? There must be some mistake." "His solicitor has had some difficulty carrying out Father James's wishes, because neither he nor the housekeeper has been able to find the item." Miss Trent shook her head. "I don't know what you're talking about. I've heard nothing of this, and I know of nothing that Father James might wish me to have." She was clearly mystified and a little apprehensive. "It was a photograph. It was kept in the drawer of his desk, but apparently it isn't there any longer. Did he by any chance give it to you himself?" "And perhaps hadn't got around to rescinding the codicil," she said. "No, he gave me nothing, and he said nothing about a bequest. Are you quite certain? Why should he leave me a photograph?" "Perhaps you should speak to the solicitor about it. The name in the will is Mariana Trent of London." "But I haven't used Mariana since I was a child. Everyone calls me May. Mariana was also my aunt's name, you see, and perhaps he meant her, although he never said anything to me about knowing her." The confusion in her face seemed genuine. "Did he ever show you a particular photograph? Of himself, of his family, possibly of someone who was in some fashion dear to him? Someone he discovered you had known as well?" The confusion cleared, but a frown took its place, as if the reminder was not welcome. "I think it's possible I know what you mean, but I haven't the time to discuss it now. I'm already late. My friends will be waiting. When I come back to Osterley tomorrow, will that do?" He wanted to tell her that it wouldn't, but she was eager to be gone, and he had no choice but to step aside and let her pass. She went quickly down the stairs, her heels clicking softly in the carpeting, and he heard the door to the street open and close behind her. Hamish said, "It doesn't seem to be of importance to her, this photograph." "On the contrary," Rutledge answered thoughtfully, "I believe she would much prefer not to talk about it at all." Mrs. Barnett had already seated Monsignor Holston and was chatting with him at the table. She looked up as Rutledge came striding through the French doors and smiled. "Here he is now," she said. "I'll just go and fetch the soup." Except for the two men, the dining room was empty. No other table set, no other guests expected. The scent of warm bread rose from a basket on the table as Rutledge took his chair next to the window. "I have it on the best authority," Monsignor Holston was saying, "this is one of the tallest loaves ever to come out of her ovens." "I've had no complaint about the food here," Rutledge agreed. "I don't see how she manages the hotel without more help. I've seen a maid upstairs a time or two, and there's someone in the kitchens to do the scullery work. But Mrs. Barnett appears to do most everything else. She's a widow, I think." "Her husband was quite a gifted man. He could turn his hand to anything, and it would flourish. But Barnett died just before the war of a gangrenous wound. A horse stepped on his foot, and infection set in. They amputated the foot, then the leg, and in the end couldn't do anything to save him. She watched him die by inches, and nursed him herself." "Did you know him?" "As a matter of fact, I did. He'd been hired by Father James for work on the rectory, and I'd approved the cost at the bishop's request. Barnett was working there when he was injured." "You seem to know the parish here rather well. Are you equally knowledgeable about all of them?" "No more than most. Old churches and rectories require an enormous level of upkeep, and while the local priest does as much as he can, the diocese has to fund many of the major repairs, which means that I inspect and report, approve agreements, and pay the workmen." He grimaced. "A far cry from the office of priesthood I prefer. That's why I'm under consideration for St. Anne's, because I've asked to serve a church again." Dishes of hot soup arrived on the tray Mrs. Barnett held aloft, and she set them before the two men with an unobtrusive grace. Vegetable, Rutledge decided, in a rich beef broth. He realized he was ravenous. Cutting through the crisp crust of the loaf of bread, Rutledge said, "Did Father James find his parish troublesome? That is to say, the kinds of problems he had to deal with here. I should think it would vary from church to church." "Human nature is human nature everywhere. Still, this was once a rich parish, and now it's not. The kinds of problems shift with the economic balance." "Give me an example." Monsignor Holston was suddenly uneasy. After some seconds, he began slowly, "A priest counsels broken marriages and intercedes in disputes. Sometimes he has to take sides, and that's never simple. He tries to set the moral character of his parish. He keeps an eye on wayward children. God knows there are enough of those, thanks to the war." "Which tells me he knows the secrets of dozens of people." Monsignor Holston shook his head. "We are not speaking of the confessional." "Neither am I, only of secrets that might be more important to someone than we realized." "The vicar at Holy Trinity can tell you much the same story if you ask. Hardly the stuff of revenge, if that's what you're getting at. For instance, there was a youngster here in Osterley, wild and heading for trouble. We discussed what to do about him, how best to redirect his energies. Father James discovered that the boy was interested in motor cars and aeroplanes, and was all for becoming a mechanic. His father was set on making him a farmer, like his forebears. It took some persuasion, but the father finally relented and let the lad learn a trade." He smiled wryly. "It isn't always quite that easy, but that's more or less typical all the same." "Not as typical as telling a straying husband that he has to confess to his wife that there's a child out of wedlock, or telling a man, angry with his neighbor, that he has to apologize and make restitution for whatever he's done. That's more the stuff of revenge." Leaving the thought lying there, Rutledge changed the subject. "Tell me about Father James's interest in Titanic." Surprised, Monsignor Holston stopped with his spoon in mid-air, staring at Rutledge. Then he said slowly, "I suppose he was overwhelmed by it, like the rest of us. And, of course, Lusitania as well. There's great loss of life when a ship goes down. It's almost incomprehensible." Hamish said. "He will no gie a straight answer." There was a particular photograph Father James wished to bequeath to someone. The solicitor can't find it. It wasn't in his desk, where he'd indicated it would be found. Rutledge broke off a piece of bread. Monsignor Holston put down his spoon. "Let me see. There were the usual photographs from seminary, quite a few of his family, that sort of thing. He liked Wales. He'd walked there a number of times on holiday. As I remember, he'd had a number of those framed, and, of course, a few from the Lake District, too. Speak to Ruth Weiner. She will know." "I have. She doesn't," Rutledge said baldly, and paused to let Monsignor Holston finish his soup. When the plates had been removed, he went on, "What did you know about Father James that frightens you so much? Did he have another side that we haven't stumbled across? A secret life, perhaps?" An angry flush rose under the priest's fair skin. "That's ridiculous. You know it is." He considered Rutledge for a moment, and added more calmly, "I thought the matter was settled, that it was Walsh who done the murder." "I have a feeling you aren't satisfied with Walsh as the killer either. You wouldn't still be afraid of that rectory if you were. And it's true, there are holes in the evidence against him. Even Inspector Blevins is aware of that. The question is, where to look if Walsh is shown to be innocent. I have no allegiances here in Osterley, you see, or to the church that Father James served. I'm not afraid to turn over stones and see what's there. I think the time has come for you to tell me what's behind your fear." Monsignor Holston said earnestly, "Look, I'm in no position to tell you whether Walsh is guilty or not. What I can tell you is that Father James had no secret life. He was, apparently, fascinated by the Titanic disaster." "So you say," Monsignor Holston interrupted, "but he never told me the disaster fascinated him. For God's sake, even priests have a life of their own. I know one who has written quite knowledgeably about butterflies, another who collects front-edge paintings, and one who prides himself on having grown the finest marrows in Suffolk. I have an interest in grafting fruit trees. I can't say that I talk about it very often, but it's a way of relaxing when I have the time." Hamish said, "He's a bloody master at shifting your questions." "Mrs. Weiner believes Father James was killed for revenge. Why would she tell me that if he had no enemies?" "You'll have to ask her. And there's a Priscilla Connaught, who said that Father James ruined her life, and she hated him. It must have been true. I watched her eyes as she said the words. There's a man called Peter Henderson, whose father disowned him, and Father James did his best to heal the breach, to the anger, apparently, of both parties. Failures, both of them. Potential murderers? Who knows?" Mrs. Barnett came with another tray laden with dishes. She took one look at Monsignor Holston's stormy face, and at the coldness in Rutledge's, and made no effort to talk to them, as she deftly arranged the dishes of vegetables and roasted potatoes, then set in front of them the heavy platters of baked fish. When she had gone, Monsignor Holston tried to recover his equilibrium. Struggling with something he himself found it difficult to express, he made an effort to explain. "The boy who wanted to be a mechanic had secret dreams he couldn't tell his own father, but he told Father James. People do confide in priests, their dearest hopes, darkest fears, but we aren't perfect, and we aren't always going to get it right. Failure means the person wasn't ready to come to terms with a problem." Perhaps a comfortable conclusion to draw as an excuse to walk away. We can't work miracles where none is wanted, and sometimes we can't stand up in a court of law and tell the secrets of others. The words had slipped out, and the priest's eyes told Rutledge that he was instantly regretting them. "Are you trying to say that one of the secrets Father James kept had to do with breaking the law?" Monsignor Holston lifted his serviette to his mouth, giving him time to find the words he wanted. "I'm telling you that Father James never led a double life. I would swear to that, in your courtroom. As for what his parishioners confided in him, Father James took his knowledge of that to the grave. I was never a party to it, unless there was some way in which I could help, which is as it should be. What I don't understand, if we're getting down to the bitter truth, is why you're still asking me questions when there is already a man in a cell. If, as you say, I have a feeling of dissatisfaction, how do you define your own persistence? Monsignor Holston let that lie between them for a moment, then added, You haven't been exactly open with me either, have you? Hamish, who had been listening carefully, said to Rutledge, He does not want you to stop searching. Rutledge didn't answer, his eyes on Monsignor Holston's face. Did Father James ever speak of Matthew Walsh to you? During the war or after it? That's the name of the man Blevins brought in, isn't it? No. Should he have? Just closing a circle. And then Rutledge changed the subject entirely to something more pleasant. But he'd learned what he wanted to know. Not even for the deep friendship that had existed between the two priests was Monsignor Holston willing to break whatever rules bound him. Or it could be that he suspected that something had disturbed Father James over the same period, during which Mrs. Weiner had noticed a similar uneasiness, and was afraid to speculate aloud on the reason for it, because, if he was wrong, he might reveal matters best left hidden. Aye, he cannot tell you the lot, and let you sort through them, Hamish agreed. If the murderer was afraid that what one priest knew he might pass on to another, surely that pointed away from a parishioner at St. Anne's, and towards someone who wasn't clear on how the priesthood worked. It was an interesting avenue to explore. Rutledge had a sudden feeling that Blevins was right about one thing, that it wasn't the collar that had made Father James a victim. For the remainder of the meal, Monsignor Holston appeared to be distracted, as if behind the now ordinary conversation he was conducting with Rutledge, he was weighing what he had said earlier, and what conclusions the man from London would have drawn from his words. As they rose to leave the dining-room, the Monsignor paused on the threshold to the lobby, his eyes heavy with a personal guilt. I'm a clever man when it comes to the faith I uphold. I understand the nuances of church law and the responsibilities I've undertaken. Father James was a man who carried that a step further. He was deeply involved with the needs of people. That's why he was still a parish priest, while I had moved higher in the church hierarchy. If he hadn't been a priest, I think he would have been a teacher. Please keep that in mind as you go digging through his life. You could do a great deal of harm without ever intending to do it. Rutledge understood what he was trying to say, that it was important to exercise discretion in what was brought out into the open. Monsignor Holston went on wearily. I'm not sure what I believe any more. Whether there was a sense of evil in that study or not, I could have imagined it, just as you suggested the first day we talked. I could have been searching for a way to explain the death of a friend. I don't even know how I feel about Walsh, whether I have compassion for him or not. In the days just after the murder, I was haunted by the need for action, for answers, for proof that this death mattered to the authorities, that out of the shame of it would come some meaning, a memorial to a good man. Rutledge said, I don't believe you were necessarily wrong about the sense of evil there in the study. My only question from the beginning has been, why should evil reach out to touch a parish priest in a small town, hardly more than a village, on a bleak and marshy stretch of coast? That's the answer I have to find. Monsignor Holston started to say something, then bit back the words. Instead, he reached out and clapped a hand on Rutledge's shoulder. I'll make a bargain with you, with the devil, as it were. If you come to me with the truth, and I recognize it, I'll tell you so. And with that he was gone, leaving behind an air of contradiction that was the closest this Norwich priest could come to openness. Chapter 16. Needing air to clear his mind, Rutledge walked as far as the quay. He was trying to pin down what it was that disturbed him about Monsignor Holston's vehement defence of his dead colleague and friend. It was the subtle way in which the investigation was being manipulated. Don't look here, don't look there. He didn't do anything wrong. You needn't explore that. Like a puppet master trying to untangle the strings of an obstreperous character who wouldn't play his role properly. If it wasn't the church, if it wasn't the man, if it wasn't the parish, if it was not a fall from moral grace, then the only explanation left was a theft. Or another crime that had been committed and that had never been exposed, Hamish said. Whatever it was that worried Father James, it couldn't have been a murder. There hasn't been one. Yes, Rutledge said slowly. All right. What if it's true that the priest knew of a crime? He remembered the Egyptian bas-relief at East Shoreham Manor, the Watchers of Time, the baboons who saw all that men and gods did to witnesses, but without the power to condemn or judge. What if the priest had become just such a witness? What if he had heard something that, bit by bit, had led him to knowledge that was dangerous? Like a bobby who walked the London streets, a priest knew his parishioners by name and face and nature. He knew the good in each person. He knew the temptations they faced, the needs and passions and hungers, the envy that drove some and the greed that drove others. He knew what they confessed to him, and what, by observation, he had grown to understand about them. It was an intriguing possibility, and for the first time it brought together a good many of the seemingly disparate facts. Father James's noticeable uneasiness before the murder, the unexplained sequence of actions in the priest's study, and the seeming difficulty in finding a connection with anyone who might have a personal reason for killing him. If he did not have any proof of what had been done, whatever the crime was, then he could not go to the inspector with suspicion. But someone might have feared he would. Yes, especially since Blevins was a member of his church. Secrets have more than one kind of power. A very clever piecing together of a puzzle that had destroyed Father James in the end. The only question was, what crime had Father James stumbled over, and if the evidence of it had died with him, then where were the small signs of his knowledge that must surely have existed somewhere? Or had the killer found them when he overturned the study and taken them away along with the bazaar funds that were kept in the desk? A few pounds that provided an apparent motive, but were just an opportune shield for the real motive. Hamish reminded him. The theft had sent Inspector Blevins off on a wild-goose chase that had yielded a suspect. And Walsh could still be the man we're after. That would be irony, if he was. But how long had it taken Father James to weave together the strands of truth that had turned into knowledge? Begin with the bazaar, Hamish advised. No, I'm going back to the study, Rutledge told him. He set out for the police station to ask permission of Inspector Blevins. As before, Mrs. Weiner had no wish to accompany Rutledge upstairs. I've come to believe that Inspector Blevins has found the man who did this terrible murder. He told me himself that the proof was clear, and I've had time now to think about it a little. I ought to admit that I was wrong about the revenge. It's just prolonging the pain and taking me nowhere. And so I've begun to box up Father James's belongings, to send to his sister. If the bishop names a new priest soon, the rectory should be ready for him. It's my duty. Rutledge glanced around the parlour. It seemed unchanged from his last visit. What have you removed? She looked down at her hands, her face torn. I started with his old things in the garden shed, and then the kitchen entry. I find it hard to think about touching this parlour, or facing the upstairs, but I'll manage. It's the last task I'll ever perform for him, you know. And I want to do it right. I do understand, Mrs. Weiner. I shan't keep you long. I'd like to have a look at the framed photographs, if I may, and I need to ask you if Father James stored any of his private papers in some other room of the house. I shouldn't think so, she answered doubtfully. There's the study and the bedroom, and a room just down the passage that's always been used to hold parish books and the like. Accounts, for one thing, And the church records, baptisms, deaths, marriages. There's a grand number of them now. The books fill 2 shelves. It was said with pride. But these would be passed on to the incoming man, the public duty and not the private life. I'm sure they do. Can we begin with the parlour, perhaps? Show me, if you will, what belonged to Father James personally. She began by the windows, picking up each photograph. That's the little house in Cumberland, over near Keswick, where he spent an entire week just before the war. It poured cats and ducks, and he couldn't set foot out the door without a thorough drenching. He played backgammon until he was blind, he said. And here's the young priest who was ordained with him, Father Austin. He died of the gassing in the war, poor soul. Each of the photographs had a story, but none of them appeared to have special significance. Mrs. Weymouth moved on to the small treasures. He liked pipes, although he never smoked, and he collected more than a dozen, she reminisced as she touched each one. And over there is a walking stick in that Chinese umbrella stand that he carried with him to Wales and the Lake District, Westmoreland. The stand belonged to a great-aunt. It was a wedding gift to her, and I'll be shipping that along to his sister. And the clock on the mantel there. There were books on the shelves that were Father James's, his name inscribed in a fine copperplate hand, mixed among others that belonged in the rectory. Rutledge turned the pages briefly, but found nothing of interest tucked between the leaves. Hardly secret vices and dark crimes, Hamish mocked. When Rutledge turned to the stairs, the housekeeper said, as she had before, "Go on, then. I'll have a cup of tea ready when you've done your work." She had returned to the kitchen before he had reached the top step. He went first to the small room where the ledgers of church and rectory business transactions were kept, and where the heavy bound books with church records on their spines stood on a separate pair of shelves. Looking through the ledgers first, Rutledge found in various hands the long list of repairs and improvements, wages and offerings that represented decades of activity. The roof of the rectory had been repaired after a storm in 1903, and there was a faded receipt in the rough, untutored hand of the man who had done the work. You could, Rutledge thought, identify with certainty every expenditure, when it was made, to whom and for what purpose, and the name of the priest incumbent at the time. Every penny of income was noted, every payment of wages due. He found the entry, scrupulously made in Father James's hand, of the sum earned at the bazaar, £11, 3 shillings, 6 pence. The last entry was wages paid to Mrs. Weymouth 2 days before the priest had died. The great volumes of church records listed the names of priests and sextons, altar boys and grave diggers over the years, a compendium of who had served God and in what capacity. Later pages recorded baptisms by date, with the name given the child, the sponsoring godparents, and the parents. By accident, Rutledge came across the name Blevins, and found the inspector's own baptism. Pages later, that of his first child. Among the marriages were Blevins's, Mrs. Weymouth's, and others whose names Rutledge recognized. The deaths were more sombre. George Peters, aged 47 years, 3 months and 4 days, died this day of grace, Sunday, 24 August, in the year of our Lord, 1848, of a fall down a well shaft in Hunstanton on Saturday the 23rd. And later on, infant son of Mary and Henry Cuthbert, stillborn, this 14th day of March, 1862, laid to rest beside 7 brothers and sisters. May God have mercy on his soul. It was the chronicle of life and death in a small village, perhaps the only mark many of these people had made in their short span on earth. He found it sad to read. Jocelyn Mercer, aged 3 days short of her 14th year of diphtheria. Roger Benning, aged 5 years, 2 months and 7 days of cholera. The last volume ended with 7 July 1912. The latest must, he thought, be kept in the church vestry. The room yielded nothing more of interest. It was, as he'd thought, a public room where the church officers had as much right of access as the priest. Rutledge moved on to the study. From what Blevins had told him, Rutledge knew that Mrs. Weymouth had restored the scattered papers and books and other belongings to their proper places. She wouldn't allow the police to touch them. Rutledge thumbed through the books, studied the photographs on the table by the hearth and on the mantel. They were a record of friends and family over the years, of journeys to Wales, of the great fells in the Lake District. He even lifted the cushions of the settle. This room was in some respects another public place where Father James counselled his parish, or talked to young couples on the brink of marriage, or heard the grieving words of widows and parents and children, where the deacons came and discussed church affairs, where any person might wait, and with natural curiosity look around him. Hence even the flimsy lock on the desk, perhaps. Hamish said, "But the Titanic cuttings were here, on the desk, when the doctor saw them." "Yes, that's true. He walked in while Father James was examining them, most likely." Rutledge searched through the desk with care. Nothing of interest, and no photographs, framed or otherwise, just as the solicitor had said. Moving on to the bedroom, Rutledge felt his usual sense of distaste. He disliked what he was about to do, hating the need to violate the privacy of the dead. But murder victims lost not only their lives and their dignity, but their innermost thoughts and secrets they would have preferred to deal with if they'd been warned they were about to die. He himself was careful not to preserve any record of the voice in his head. There was no diary entry, no letter, not even a conversation with a friend that would distress his sister, Frances, after he was gone. Only the private files in Dr. Fleming's office, and Fleming could be depended upon to leave them sealed. "Was that what fashed Baker?" Hamish asked. "He couldn't rise from his bed, and he couldn't ask the vicar to look into a drawer or burn a letter." It was something to consider. It would indeed explain why Father James had wanted to be so certain of Baker's state of mind before he carried out whatever instructions he may have been given. For instance, burning an old love letter. Rutledge searched through the priest's meagre belongings, the clothing in the wardrobe and the church robes folded in the chest at the foot of the bed. Relieved to find nothing of consequence there, he stood in the middle of the room thinking. Hamish said, "It was no a very good idea after all." Rutledge replied absently, "The frustrating part of the search is not knowing what I'm after, or if it exists in any recognizable fashion." Monsignor Holston's words came back to him. "If you come to me with the truth, and I recognize it, I'll tell you so." There were other rooms on the first floor, but opening the doors confirmed what Rutledge expected. Bedchambers made up for guests, with nothing in them of a personal nature, and all of them scrupulously clean. "You couldn't hide a wee mouse in here," Hamish commented as Rutledge closed the last of the doors. He climbed the narrow, uncarpeted flight of stairs to the top floor. Rooms here had been designed for servants, small and without character, unfurnished for the most part, or cluttered with the collected debris of several generations. Lamps, iron bedsteads, rusted coal scuttles, a wardrobe with one door warped on its hinges, chairs with caned seats that had never been mended, chipped mirrors and the like. Even a broken window sash leaned against an inside wall, next to two rakes whose bamboo handles had splintered. A few of the odds and ends appeared to have been used year after year for bazaars, including a small cart, half a dozen umbrellas, and long wooden tables, boxes of signs and ribbons, and the kit of clown's make-up that Father James must have favoured for entertaining the children. There was also, near the top of the steps, where Rutledge would have expected to find such things, a small travelling trunk and a valise that bore the priest's name on the labels, cheap, conservative, and well-worn. Running probing fingers through the jumble of belongings stored in the trunk, he came across the corners of an envelope, fairly large and rather thick, but unevenly so, as if there were several things stuffed inside. Lifting out the assortment of hats and gloves and hiking boots that lay on top, he picked up the packet, testing its weight in his hands. It had been neither hidden away nor in plain sight. Letters from Father James's dead sister Judith, or the ones he had written to her, with that enigmatic reference to the giant. Inspector Blevins would be pleased if they were.
This ends side 2 of cassette 6 of Watchers of Time. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 7. Watchers of Time, cassette 7.
Rutledge sat down on the dusty floorboards, his elbows resting on his bent knees, and held the envelope upright between his spread feet. There were no identifying marks, it hadn't been mailed, and there was no name on the outside. As he opened the flap and looked in, Rutledge said, "Ah," in almost a sigh. A fat collection of cuttings met his eye. Drawing them out, careful not to lose one, he could already see that they were newspaper and magazine accounts of the sinking of a ship that was unsinkable. Sorting through them at random, he noted that certain developments had been clipped together. The publicity over departure, the tragedy, the search for bodies, reports from Ireland, editorial reflections on the tragic loss of life, lists of the dead and missing, accounts of the ensuing inquiry, as if Father James had carefully catalogued each new addition to his accumulating data. In the margins were handwritten notes referring the reader from one article to another. Dr. Stevenson was right. This had all the hallmarks of an obsession, not a passing fancy. Too much work had been done to coordinate all the information. Photographs from news accounts ranged from smiling society figures boarding the great liner to pitiable corpses lying in plain wooden coffins in Ireland, eyes half shut and faces flaccid. It was, in all conscience, Rutledge thought, a gruesome collection. He looked down into the trunk to see what else might have been stored there, then ran his fingers again through the oddments of belongings that had formed the bottom layer. A frame came to light, one edge caught in a knitted scarf. Rutledge retrieved it and turned it over. A young woman standing beside a horse, her face bright in the sun, smiled up at him, her hair shiningly fair. Judging from the lovely hat in one hand and the stylishness of the dress she wore, she was well-to-do. But who was she? Was this the photograph that Father James had left to May Trent? There was no resemblance between the two women, nor was there any to Priscilla Connaught. Rutledge hadn't met most of the other women in Osterley. Frederick Gifford's dead wife? The doctor's daughter? Someone from the priest's youth? "Look on the reverse," Hamish suggested. And Rutledge took the back out of the frame to remove the photograph. There was a date, 10th July 1911, and the words, lightly inscribed so as not to mar the face, gratefully, V. V. Victoria sprang to mind. It had been a popular girl's name throughout the late Queen's reign, as Mary was now in honour of the present Queen. Vera, Vivian, Veronica, Virginia, Verity, Violet? He ran out of possibilities. Still, Blevins could perhaps help him there, or Mrs. Weiner. On the other hand, Hamish said it for him. "I wouldna be in haste to show it." Getting to his feet, Rutledge found a flat leather case lying in a corner of the room, a coating of dust covering it, and a cobweb linking it to the frame of the bottomless chair beside it. The grip was broken at one end, but it would do. Rutledge looked around him a last time, at the waste-not-want-not philosophy of householders who store in their upper floors and attics the ruined furnishings and venerable treasures they couldn't quite bring themselves to throw away, in the event it's ever needed. And most of it lay there still, forgotten and unwanted, from generation to generation. Judging by the dust and cobwebs, even Mrs. Weiner seldom ventured up here. He wondered if Father James had kept that in mind when he stored the clippings and the photograph in his trunk, or if that was where they were generally kept. Rutledge shook the dust from the leather case, sneezing heavily, and discovered that there was a mouse-hole in one corner of the leather. Human flotsam and jetsam, Hamish pointed out, sometimes served other creatures well. Smiling at that, Rutledge set the cuttings and the photograph inside, closed the flap, and looked into the small trunk a last time, even stretching his fingers inside the torn corner of the lining on the right side before deciding that he had the lot. He carefully repacked the clothing before going down the attic stairs. When Rutledge walked through to the kitchen, the housekeeper was standing at the back door in the midst of a lively conversation with the coalman. His apron, black with coal dust, matched the colour of his eyes, and the bulbous nose matched the heavy chest that spread out from wide muscular shoulders. Rutledge's tea was ready on a tray, the kettle steaming gently on top of the stove. An ironed white serviette over a plate kept sliced sandwiches moist. Hamish said, "If he didn't stay, chances are he will—" And in the same instant the coalman looked up with disappointment on his face as Rutledge stepped into the kitchen. Rutledge said, "Mrs. Weiner, I've finished for the moment. I have a few papers here that I shall need to look over and return to you." "Papers?" She turned with some alarm, her eyes flying to the case he was carrying. "Old cuttings for the most part, dated well before the war. I'll just look through them before you box them up with the rest of Father James's possessions. But you never know, do you, where something useful might turn up?" She hesitated, clearly uncertain where her responsibility lay. Rutledge added, "They're to do with shipping, not church business. Perhaps you've seen them on his desk. A hobby of his, was it, to study maritime affairs?" It was as far as he was willing to go, with the coalman unashamedly listening to every word. "There was nothing like that in his desk," she protested, but before she could ask to have a look at them, the coalman stepped forward. "Begging pardon, sir. Shipping, you said. Not that ship that sank back in 12, was it?" His heavy hands, with coal dust thick in the cracks and creases, worked at his apron as if not accustomed to speaking to his betters before spoken to. "As I remember, there was a reference to Titanic," Rutledge replied guardedly. "Yes." "Then if I might offer a word, sir." There was a diffident smile on his face. "My daughter, she's got herself a fine situation in London. Father James, God rest his soul, asked if she might do him a small favour, and he sent her £20 to buy up all the London papers and cut out whatever there was about the ship's sinking and the inquiry. He wanted every word she could find, and she must have sent him dozens of cuttings, sir, by post every week." Rutledge opened the case and pulled out the cuttings, laying them on the table and spreading them with one finger. "Like these?" The coalman came closer, peering down his nose as if short-sighted. "Aye, I shouldn't be at all surprised, though I never saw 'em. Yes, he sent 'em straight to the rectory." He paused, and when Rutledge didn't move the cuttings, he added, "When t'other ship was torpedoed, that Lusitania, my daughter wrote him to ask if he wanted her to do the same again. But he thanked her, and said he'd seen enough of tragedy. His very words." "And so it would be your guess, would it, that this was a passing fancy?" "He never spoke to me about that ship." Mrs. Weiner seemed hurt that she'd been left out of his confidence. "It was the talk of England, and I don't remember he ever said anything more than what a pity it was." "But do you recall seeing the letters coming from London?" "As a rule, Father James collected the post," she explained. "But you'd have thought, if they were that important, he might have asked me to be on the lookout for them." She peered down at the cuttings again. "I'd have put them in a scrapbook for him, if he'd wanted me to. It's just not like him not to say a word." "And no like him to lie to the doctor," Hamish added, an echo of Rutledge's own thought. Turning to the coalman, Rutledge asked, "Did you ever tell anyone about the favour your daughter was doing to the priest?" The jowly face flushed. "No, sir. It would be natural, a matter of pride." "My work takes me into any number of houses, sir," the coalman said with a certain dignity, "and I never gossip about one to t'other. Ask Mrs. Weiner if she's ever heard me gossip." Mrs. Weiner shook her head. "No, he never does." Rutledge collected the cuttings once more and put them back in the case. "Thank you, Mrs. Weiner. You'll have these papers back within the week. I shan't have time for tea after all. Do you mind?" She was still more than a little concerned about the papers, but said doubtfully, "If they'll help in any way, sir, then by all means." Rutledge spent the next hour in his room going through the yellowing cuttings. They were dated in an untrained hand, with the name of the newspaper or magazine written underneath. The coalman's daughter, another, the priest's, had underlined names of passengers, marking each with an S, noting survivors, an X, noting the recovered and identified dead, and an M for known missing. This was a sad and depressing list, but those who had not been recovered were sometimes mentioned by name, the wealthy, the powerful, the famous. There were hundreds with no grave but the sea, and no one to ask about them or grieve for them. Whole families lost together, which was, in a sense, more haunting, but at the same time, perhaps, kinder. Rutledge put the cuttings aside for a moment and stood by his windows looking out at the marshes. He glimpsed Peter Henderson walking along the quay, head down, shoulders hunched, and wondered if the man had a home to go to, and then recalled that his family had cut him off. Where, then, did he live? His mind on the clippings again, Rutledge felt a sadness that came from touching the tragedy of others. One could claim that it was fate, the invincible weight of the iceberg and the unsinkable ship colliding on a cold night in the North Atlantic, where there should have been no such danger at that time of the year. Who chose those who would live and who would die? Was that what disturbed the priest, that so many could simply be left to freeze and drown in the sea by an omniscient and all-powerful God? There were 1,513 known to be dead. Or was it far more personal than an exercise in the definition of God? He went back to work, rubbing his shoulders as he concentrated on the cuttings, looking for a clue. And in the end, he found not what he was looking for, but what he had not expected to see in these articles. The name of Mariana Trent. She had been dragged into one of the lifeboats, unconscious from a blow to the head. A blessing, perhaps, with fractured ribs and a broken leg. Speculation was that she'd been struck by another boat while floating in the water. A sensation at first, for she had no name, and later of no interest to journalists hungry for fresh news. She must have remained in hospital in Ireland for some time, because there was a small cutting dated 3 weeks after the disaster, relating that this woman had been released and was returning to England, her leg still in a cast, but healed sufficiently to travel. The article also contained a small and telling final paragraph. Miss Trent, whom the doctors have pronounced fully recovered, has no memory of the tragedy, but says that she dreams at night about falling into black water. When interviewed by the shipping authorities, she could provide no new information about the collision or the subsequent actions of officers or passengers to save the doomed ship. How well, Hamish asked with interest, did Father James know this woman before she came to Osterley? Titanic went down in April 1912. It was, Rutledge thought, a question to pursue. In the end, Rutledge went not to Inspector Blevins, but to the Vicar of Holy Trinity as the most likely person to give him the truth. Mr. Sims had been sitting in his study, working on his sermon for the coming Sunday service, and he led Rutledge to the cluttered, book-filled room with the air of a man just released from prison. "You'd think," he said ruefully, "that for a man of the cloth, divine inspiration would pour forth like water from a holy spring. I've agonized over this week's message for hours, and still have no idea what I'm trying to say." He looked tired, as if he hadn't slept, shadows emphasizing the blueness of his eyes. "How is the painting coming?" Rutledge asked, for the smell of wet paint was still pervasive. "With greater speed than my persuasive powers. My sister is wary about changing schools this far into the year. Her children are sad to leave their friends. Her own friends are asking her if she'd be happy here in the Broads. I've run out of words for her, too." The last was said on a sigh. When they were seated in the study, with its dark panelling and almost grimly Victorian austerity, Hamish said, "This is no place of inspiration." Rutledge had to agree. The gargoyles that surmounted the hearth, and the agony-stricken caryatids that supported it, two well-muscled monsters with their mouths twisted open with effort, were depressingly vivid. Catching his expression as he glanced at them, Sims smiled. "I find this room most useful when I'm discussing appropriate behaviour in church with small boys. They can't take their eyes off the figures, and it drives home my message quite well. I think I'd find it more comfortable writing with my back to them." Rutledge's voice was light. "Unless the subject was judgment and damnation." Sims laughed outright. "It never occurred to me. This was the study of the vicar before me, and I've tried to follow his example." "Better surely to follow your own. There must be any number of rooms in this house that are more cheerful." Sims nodded. "Actually, there is a small office I'm fond of. Now tell me, how can I help you with your problems? Any news on the man Blevins is holding?" "The police are still tracing his movements." Rutledge gave the stock answer. He waited for a moment, and then asked, "You were there when Father James left the bedside at Herbert Baker's house?" "Yes. He came into the parlour, and the Bakers offered him a cup of tea. He was tired, but he sat down and, in my opinion, made the family feel a little more comfortable about what Baker had done in sending for a priest." "Did he bring anything with him that Baker might have given him? An envelope, a small package?" He left the sentence unfinished. "No, he had his small case with him, with consecrated wafers and wine. If there was something Baker had wanted him to have, it was small enough to fit in there, or his pocket." "Why? Does the family think anything is missing? I can't believe—" "Nothing is missing," Rutledge replied quickly. "I found myself wondering if perhaps Baker had given him a letter to post. It's as likely an explanation as any for Baker's whim." He shrugged, as if it wasn't important. "Put it down to curiosity, the besetting sin of a policeman's mind." "No. What actually brought me are these." He had folded a half-dozen of the cuttings to fit into his breast pocket, and now he took them out to hand to the vicar. "Tell me what you make of these." The vicar unfolded them and began to sift through the cuttings. "They appear to be news articles of the ship that sank back in 12. He looked up, a question on his face, as if uncertain what Rutledge wanted from him. "Were they Baker's?" "I shouldn't think they have anything to do with Baker. No, I found them among Father James's papers. And this." He took the photograph from his pocket and passed it across the desk. Something changed in Sims's expression. "How did you come by this?" His voice was carefully neutral. "Do you recognize the woman?" "No. I think you must tell me first how you came to have this." "It was also in Father James's possession. From what I've learned just before his death, he chose to add a codicil to his will, leaving what I believe to be this photograph to someone." The vicar's face had paled, as if the blood had rushed to his heart and left his skin without its natural ruddy colour. "Not to me. He would never have bequeathed it to me." His voice was constricted by a tight throat, but he couldn't take his eyes from what he held in both hands, as if it were a treasure, or a dangerous thing. Rutledge, watching him, said, "Why not, if you know the woman?" "I knew her." "Can you tell me her name?" He moved gently, carefully, keenly aware that he was treading on very emotional ground. "She's dead. Let her rest in peace. She had nothing to do with Father James." "He never met her?" Rutledge deliberately took the words literally. "Of course he'd met her, but she wasn't a member of his parish. She didn't live in Osterley." His words were disjointed, as if he spoke without thinking, responding to the tone of voice and not the sense of Rutledge's questions. "Then she was a member of your parish?" "No, not at all." With an effort, the young vicar handed the framed photograph back to Rutledge. It was an act of denial, as if, giving it back, he was absolved of any more questions about it. "You haven't given me her name," Rutledge reminded him. "Look," Sims said, his eyes wretched with pain. "This is a personal matter. She had nothing to do with the priest, or his church, or his death. How could she have? She had nothing to do with me, not really, not in the true sense. It's been 7 years. She's been dead for 7 years. Just leave it, will you?" "I can't. Until I'm satisfied that something Father James kept 7 years, and then felt was important enough to bequeath to someone in his will shortly before his murder, is not a matter of grave concern. He chose the word purposefully. Not death, murder, violent and intentional murder. It brought Sims out of his shock. His face seemed to collapse, as if Rutledge had so completely broken down his defences that he had nowhere left to turn. He had never been a forceful man, he had never had the strength of a Father James, and yet in his own fashion he did have the ability to face the truth. "For God's sake," he asked, "did he leave it to me?" When Rutledge said nothing, he went on. "All right. If I tell you what you want to know, will you leave us both in peace? Just leave us in peace?" He stopped, as if afraid he might say too much. "What was she to you, if you weren't her priest?" Sims's eyes went to the caryatids, the anguished figures howling in pain as they supported the heavy weight of the mantle. Rutledge thought, "He knows how they feel. His burden is as heavy." Hamish said, "He was in love with her. Let it be." But Rutledge waited, forcing Sims to say what he did not want to say. I cared about her because she was in trouble. But there was nothing I could do to help. With all the might of the church behind me, there was nothing I could do to help her. Chapter 17. In the silence that followed, Rutledge gave Sims a space in which to collect himself. Then he asked, "What was her name? Victoria? Vera? "I won't give you her name," the vicar broke in wearily. "For God's sake, man, have a little sense. She's long dead, and you'll only stir up what's best forgotten. I gave that photograph to Father James myself for safekeeping. It was part of a promise. And I kept it, that promise. I did what was asked of me while she was alive, and I tried to close the door once she was dead. I don't know why he wished me to have it again. I thought perhaps he'd burned it years ago, but I never quite had the courage to ask. Who knows about this? Gifford? I'll have to speak to him." "Father James didn't leave it to you," Rutledge said finally, "but he did wish someone else to have it." The impact of the Londoner's words left Sims stunned. "Not to me! Merciful God!" He tried to absorb that, and then asked, "If not to me, then to whom?" When Rutledge didn't answer immediately, Sims continued, "Look, you've got to tell me. That photograph could do unimaginable harm." Rutledge said, "If that's true, that a dead woman's photograph could do such harm, I can't imagine that Father James would have kept it, much less passed it on. He wasn't, from all I've learned about him, either cruel or callous. But don't you see? It was given to me, out of simple fondness, a gesture that was meant in all innocence. That's the trouble. It could be misconstrued, interpreted in another light. It would sully her memory, to no purpose. If you won't tell me, I'll go to Gifford myself." Relenting, and at the same time testing the waters, Rutledge answered, "I can't tell you, but if it matters, this was bequeathed to a woman, not a man." Sims leaned back in his chair, a man empty of all feelings. "Yes, that makes a kind of sense. Thank God." And then he repeated silently, "Thank God," his lips moving without his knowledge, as if they uttered a prayer. Hamish's first question came when the motor car was turning through the vicarage gates into Trinity Lane. "He didn't ask you who the woman was. He didn't care." "I think he cared, but he felt it was right, just, that she should have it. Which means he already kens the name of the woman. Or thinks he does. Interesting, isn't it?" Mrs. Barnett was crossing the lobby when Rutledge came into the hotel. He stopped her, and left a message for Maid Trent to give him a time and place where they could meet. He included the words, "official business." She was still out, Mrs. Barnett informed him, as she took the folded sheet of notepaper and put it safely in the drawer of the reception desk, and might be staying the night with her friends. He didn't think that was likely. May Trent was avoiding him. Rutledge went over the cuttings again, looking for any connection between May Trent and any other passengers on the ship, and for anyone with a name beginning with V. But he found no guidance in the reports of the sinking, the survivors, the missing, or the dead. Nothing that leapt out at him as the answer he sought. He was on his way down the stairs to put in a call to the yard to ask Sergeant Gibson, who had an absolute gift for ferreting out information, to look into the shipping files at Lloyd's and the White Star Line for women passengers whose Christian name began with a V. The first words out of the crusty old sergeant's mouth were likely to be, "And are there any other miracles, sir, that you might require of me?" Instead, he met Mrs. Barnett coming up to find him. "There's a telephone call from the yard, Inspector. It's urgent." He thanked her and followed her back to the narrow little office. "Rutledge here," he said into the phone. Sergeant Wilkerson's voice came down the line with the force of a foghorn. "That you, sir? I've got a bit of bad news, or it might be good news, depending on one's point of view." "What is it, Sergeant?" "That Iris Kenneth we found dead in the river, sir. Well, it isn't her after all. Iris Kenneth just walked in her landlady's front door and like to have given the old biddy apoplexy on the spot. Thought she'd seen a ghost, she did, but it was a very angry ghost, who was soon threatening to have her up for theft for disposing of her personal property, which the landlady, if you recall, sir, had already sold." "Are you quite sure," Rutledge said, "that the woman is truly Iris Kenneth, this time?" "Oh, yes, sir. There was quite a row, and the local station sent a pair of constables along to see what it was about. All the roomers living there swear that it's Iris, but of course Mrs. Rollings is fit to be tied, claiming she never clapped eyes on this woman in her life. Well, stands to reason," he added, suppressing a gleeful note in his voice, "she's likely to be taken up on charges." Rutledge thought, it must have been quite an entertaining scene. "Where has Iris been, did she tell you?" "By the time I arrived, there was some semblance of peace, and she confessed she'd been staying with friends in Cardiff, hoping for a part in some production there. In my opinion, she was short of money and ruralising until something came up. At any rate, I took the liberty of contacting the Cardiff police, and they just sent word she's telling the truth." If she was Iris Kenneth, who was the woman in the river? And what did the corpse have to do with Matthew Walsh? Hamish answered him, "Nothing at all." Rutledge asked Wilkinson if he'd questioned Iris Kenneth about Walsh. "That I did, sir, and she tells me he's a devious bastard who would strangle his own mother." Wilkinson's laughter boomed down the line, nearly deafening Rutledge. "She hasn't had any decent work since he let her go, and if she could point to him being Jack the Ripper, she'd be happy to do it. It's anger talking, in my view, revenge. She doesn't sound afraid of him, only furious with him. I asked her if he'd threatened her or hurt her in any way, showing his violent nature, so to speak. She swore he never touched her. She'd had a little knife to use on him if he had, but he's a brute and a niggardly bastard, and selfish to boot." A woman scorned. "If you learn anything about the other woman, let me know." "She's gone into a pauper's grave," Wilkinson replied. "There won't be any more interest in that one. More's the pity, but still, she won't be the last. If something does come up, I'll make sure you hear of it." Rutledge asked for Sergeant Gibson, but was told that he was giving evidence in court for the next 2 days. Blevins took Rutledge's news with a shrug. "We're not making much headway ourselves. An old gypsy who scratches his living sharpening scissors and tinkering is not likely to hold the police in high regard. They'd moved him along too many times and treated him like a pariah. He won't forgive that, and he'll lie like a sailor to get his own back. It won't matter to him whether Matthew Walsh killed a priest or not." "Has this scissor sharpener, Bolton, ever been charged by the police, other than rousting him as a public nuisance?" "Nothing that could be proved against him." In frustration, Blevins added, "They're worthless, that lot." Deserved or not, it was the general view of gypsies, thieves and liars and heathen, filthy and secretive vagabonds. Inspector Arnold, who interviewed this man, is of the opinion that he's probably up to his neck in this, which means he'll stay with his story for his own sake, not Walsh's." Rutledge said nothing. Blevins smiled ruefully. "Well, I'm glad, of course, for Iris Kenneth's sake that she's alive and well, but it would have helped our case against Walsh if we could have charged him with her murder as well. Your Sergeant Wilkerson is sure, is he?" The other roomers in that boarding-house had no reason to lie. "No." He moved papers around on his desk and then said, "It has to be Walsh. There's no one else it could have been." His eyes, looking up suddenly, dared Rutledge to refute it. "He has the best motive for murder that we've found so far," Rutledge answered neutrally. "That has to count for something. Will you tell Walsh, or shall I, that Iris Kenneth is alive?" "I'll tell him." There was resignation in Blevins's voice. "We can't charge him for the real drowning victim's death, can we?" It wasn't meant to be answered. It was no more than a reflection of his mood. "Ever hear Father James speak of an interest in ships?" "Ships? He was interested in the small boats around here, handled the oars like a man used to the water. We've been out fishing a time or two, but he never said anything to me about ships. Why?" "I wondered, that's all. I found some cuttings among his papers. They had to do with Titanic sinking." "I'm not surprised. Shocking, the loss of life. We all felt it." "Yes." Rutledge let the silence lengthen before adding, "And Lusitania. Did he ever speak of her?" "I'm sure he was horrified. Everyone was. What's this in aid of?" "I don't know," Rutledge answered. "At the moment, very little." Blevins grinned without humour. "You're reaching, man." At the dinner hour, Rutledge found his place at the only table set. Mrs. Barnett said, "I'm afraid it's rather lonely tonight. Thursdays often are." Later, as she brought his main course, she informed him, "I've had no word from Miss Trent. Were you expecting her to join you for dinner?" "No. Yes. I've some questions to ask her." Her gaze sharpened. "Oh?" Rutledge smiled. "I wanted to ask her about a photograph I found. I thought it might be of interest to her." "I can't imagine how. She isn't local. Perhaps I could help you." "It's in my room. I'll bring it down after dinner." The front door opened, and someone came into the lobby. Both Rutledge and Mrs. Barnett looked up. It was May Trent. She found them staring at her, and it seemed to startle her. But she said nothing, going directly to the stairs and starting up them. Leaving his meal to follow her, Rutledge caught up with her on the landing. "I need to speak to you," he said. "I'm tired." "No, I don't want excuses. If you don't mind coming to my room, it will take no more than 5 minutes." When she seemed on the point of arguing, Rutledge said, "My food is getting cold. Will you come with me or not?" She looked back down the stairs, as if hoping to see Mrs. Barnett staring up at them, but she found no help there. The innkeeper was in the kitchens. "All right, 5 minutes." She went ahead of him, and he opened the door of his room for her, leaving it standing wide. There was no one to overhear their conversation. May Trent looked about her with interest, as if mentally comparing his accommodations with her own. He went to the desk drawer and, on a sudden whim, took out the photograph first. Handing it to her, Rutledge said, "Can you identify this woman?" It was a natural question. He had no intention of upsetting her, and was completely unprepared for her reaction. Her face crumpled as if she was on the verge of tears, but none came. Her eyes were dry and furious. Jerking the photograph from his hand, she turned it on its face and dropped it on the bed, as if it had burned her fingers. "No, I won't talk to you. I won't." She moved to go, and he stopped her, his hand on her arm. "Let me go!" she cried, colour flaring in her face. "You can talk to me here, or you can talk to me at the police station," he said angrily. "Your choice." "I'm leaving Osterley. I've only come to pack my bags and go. My friends are waiting." "They've gone to London," he told her, guessing. "And I can put you under arrest if I have to keep you here. There's an empty cell next to Walsh." She rounded on him, anguish in her eyes. "I won't talk about it, do you hear? I couldn't tell you anything if I had to. Don't you understand? I don't know anything. "I can't remember anything," Hamish cautioned. "Someone is coming." There was the sound of someone walking down the passage, a soft footfall. It was Mrs. Barnett. She stopped in the doorway, horrified by the sight of Rutledge clutching May Trent's arm as she tried to fight free of his grip. "Inspector Rutledge!" Mrs. Barnett exclaimed, moving toward them. He looked up, speaking with the cold air of command that had served him on the battlefield when his mind had been too tired and too worn to think. "Mrs. Barnett, sit down, now." She opened her mouth, stared at them, and sat. "There's a photograph on the bed, the one I spoke of earlier." He kept his grip on May Trent's arm as he spoke. The skin was warm through the cloth of the sweater she was wearing over her long skirt. "Pick it up, and tell me, if you will, whether you recognize the woman in it." She reached for it, turning it over, frowning at the face, looking back at her. "I know it's a photograph of Virginia Sedgwick, Lord Sedgwick's late daughter-in-law." May Trent had begun to cry, her face averted, half shielded by her shoulder. "She was the wife of his elder son, Arthur?" "Yes, that's right. But why should you be harassing Miss Trent with it? She never even met this woman, as far as I know." "How did Virginia Sedgwick die?" "She disappeared. No one knew where she had gone. It was whispered that she'd run away from her husband, but I know that couldn't have been true. She just wasn't the sort." Hamish said, "It's been said of many a wife that she wasn't the sort, but who can be certain?" "I don't understand. What is this about?" Mrs. Barnett was still wearing her apron, and she wiped a smudge from the glass over the photograph. "Please, will you not let Miss Trent go?" "Did her husband ever find Mrs. Sedgwick?" "No. That is to say, not alive. She went down on that ship, you see, Titanic. She wasn't using her married name, and no one thought to look under any other until Lord Sedgwick hired someone to do what the police apparently couldn't." She stopped, biting her lip in embarrassment. "How do you know all this?" he asked. "My husband told me. He'd met Edwin on the train coming back from London. Edwin was quite upset. He said his father and Arthur had gone to Ireland to bring back the body. I'd read that most of the dead were buried in unmarked graves." "So they were, but Lord Sedgwick was convinced he could find her, for Arthur's sake. And he must have been successful. I heard there was a service in the little church on the Sedgwick estate. The Queen sent flowers, I was told." Rutledge released May Trent. Hamish rasped. "Ask her," he said to her. "Does the vicar know you were on Titanic, that you may have met Virginia Sedgwick and seen her drown, or that Father James was trying to awaken your memories?" "No, I have never told anyone here. Father James, he had clippings. He'd seen my name among the survivors, and he wanted—" She stopped, unable to go on. "And you can't remember what happened the night of the sinking?" She shook her head, her dark hair spilling over her face, hiding it. But Father James had bequeathed her the photograph, and asked that she do something about it, find the courage, as he'd put it. The priest hadn't believed that her memory of that night had never been regained, or else he had hoped that, given time, and over the years he thought he still had to live, she might yet remember. Still, it was a strange way to go about it, to leave a message in a will. Once he was dead, what difference would it make? The cuttings, the photograph, the bequest. But why was it so important to Father James? It went through Rutledge's mind, before he could stop himself thinking the unthinkable, that perhaps May Trent had killed the priest, to prevent him from prying into memories that she could not face, and never wanted to face. Some 8 months ago he himself had tried to kill the doctor who had forced the secret of his own ghosts out of the silence he had wrapped around himself like a dark and protective cloak. May Trent had suddenly found herself in the running, with a better reason than Walsh for committing murder. Abruptly realizing that both May Trent and Mrs. Barnett were watching him, he made an effort to meet the younger woman's eyes. They flickered as she read his thoughts. "I didn't kill him," she said quietly, numbness washing all expression out of her face. "Truly." But what, Hamish was demanding, if the worried priest had backed away from confrontation and written the codicil to his will instead, hoping that in time May Trent might relent and do whatever it was that mattered so much to him, only to learn that it was already too late. He'd set in motion a chain of events that couldn't be reversed, something that need never reach the light of day if he lived to old age. Rutledge said harshly, to the two women in his room and to the voice in his head, "I don't know the answer. I wish to God I did."
This ends side 1 of cassette 7. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
Chapter 18. There was absolute silence for a long, disturbing moment. Mrs. Barnett's eyes were wide with distress. The emotionally charged atmosphere had left her speechless, unprepared to take up either side. May Trent, who had borne the brunt of Rutledge's intensity, found the inner resources to stare back at him, a remarkable strength in her face. "You didn't mean that," she told him. "You can't." But there were tears on her lashes. The room seemed to shrink in on him, the walls squeezing out the air, the two women behind him and the door, a trap he couldn't escape from. Taking a deep breath to shake off the sense of smothering, Rutledge fell back on the one thing that had always brought him through, his ability to command. In a voice that sounded absolutely normal, despite the turmoil that racked him, Rutledge said, "Mrs. Barnett, can you serve Miss Trent her dinner tonight? I think she needs food, and she's not in any condition to go elsewhere." "In her room?" Mrs. Barnett asked doubtfully, rising. "No, in the dining room. Miss Trent, go and wash your face, then come downstairs with me." He added, as she started to protest, "I promise you I won't bring up Mrs. Sedgwick or your own experiences. But I need to hear about Father James's interest in Titanic and her death. And if you will tell me that, I shall stay out of your way after tonight." A fierce pride touched her. "I don't want your pity." "I'm not offering you pity. I'm searching for answers. If you can help me, I'll take that help with gratitude." Then he added with a surprising and unexpected gentleness, "Go on. It's for the best." May Trent studied him. He could almost read what was going through her mind, that she didn't want to be alone with her thoughts, but neither was she up to enduring public scrutiny at the Pelican if her emotional state showed, as she must have felt it did. "Give me 5 minutes." She walked out of the room and toward her own. Mrs. Barnett, watching her go, said to Rutledge, "That was inexcusable." "No, murder is inexcusable," he told her flatly. "I can probably understand her feelings better than most, but I won't walk away from my investigation when there are answers to be had." "But she couldn't have known Mrs. Sedgwick. Even if somehow they'd met on shipboard, it wouldn't have anything to do with Father James, would it? As for accusing her of killing him—" "She accused herself," Rutledge replied, weariness in his voice. "It got out of hand, Mrs. Barnett. It sometimes does when people are being questioned. I'm not sure why you came up here, but once you were here I had no choice except to ignore you." Still rattled, she said, "Inspector Blevins would never—" "I'm not Inspector Blevins." He turned to shove the photograph safely away again on the desk. "No," Hamish pointed out, "and more's the pity." Rutledge ushered Mrs. Barnett out of the room. As he shut the door behind them, he said, "Forget what happened just now. You can't change it for one thing, and for another you don't really understand all the reasons behind it. Meanwhile, since you've heard everything that has been said, I'd like to ask you what sort of woman Mrs. Sedgwick was." Mrs. Barnett seemed to have trouble concentrating on his question. They had reached the stairs before she began tentatively. I can't really tell you. I hardly knew her. She was always with one or other of the family. I seldom had an opportunity to say more than half a dozen words to her alone. Then she faced him. I don't know why this matters. Because in one way or another she mattered to Father James, and even though we have Walsh in custody, we aren't absolved for considering all the other avenues the victim's life opens to us. Doubtful still, she answered. I didn't know her, but she seemed nice enough, well-born. I've heard she came from a very fine American family, a niece or cousin to the present Lord Sedgwick's American wife. Quite pretty, as you could see for yourself. Rather shy and quiet, with a lovely smile. Did she attend church here in Osterley? Here? No, not very often. There's a charming little church on the estate in East Sherham, but the Sedgwicks would come to Osterley around once a month, and the vicar tried to interest Mrs. Sedgwick in good works. She was too shy, and always sent excuses for not showing up. Did she have many friends in Osterley? Rutledge asked as he walked with Mrs. Barnett through the French doors into the dining-room. He saw her glance quickly over her shoulder, as if she would like nothing more than to escape from him to her kitchen. I don't suppose there was anyone here quite suitable. People generally appear to like her. I never heard anyone say anything unkind about her. Men found her quite attractive. That soft American accent, for one thing, and she seemed, I don't know, my husband said that she brought out a man's protective instincts. Mrs. Barnett clucked her tongue at the congealed food on his plate, and added quickly, I'll just warm this up. Did women like her? I suppose they did. But women of her class are often... You either fit into their circle or you don't. She paused, pensive. It's odd. I've just remembered something. The Sedgwick family came here occasionally for luncheon on market day. My husband's mother, who's gone now, always called Mrs. Sedgwick the little rabbit, almost as if she imagined her huddled in the midst of the dogs, trying to vanish. She shook her head. I never saw that myself. She took up the plate and started for the kitchen. Then she turned and forced herself to ask, You won't upset Miss Trent again, will you? I should hate to lose her as a guest, just because you've badgered her. There aren't that many weekly guests this time of year, and it isn't right that you should use your office to upset her. She'll be safe enough, I promise you, he said, and she walked through the swinging doors to the kitchen without looking back. Miss Trent came in reluctantly to join Rutledge. Her face was exceedingly pale, and she seemed uneasy when she realized that they had the vast room to themselves. Rutledge said immediately, I ought to apologize, but I have a job to do, and I try to do it well. It was a more effective apology than an abject capitulation, and she accepted it. I don't particularly care to take a meal with you, she said in return, but it's probably more comfortable here than at the police station with everyone staring. A quirk of sudden humor in her eyes told him she was giving him his own back. He laughed. Yes, I suppose it is, but I promised to talk about Father James, not you. I didn't know him well. You told me once before that he'd wanted something from you that you couldn't give him. Was it to do with Mrs. Sedgwick? Yes. Like a swimmer plunging into cold water, she shivered. I don't know how he discovered that there was a connection with the ship, but one day as we were having tea, he asked me if I remembered meeting her. I told him I couldn't even remember sailing. It's all blacked out like amnesia, only it was shock that did it. Do the doctors feel you might eventually remember? They persuaded me not to try, she said uncomfortably. They told me it was better if I didn't. I've had dreams, but they were always terrifying, and I'd make certain not to think about them afterward. Do you still have those dreams? He stopped and said, Sorry, I meant from the point of view of understanding what you suffered. Sometimes. Usually. I don't know. I don't want to know. And Father James felt that perhaps you could recall some of the voyage, if you tried, or given time. Yes, he was convinced it was important to try, to put it behind me instead of running from it. But I didn't want to open that door. I thought he was wrong to suggest it. There were other survivors, but he was wary about approaching them without some authority. What was his interest in the Sedgwick woman? May Trent frowned. I'm not sure. When she disappeared, it was very trying for her family and everyone who knew her. Why this sudden whim, this need to run away? Apparently there wasn't an answer, and I suppose if Father James found someone like me who might be able to define her state of mind when she took passage, he would have been comforted. No, that's the wrong word. Satisfied? Shaking her head, she went on. I suppose what he really wanted to hear was that she was safe and happy. It was almost as if he needed to know that to have any peace himself. What if she hadn't been on board? What if she'd bought her passage and then changed her mind? Oh, I can't believe that. Father James never once suggested that she hadn't been on Titanic. After all, Hamish pointed out sensibly, the remains were brought back to Norfolk. The proof of death was there. A coffin was brought back to Norfolk, Rutledge contradicted the voice in his head. No one would have opened it to have a look at the contents. Father James seemed to be uncertain whether this was a planned escape, or if she just took an opportunity that presented itself. She'd been on her way to East Shoreham from Yorkshire, and she decided to spend an hour in the shops in King's Lynn, because she was planning a party. When she failed to meet the chauffeur at the appointed time, he was patient. He didn't raise an alarm for several more hours. And later, someone remembered seeing her at the railway station. She was seen again in Colchester on the train to London. She'd taken nothing with her, which I found odd, but of course she could have bought whatever she needed in London shops. Did Father James tell you the chauffeur's name? Rutledge asked. If he did, I can't recall it. What I can't fathom is the relationship between a priest and one of the Sedgwick family, Rutledge said. It doesn't fit into any explanation I can think of. Actually, it was probably nothing more complicated than the fact that Virginia Sedgwick had a grandmother who was Catholic. Father James mentioned that in passing. Mrs. Dabney had been terribly fond of her. If Virginia was homesick, I expect she'd be drawn to something familiar. And Father James had a very practical faith. If she'd come to him troubled or lonely or just needing comfort, he'd have tried to help her without proselytizing. The vicar would have been closer to her age, Rutledge speculated. But Miss Trent was saying, I wasn't very attentive, I'm afraid, although Father James did his best to bring her alive for me. She had the grace to flush. I didn't want to be interested in her. I didn't want to find myself thinking about her and then starting to dig into the blackness. I couldn't face it. Her eyes pleaded with him for understanding. It sounds quite selfish and callous to say that, especially now that he's dead. But there was nothing I could do for Virginia Sedgwick, was there? And the thing was, I couldn't bear to go back. And I couldn't explain why I couldn't go back. It's such a simple question, isn't it? Do you remember? I think he must have believed that given time you would remember. Otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to leave you that photograph. May Trent said, knowing that, now that he's dead, puts a tremendous burden on me. I don't quite see how to cope with it. I wish he hadn't. But then he hadn't expected to die within a matter of days. The shock of that left her silent for a moment. Yes, I see your way of putting all this together. If he harried me, I must have killed him just for a little peace. But he didn't. I know he was the sort of man who believed that good would triumph, that one morning I'd sit up in bed and suddenly remember meeting this woman on the deck, or in the dining rooms, the card rooms, somewhere. After all, women travelling alone tend to gravitate toward each other. It wouldn't have been so amazing if our paths had crossed. Mrs. Barnett came in with a tray bearing hot platters and trailing an aroma of beef in a wine sauce. She set their plates down with care, studying the faces at the table. I'm so sorry, Miss Trent, but there isn't any more soup. I'm not really hungry, but thank you. When she had gone, May Trent said, I don't think I can swallow a mouthful. What am I going to do? At least make a show of trying, Rutledge told her bracingly. You'll feel better having eaten. You don't understand, she said irritably. It's not something I relish, this black hole in my life. It takes a revenge of its own. I think I do, he answered her. Their eyes locked. Hers widened in surprise, as if reading the depths of his, and turning away from what she found there. He felt a spreading hurt. Her voice trembling, she replied, "Yes. Well, is there anything else you want to know? Tell me about yourself, what you do, where you've been, why you've stayed so long in Osterley." She grimaced as she tried a forkful of beef, but she persevered. He gave her credit for courage. "The last is easy to answer. I've been looking at old churches, and I found Osterley to my liking. I prefer to stay here rather than pack my bag every few days and move to another hotel. I like the marshes. They appeal to me. The desolation, perhaps, or their strange beauty. I've never quite decided which it is." "Do you live in London?" "Somerset. I grew up there, and I feel at home there." "What took you to America? Is that a safe question to ask?" She turned away. "I had the care of an elderly lady who was the aunt of a friend. She was going to New York to visit her son, and I was asked if I'd like to make the journey with her, as a companion, actually. But she was perfectly capable of looking after herself." She broke off and fought to regain her composure, clearing her throat with the effort. He knew then that her charge had not survived, which must have added enormously to the ordeal May Trent herself had suffered. Rutledge said, "Then you'd have come back to England in a few months?" "Yes, that was the plan. I'd never been abroad except to France a time or two, and once to Germany. I saw it as an adventure." The words caught in her throat. "Can we talk of something else?" She soldiered on valiantly through the rest of the meal. He thought perhaps she'd stayed at the table to prove to him that she could, or because she didn't want to go upstairs alone, where the ghosts in the night lay waiting for her. It was something that they shared, this fear of being alone. After a long silence, May Trent put down her fork and considered Rutledge. "How can you bear to question people the way you do, prying and digging into lives as if none of us possessed a shred of privacy? I should think it would be very wearing after a time. It's worse than gossiping or eavesdropping," Hamish said. "It's true, it's no a gentleman's way." Rutledge winced, but said, "If people told the truth the first time they were questioned, we'd have less need to pry. But lying shrouds what people say in layers of darkness. These have to be peeled away, and sifted and verified, and even set aside as intentional misdirection." Playing with the bread beside her plate, she said, "I can't believe that. Most people are honest enough, aren't they?" She had rolled 2 small marbles of the bread before she realized what she was doing. "Were you honest with me earlier this evening?" She flushed and said, "I was protecting my own secrets, not those of Father James." He hesitated. "If I come to you tomorrow and ask you if you killed Father James, will you tell me the truth?" "Of course. Why should I not? I'm innocent." "Would you tell me the truth if you had, for reasons I couldn't fathom, struck him down and left him to die on the floor in his own blood?" Something stirred at the back of her eyes. "I'm not mad. I know you'd hang me if I told you that. But that isn't the same as prying. It isn't the same as demanding the name of the woman in that photograph when speaking of that ship digs into my shadows, not hers." She held up a hand to stop him from answering her. "How would you respond if I asked you about the war? You were in the fighting, weren't you? You did see bodies blown apart and bones protruding from flesh. Your friends cut in half by machine-gun fire and nothing but blood where their chests used to be. You did kill people, didn't you? How does it feel to watch a man die as you shoot him?" With a sharp intake of breath, Rutledge got up from the table and went to the window. The street was dark, the last of the light gone, and the quay empty, save for a small marmalade cat trotting along, sniffing the air. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean—" she began, startled by his reaction. And then she lifted her chin, a little trick she had when she was defiant. "No, that's not true. I did mean to hurt. I wanted you to know how your wretched questions tormented me." "Touché," Rutledge told her quietly. May Trent did not take her tea in the parlour with Rutledge. She went up the stairs without looking back. But something in the set of her shoulders suggested that she was crying. Unable to sleep, Rutledge walked out to the quay to look up at the stars. A whiff of pipe smoke made him turn in time to see Dr. Stevenson coming in his direction. "Well met," Stevenson said, but without sincerity. "I had an emergency delivery, and I'm still too excited to go to bed. Touch and go, but mother and son are going to be all right. What's your excuse?" Rutledge thought. "I could tell you I've been tormenting 2 women. At least they feel I have." Instead, he answered, "I have a liking for the marshes, I suppose." Stevenson grunted. "What's the news about Walsh?" "Among other issues, Inspector Blevins has been trying to find out if Walsh had encountered Father James in France." "Oh, I shouldn't think that was likely. Besides, what difference would it make? The fact that they'd met wouldn't change what happened in the rectory, or why. Blevins has learned that Father James had written a letter from France to his sister Judith. He made some remark in passing about a story she'd liked as a child, about Jack and the Giant. But Judith is dead, and the letter hasn't survived." Stevenson began to chuckle deep in his throat. "Sometimes I don't pretend to understand the policeman's mind. Jack the Giant, you say? We can't leave anything to chance." But Stevenson cut him short. "You're fools, the lot of you. It wasn't Jack, it was Jacques. And he was tall and thin as a rail, looked like a beanpole. But he was hardly a giant. Father James told me about this man, felt that I'd be interested in the way he treated wounds. Jacques Lamieux was his name, and he was a French-Canadian medical man. He came to France for first-hand experience, and he got his fill of it. We still correspond. He has a practice in Quebec, and a reputation for being the best there is at amputations. A very high percentage of his patients live." Still chuckling, Dr. Stevenson walked away. Then, over his shoulder, he said, "You can tell Blevins for me, but I can produce letters from Lamieux dated this month. Hard to bash a man's brains in from that distance." Rutledge lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, his eyes following the pale ripples of light that clouds threw across the beautifully plastered finish as they moved in front of the half-moon. Hamish talked about the war, about the men they'd lived with for days at a time in the trenches and in the holding areas, waiting for their turn. Most read, talked, played cards, wrote letters home, anything to while away the hours of boredom before the wild wash of fear when they were ordered to fall in. No one spoke of the dead then. It was not superstition as much as dread that this time their own names would be added to the long rows of missing, wounded, and killed. This time they wouldn't come back. The chances were never good. Luck, sometimes skill, sometimes mere instinct, could change the odds in your favor. But there were so many dead, so many, as if the war were a monstrous beast hungry for flesh and impatient for bodies. No man who had fought in battle remembered it afterward without the rich coloring of his own fears. Scenes replayed themselves in slow motion, unwinding like a ribbon of terror, and a soldier's greatest fear was that his own gut-wrenching cowardice would let his mates down. And so he was brave in spite of himself, but never brave enough, never able to save them all, and he dragged the unlucky ones back to the trenches while they screamed to him to leave them. It hurt too much, and he held them as they died, and all the while furtively thanked God that he himself was whole, or to lie awake at night, drowning in guilt because he had lived somehow. Was that the fear that May Trent carried with her? That she had let the elderly woman in her care die? That somehow, in darkness and terror and confusion, she had let go of a hand to save herself, hurried too fast to save herself, been blind when she should have seen? Guilt was what scarred the soul after it was over, and she would protect the darkness because it was comforting, or because she feared the truth about herself. Was that enough to drive her to murder when Father James pushed her to remember? He'd have turned his back on her, unwitting. Perhaps walked to the window and look out at the night while she found her handkerchief and pretended to wipe away tears. And she would have found it easy to silence the voice that was, somehow, reaching into the depths of her mind and hurting. What had Dr. Stevenson said? That Father James had such a beautiful voice, and knew how to use it as a tool of his work. Hamish growled. Yon inspector wouldn't have cared whether it was Walsh or this woman he hanged. Ye ken it doesn't matter, as long as it isn't someone from Osterley. Drifting into sleep, Rutledge heard himself answer. Virginia Sedgwick wasn't from Osterley either. Chapter 19. Rutledge awoke from a deep sleep to the sound of thunder. The guns, he thought, as he tried to shake off the dullness that weighed so heavily on his body, like a mattress, muffling and distorting the noise. They've started firing again. He could hear one of the sergeants calling his name, and cleared his throat to answer, but couldn't. And then sleep fell away, and he realized there was a pounding on his door, and the voice calling him wasn't one he knew. Rising swiftly, he went to open the door and found a young constable standing there, blood on his cheek and shoulder, his face white. Rutledge struggled to recall his name. Franklin. "Inspector Blevins asked, sir, if you'll come straight away." Rutledge opened the door wider. "Yes, all right. Tell me what's happened." He crossed to the chair by the window and began to dress, adding a sweater under his coat. The constable was saying, "All hell's broke loose, sir." His voice was still high-pitched from shock, but steady enough. "That man Walsh has escaped. He struck me over the head and was gone before I could do anything. When I got me senses back, I ran to wake up Inspector Blevins, and on the way back to the station we saw Mr. Sims coming from the vicarage. There was someone trying to break into the house. It had to be Walsh, sir." Rutledge found his shoes and stockings, pulling them on hastily, then ran his fingers through his tousled hair. "All right, let's be on our way," Hamish was saying. "I cannot believe he'd run. It's sure proof against him." May Trent, in a dressing gown, her hair in a dark plait over one shoulder, was at her door as he strode into the passage. The words found their way into the jumble of thoughts in his mind. "She's damned attractive." "What's wrong?" she asked. "Is there something amiss?" The constable started to answer her, but Rutledge said, "No, it's a problem at the station. I've been sent for. Go back to sleep. There's nothing to worry about." There was doubt in her face, but she nodded and went back into her room, shutting the door. As he turned toward the stairs, he heard the click of the lock behind him. Just as well, he told himself. But Walsh had no reason to come here. They let themselves out quietly, and Mrs. Barnett, in dressing-gown and slippers, shut and locked the door behind them. As the two men walked fast up Water Street to the station, Rutledge said, "You were on duty, then?" "Yes. Walsh was asleep when I checked at midnight, snoring like the wrath of God. He always does. You can hardly hear yourself think. And, close on to 2 o'clock, I heard him making an odd sound, as if he was choking. I went back to the cell, wary because Inspector Blevins had warned me he might try something. But there he was, hanging from the top bars, choking his life out, kicking like a mad horse. I opened the door to get him down from there, but he was tangled in his shirt, and I had to struggle to make any headway. Then his fist came down on my face as I managed to lower him, and I hit the back of my head on the door. That's all I can tell you." "And he made a run for it. All right, what else?" "For the life of me, I don't understand why he didn't kill me. He could have done easily enough, and there'd be nobody to raise the alarm. As it was, it took me all of a minute to shake off the blow. I was that dazed and half sick. But I got to my feet and went after him, running out of the station and looking in both directions. I couldn't think he would go to the quay. There's nowhere to escape there. I went up Water Street and looked up and down the main road. I couldn't see anything or hear anything. I went on to Inspector Blevins' house. It took him nearly 5 minutes to come down and open the door, and then he was accusing me of rousing the children with my clamour." Excitement had loosened the young constable's tongue, and he was finding it hard to conceal his reaction to Blevins' rebuke when he'd been trying to carry out his duty. Stumbling on the cobbles, he caught Rutledge's arm to steady himself. "You should see the doctor," Rutledge told him, as they walked through the open door of the station. All the lights were lit, and another constable was waiting for the two men. "You're to stay here, Harry, and wait," he said to Franklin. "If you'll come with me, sir, I'm to take you to the vicarage." "Give me 2 minutes," Rutledge said, and he walked back to the cell. Looking in, he could see that by standing on his toes, Walsh could have reached high above his own head to an exposed pipe coming out of one wall and crossing to the other side, wrapping his twisted shirt around it like a rope, and giving every appearance of a man hanging there. After all, as Hamish was pointing out, the man was used to entertaining crowds. He would have put on a good show. Long enough, at least, to lure the gullible young constable into the room. Hamish said, "Blevins will have his hide." Rutledge silently agreed. He turned on his heel and followed the second constable, Taylor, was that his name, out to the street. By the time they had reached the vicarage, they could already see that all the lights had been turned on, giving it a strangely festive air, as if Sims was about to hold a party there. The front door stood wide, and Rutledge could hear the station sergeant moving about in the bushes near it, his torch flicking first this way and that. They found Sims and Blevins sitting in the study, like two wary bulldogs, distrustful of each other. Blevins said, "What took you so long?" His voice was querulous, tired. Sims seemed to be happier to see Rutledge. He nodded, and then looked over his shoulder out the back window, as if he could probe the darkness in the tree-shadowed garden. "I stopped by the station to see how Walsh had played his trick. Quite clever." "Clever? Hell! A child of 6 could have seen through it," Blevins swore. "No, that's not fair to Franklin. What matters, when you come down to it, is that the man's got away." "There was a prowler here?" Rutledge asked the vicar. "I thought there was," Sims said uneasily. "I awoke with a start to hear something downstairs. A banging. I thought it was a summons to a deathbed. I found my slippers and came down as quickly as I could, but there was no one at the door. I called out to see if whoever it was had given up and was walking away, and I could have sworn I heard laughter, distant laughter." He shivered involuntarily. "I stepped into the sitting-room and picked up a poker by the hearth there, and went out to see if rowdy youngsters were having fun at my expense. But there was nothing. No one." His voice changed on the last words, as if still unsure that there had been no one on the grounds. "I decided to fetch Blevins here to see if there was anything amiss in the church. It's too large and dark to search on my own," Hamish said. "It wasn't a youngsters he feared," Rutledge said. "Do you often have problems with vandalism?" "We're more likely to find boys scaring themselves to death in the churchyard, daring each other to raise spirits. But before I could reach Blevins's house, I ran into him on the road." Rutledge turned to the inspector. "Do you think it was Walsh, here at the vicarage?" "I don't know. He might have thought he could find something to sell, to get himself out of Norfolk as fast as possible. It appeared that one of the shed doors has been opened. He could have looked there for tools to strike off his chains." "That's far more likely," Rutledge agreed. "Did you search the church?" "Not yet. Do you have another torch, Vicar?" "Yes, there's one in the kitchen." He went to fetch it. "Brave man," Rutledge commented, "to tackle these grounds alone, and in the middle of the night." "He was terrified of his life, if you ask me," Blevins said sourly. "I would have been, the surviving clergyman in the village." Sims hadn't been told about the escape, and Walsh would have no reason to kill Sims. "So you say. Who knows what he's capable of?" Sims returned with the torch, and Rutledge followed Blevins out of the vicarage, down the drive and up the hill to the church. They walked in silence, their path just visible in the light of the half-moon, but it was sinking fast. The churchyard was empty, the white stones ghostly in the pale light, their shapes stark against the dark shadows of hummocky grass. "If there was anyone here, he's gone now," Blevins said softly. They walked on toward the north porch door. It squeaked like the imps of hell as Blevins pushed it open, and he swore from the start it gave him. Hamish said, "At least yon strong man canna slip away frae ye." "Walsh, are you here?" the inspector called. "The church is surrounded, man. You haven't a chance of getting out of here. Might as well surrender now and save yourself a rough time of it if you try to run." Blevins' voice echoed in the stillness, bouncing from the rafters and around the stone walls, giving it a strangely unnatural sound. There was no answer. "Walsh, you didn't hurt the constable. You can go back quietly to the station and nothing will happen to you. Do you hear me? But if we have to winkle you out of this church, and you do any damage here, I'll have your height for garters. Big as you are, I'm not afraid of you." Nothing but his own words came back at him. The moonlight seeping through the stained glass of the windows cast awkward patterns around the pews, grey here, black there, and the shape of a poppy head outlined against a pane. Rutledge thought, "He'll be impossible to find before daylight if he's here." Blevins turned on the torch, blinding them and spoiling their night vision. Flashing it around the stone floor, across the backs of the pews, toward the choir screen in sweeps that raked the great nave with crossbars of light, he covered as much of the darkness as possible. Rutledge said, "He has the advantage now. We'll have to guard the doors until morning." "No, I intend to finish this now. You go toward the tower. I'll move towards the choir." He turned among the pews, his heels scraping on the stone flags. A man determined to get what he wanted. Rutledge went on toward the tower, letting his eyes readjust to the darkness, using the great window there as his mark. Hamish, whose hearing had always been keen on night watches, said, "There isn't anyone here." Blevins blundered into something. He grunted heavily and then called, "I'm all right." Rutledge made his way along one wall, reached the tower, and started into the opening. His foot caught something on the floor, and the rattle of chains startled him. Leaping back out of reach, he knelt and began to sweep the floor with his hands. Nothing, neither flesh nor cold iron. He moved 6 inches forward and repeated his sweep. His fingers touched iron this time and fumbled across thick links of chain. "Blevins," he called, not raising his voice. "I found something. Bring your torch." Blevins turned and came toward Rutledge, the silvery light shining on his face. "Down here, man!" Rutledge snarled. "Not into my eyes." The torch reached Rutledge's knees and moved ahead. On the stone floor lay a chisel, a great hammer, and the chains that had been around Walsh's wrists and ankles. But there was no sign of Blevins's prisoner. Chapter 20. Rutledge drove east on the main road out of Osterley, a ruddy-faced, yawning farmer beside him in the motor car. In the rear seat, Hamish stirred uneasily, and Rutledge felt every shift and movement as if it were real. Blevins had acted swiftly, sending constables and any able-bodied man they could rouse to knock on doors, recruiting more men as the search for the strong man widened. One party went out into the marshes to look for missing boats. The greengrocer and the barman at the Pelican accompanied Dr. Stevenson in his motor car, driving out on the western road toward Wells next the sea and Hunstanton. 6 men set out on the road toward East Sherham, while others fanned out through Osterley, looking behind fences, opening the doors of sheds, waking householders to ask if they'd heard anything, seen anyone. Bobbing lanterns marked their progress through the darkness like a great Chinese dragon, and wives watched from windows, shushing children who were unsettled by the night's noises. The road east toward Cley was the least likely direction to search, but it had to be covered. There was nothing here but the North Sea and a dead end. A man on the run would quickly find himself in a box, with nowhere to turn but south. Still, several roads that led down toward Norwich branched off from the Cley road, and these were Rutledge's goals. The farmer, a man of few words, roused himself to remark, "Course, he might be clever enough to come this way on purpose to throw the hunt off." Driving slowly, his headlamps scouring the road ahead while the farmer watched the verges, Rutledge could feel nothing, no sense of a fugitive hiding in the edges of the marsh or ducking behind trees and garden gates. He'd mastered that instinct during the war, where German snipers were skilled at picking off the unwary, and machine gunners, hidden in cleverly disguised trenches and shell holes and uprooted trees, waited for the onslaught of troops, holding fire until the unsuspecting were well within range. Hamish, behind him, seemed to keep watch as well, softly noting a high growth of shrub or a clump of wind-twisted trees that provided a likely covert for the human fox they were hunting.
This ends side 2 of cassette 7 of Watchers of Time. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 8. Watchers of Time. Cassette 8.
The one factor on their side, Rutledge found himself thinking, was that Walsh was too big to hide himself in smaller and harder-to-see coverts. But in the dark, out in the marshes with their sluices and dikes, shadows could play deadly tricks. The farmer cleared his throat. "Ain't likely, is it, that we're going to find him in the dark? It'd take an army searching in daylight." He broke off as a dog turned out of a field and trotted down the road, caught brilliantly in the headlamps. "That's old Tom Randall's dog. Blessed beast got out again. I never saw such a one for wandering off every chance that comes. You'd think he'd be grateful for a good home." They were nearly past the dog when the farmer sat up and added, "On second thoughts, mayhap we should look in on Randall. Can you turn this thing around?" Rutledge saw a drive ahead, next to a high wall. He reversed into it and went back down the dark, empty road the way he'd come. The dog had already disappeared into a patch of thick reeds and grasses. "Just there," the farmer finally said, pointing to a turning. A small cottage was set back from the road on the inland side, half lost among trees and a wild tangle of shrubbery. "Not much now, but once it was a pretty enough place. My wife treasured the plant cuttings Mrs. Randall offered her. She's gone now, Mrs. Randall, some 6 or 7 years back. Tom's let her gardens run to seed." Rutledge drew up in the rutted, overgrown drive. The house was dark, hunching in on itself, vines running up the porch and struggling to hide the windows on the first floor. Hamish said, "If ye believed in witches—" Rutledge smothered a chuckle. The house needed only a cauldron smoking in the yard. They walked to the door, and with his fist the farmer pounded on the panels as hard as he could. "Deaf as a post," he explained, "when he wants to be. My wife always claimed he'd rather be left alone." After a time, someone threw up the sash of the window just above the porch. It squealed with a shriek like a night bird's. As Rutledge winced, a grey head appeared in the opening and called down, "Who's there?" "It's Sam Headley, Tom. We need to talk to you. Come down to the door." "It's past midnight," Randall growled. "Go home to bed." Rutledge called, "It's a police matter, Mr. Randall. Please come down." "Police?" There was a pause, and then mumbled curses. The window went down with a bang, and after a long wait the door opened. The tall, thin man in a heavy robe tied at the waist like a sack peered out at them. He turned to Hadley and said, "That's not Blevins." It was accusing, as if he'd been lied to. "Nor one of his constables." "Inspector Rutledge from Scotland Yard in London, Mr. Randall. A man suspected of murder escaped from custody tonight in Osterley. A man named Walsh. We're searching for him." Randall watched his lips closely as he spoke, then looked up at his eyes. "Walsh? That the one killed the priest? He could be dangerous. He's larger than most, with wide shoulders and noticeable strength." He went on to describe the fugitive. This time, as Randall listened, he forgot to watch Rutledge's lips. "Nobody's been here. I'd have known." "That yellow dog of yours is out in the fields," Hadley said. "I saw him myself. We thought we ought to come and find out if you're all right." He had pitched his voice between a shout and a yell. "Dog's out, you say?" Randall frowned. "I penned him up before I went to bed. We'd better have a look at the outbuildings, then. Wait here." He closed the door and came back shortly with heavy shoes on his feet and a heavy staff in his hands, solid oak and thick enough to kill a man. "That a torch you have, Hadley?" Hadley flicked it on. and they made their way toward the back of the house, where a barn and several sheds showed signs of age, but were in better condition than the front garden. Randall, Rutledge thought, had his priorities right. The sheds were empty. Hadley shone his light around each in turn, while Randall peered intently at the contents. Farm tools, old gear and wheels, tubs and barrows, often rusted and broken. From time to time he poked the heavy stuff viciously into the shadows behind them. "No, nothing taken," he said, as they finished the outbuildings and turned toward the barn. "And not likely to be," he muttered. "Damn fool waste of time." But it was a different story in the barn. The stalls, where Randall's horses were stabled, lay on the far end, past the heavy wagon and the ploughs. There were 4 stalls, 2 of them occupied with great grey horses, staring back at the light with luminous eyes and pricked ears. The warmth of their bodies and their breath filled the night air, a homey scent of horse and straw and barn dust, and a heavier odour of manure and urine. "God damn it to hell!" Randall swore. "Where's Honey?" He broke into a shambling run to throw open a stall door and lean to look inside. Hadley, right behind him, shone his light into the dark rectangle. But the horse that occupied the space was not there. Trampled straw reflected the yellow beam and a clump of droppings. Randall, beside himself, cried, "She's my best mare! If he's hurt her—" Rutledge looked at the size of the other horses. Norfolk bred, they were very large, heavy-boned and tall. Hamish spoke, startling him. "One of those would bear Walsh's weight." Randall was nearly dancing with anger now, clutching his staff in a white-knuckled grip, pounding it against the flagstone floor with every other word, as he demanded to know what had become of his mare. A string of profanity indicated what he was prepared to do with the thief when he caught up with him. Rutledge said, "Was Honey the same size as these 2? "Of course she is. That's her son, the darker one, and t'other is her daughter." They hurried out of the barn and searched the yard. But there was no sign of the horse, and it was too dark to be sure whether there were other footprints in the dust besides theirs. "Where would she go if she got loose?" Rutledge asked. "She wouldn't leave the barn." Randall spoke with ill-concealed impatience, as if Rutledge were daft. "She'd never leave the barn unless someone came in and took her." "The dog," Rutledge said. "Do you think he could track her?" "That old fool! He's not worth a farthing. I keep him for his bark, not his common sense." Randall was staring around the yard, fuming, as if expecting Honey to come toward them, head down sheepishly, to snuffle his robe for apples. But the mare was gone, and Rutledge thought the odds were very good that Walsh had taken her. The farm wasn't, as the crow flew, all that far from Osterley and Holy Trinity. He turned to Hadley. "Where would he go if he'd taken the horse?" Hadley shrugged heavy shoulders. "Through the meadow there, and the trees beyond. After that, who knows? He could travel some distance without being seen, if he kept his wits about him and didn't stir up dogs." "We'll have to come back in the morning. We can't follow him now, not across the fields on foot." But Randall was adamant that they go after the fugitive immediately. "Honey's got a soft mouth, but he won't know that, will he? Bastard'll ride her until she drops, most like. I want her back, and I won't wait for morning." By Rutledge's reckoning, Walsh had a head start of at least 2 hours. The first part of it on foot, as Hamish was pointing out, but with the horse under him now, he could have covered miles in any direction. South, to Norwich? It was possible. But Rutledge had the feeling that Walsh wouldn't box himself in for long. He'd leave East Anglia as swiftly as possible, and lose himself in the crowded Midlands or the outskirts of London, Liverpool, Manchester. When Rutledge explained this to Randall, the farmer swore again, went stumping back into the barn, and began to saddle one of the remaining horses. Rutledge tried to persuade him to wait until dawn, but Tom Randall had made up his mind. He threw himself into the saddle with an agility that belied his years, and said with cold determination, "I'll find him. I'll get my horse back. If you wait until dawn, he'll have ridden her into the ground, and she'd not be fit for anything but the knacker's yard." He brandished his staff at them as he touched his heel to the flank of the big gelding and clicked his tongue. The horse, snorting, went placidly out the barn doors and trotted off toward the meadow. For all its bulk, it moved quietly on the thick sod. Hadley shook his head. "He's always been an ornery old devil, Randall has. But he's right. On horse he has a chance, and I can't say I blame him." Farmer understanding farmer. Ingrained for centuries, this caring for livestock was survival. Walsh won't let Randall anywhere near him. He'll be tired, frightened, and dangerous. Rutledge looked around the barn at the scythes and rakes and pitchforks hanging from pegs along the walls, and a barrow with a tumble of trowels, hammers, short-handled mallets, and other implements. God knows what he's armed with now. There are enough tools here to fit out a small army. Randall's no fool. He wants that mare back in the worst way, and he'll be canny. And that staff of his is no mean advantage. Hadley sighed. We'd best tell Inspector Blevins what's happened. Blevins was pacing the floor at the station, trying to coordinate all aspects of the search, but clearly wishing himself out in the field. He looked up as Rutledge walked through the door. "You're back soon enough. Anything?" Rutledge made his report, with Hadley's commentary to support it. Blevins scowled. "The mare could be anywhere, and who's to say that Walsh is on her? Still, precious little else has turned up." He had an old map spread out across his desk, and he bent to run his finger down the road toward Cly, stopping at the square marking the Randall farm, with its pastures and fields fanning out to the south. It backed up to a much larger holding, an expanse of pasturage that slanted toward east and west Shirham. Toward the Norwich road there was an unbroken chain of farms and estates, miles of what appeared to be fairly uninhabited land. A man on horseback could make good time even in the dark, where only sheep would hear his passage. Rutledge leaned over the desk with Blevins' eyes scanning beyond the now still finger. There was a maze of lanes and footpaths that led in every direction. They were like small streams draining a basin, converging at one or another village. People in Norfolk looked inland from the sea to market towns, where goods and produce could be sold, a more trustworthy livelihood than the shifting coastline in the north. Blevins was saying, as his finger moved to draw a circle south of the farm, "I'll get word to the villagers in that district. Tell them to be on the lookout for a Norfolk grey carrying a large man. If the bastard's ahead of us, better to let someone else cut him off, and we'll get on with the search in the town." Pointing to land that marched behind the Randall farm, Rutledge asked, "Who owns that property?" "It was the old Millingham estate. The present Lord Sedgwick's father bought the lion's share of it, and the Cullens and the Henleys own the rest. Good sheep country." He turned to issue an order to the harassed schoolmaster, standing behind him, filling in for the constables, and then went on to Rutledge. "If you'll have a word with the vicar, that we think our man is well away from here, he'd appreciate it. Hadley, I want you to join the searchers down the lane past Holy Trinity. I've yet to hear a word from them. Tell them to send a report. The inspector here can drive you as far as the vicarage. And, Rutledge, after you've spoken with Sims, go directly to Miss Connaught's house, if you will. Hadley can give you the direction. She has a motor car. See if you can persuade her to let us borrow it for the next few hours." Rutledge said, "By stealing the mare, Walsh marked his direction. There's still a possibility that he'll double back, working his way west until he can find help. If I were in his shoes, I'd keep going, counting on the head start to see me safe." Blevins' eyes met Rutledge's across the desk. Without words, without the need for words, the message was clear. Walsh wouldn't have run if he wasn't guilty as hell. As far as Blevins was concerned, out of the night's disaster had come one comforting certainty. As Rutledge followed Hadley back into the street, he found himself thinking about what Blevins had said, that Walsh would be counting on the miles between himself and Osterley to see him safe. Was that true? His mind reviewed the road system he'd scanned on the map. Walsh was no fool. He might well lay a false trail. He'd planned his escape, and while it was a matter of luck that he'd stumbled on Randall's farm, where a horse could be taken without arousing the household, or sending the dogs into frenzies of barking, There must be a dozen farms where the barn was far enough from the house to allow Walsh to break in. And the yellow dog must have been an unwitting accomplice, delighted to be set free and not questioning the manner of it. Sims was grateful for the news. He looked haggard. "I'm not afraid of Walsh," he said, and oddly enough Rutledge believed him, although Blevins seemed to think I was quaking in my shoes for fear I'd be the next victim. And I'm not convinced, somehow, that Walsh is guilty of murder. Why do you say that? Have you seen him, met him? No, which is why I've kept my mouth shut. But I've had long nights to think about Father James and his death. It seems to me that Walsh took a chance coming back here weeks after the bazaar, expecting to find money at the rectory. Most churches live hand to mouth. It would have been easier to break into a house if he was desperate. Besides, if he was wandering about in the rectory the day of the fair, as Mrs. Weiner claims he was, he'd have seen for himself that there was very little to steal. He must have assumed, Rutledge said, echoing Hamish in his head, that no one would connect his presence at the fair with a theft a good 2 weeks later. That was Blevins's opinion. Someone at the fair could have calculated roughly how much money had been taken in, and there was a last payment to be made on the new cart before it would be handed over to Walsh. He was playing devil's advocate to give Sims an opportunity to get to the bottom of what he wanted to say. Sims took a deep breath. That's a tidy assumption. On the other hand, was Walsh that clever? If so, you'll play merry hell catching him now. Then who killed the priest? There was a long silence. I don't know, Sims finally answered, but I have the oddest feeling sometimes of being watched. Our festival is in the spring, June. Why would anyone take an interest in the vicarage if money was all they were after? Look around you. Monsignor Holston had also had the feeling that he was watched. Sims was saying, "You're fairly certain, are you, that what I heard was Walsh chiseling off his shackles?" "Certain enough. We found the chains on the church. You identified the tools as yours, and the latch on the shed door was broken," Rutledge reminded him. "It seems clear that Walsh came looking for a shed or outbuilding he could break into, and the church was a perfect place to hammer off the chains. No one lives close enough to hear the racket, except perhaps for you. Yes, well, from what you say, he's running now, not likely to hang about in Osterley." He rubbed tired eyes. "All right, thanks. Tell Blevins if he needs me I'm available. I won't sleep anyway after all this excitement. I must be going. I'm to make sure Miss Connaught is safe. Blevins has been trying to see that all the people living alone are warned." A wry smile crossed Sim's face. "Yes, go by all means. I'll be fine." But as Rutledge walked out the door to the car, he heard the bolt shot home behind him. Hamish said, "Was the laughter real, or his imagination, yon vicar?" Rutledge answered silently, "I don't know. Shock can play strange games with the mind. On the other hand, it's easy to hear what you expect to hear." "Aye, well, he heard something." Priscilla Connaught lived in the house at the edge of the marshes, lonely and isolated, where the wind bent the trees and shrubs into Gothic shapes and the grasses rustled like whispers. The walk to the front door was dark, flowers leaning dry seed heads and wilting blossoms over the path. Rutledge could hear the seeds crunching underfoot. Out on the marshes a bird called, low and forlorn, like a desolate soul looking for solace. Hamish said, "This is no place for a woman alone." But Rutledge thought that it must have appealed to Priscilla Connaught, who carried secrets with her and preferred to use her life as a weapon against a man she hated. He knocked loudly on the wooden panels, and then pitching his voice to Carrie, he called, "Miss Connaught, it's Ian Rutledge from Scotland Yard. Will you come down, please? I'd like to pass on a message." A light came on in a window on the first floor, and he stepped back so that it would fall on his upturned face. A curtain twitched, and he could feel her eyes. Hat in hand, he stood there and said again, "It's Ian Rutledge." After a time, another lamp was turned up, and another, tracing her progress through the house. The front door opened a crack. "What do you want?" There was something in her voice that struck him, a resistance, as if she was prepared to turn him away. He thought for an instant that there was someone else in the house with her, and then realized all at once that she was braced against his next words. He said warily, "Inspector Blevins asked me to come and see that you were safe. Walsh has escaped, and we're trying to make certain that he's not still hiding in Osterley." "Escaped? How? When?" Her surprise seemed genuine. "In the middle of the night. We've tracked him east of town, but it's as well for you to be aware of the danger." "But you said he'd killed the priest," she cried. "How could you let him go?" "We didn't offer him the key, Miss Connaught. He escaped." Rutledge was tired and in no mood to mince words. "Have you seen or heard anything?" She cut across his words, saying quickly, "I can't stand here in the night air. I must go." "Are you all right?" he asked again. "Would you like me to search the house or the grounds to be sure?" "I don't care what you choose to search. Where did you say he was last seen, this man Walsh?" "We found evidence that he was moving east of Osterley, toward Cly, or possibly south in the direction of Norwich. There's a horse missing from Tom Randall's farm out on the east road. Inspector Blevins would be—" "Where is this farm, for God's sake?" she demanded